Yep. Hmm. What's going on? What do we got today? More video games and news. I wake up, find out apparently China released AI like DeepSeek for the free, and it caused the stock markets to crash. I don't read much. I don't read up on this stuff. I just look at YouTube videos, which I try to share with y'all. And because I already have a job. I just want to play video games when I'm here. But, watching smarter people discuss it is fun and interesting to me. And seeing and then seeing it, it's like, oh, I want to share this with people as well. And, hopefully start a discussion about it on one day. Maybe when I'm 60. Maybe by the time I'm 60, you know, it'll my YouTube uh channel and my Twitch channel will take off the way I would like for it to. Maybe I should do some of this research myself to show initiative, but it's like there's so many people that do it better. Some of these videos we're going to be watching as I'm playing video games, these people are good at what they do. I don't think they could play FIFA as good as I can or Gran Turismo as good as I can. But, so I would never claim to be as well read a researcher as they are, or uh, being able to critically analyze things going on in the world, which I feel we need now more than ever. Because, um, yeah, these people elected, it's just, I can't believe it. I just can't, I can't believe it. So, I already saw this video. I'm actually reluctant to play it again because I was watching it while I was like making myself breakfast, aka dinner for most other people in the Eastern time zone. So we're gonna go ahead and replay it, and as I play some FIFA, and we'll take it from there, and we'll just keep the videos coming. I have two that I want to play that I know for sure, and then I'll just play it by ear. So yeah. This is Hasanabi. Um, or maybe we could jump off with the PBS News Hour just to get an update on what's going on. Let's just jump off with the PBS News Hour.
Good evening. I'm Jeff Bennett.
And I'm Amna Nawaz. On the NewsHour tonight, President Trump meets with Republican members of Congress to move his agenda forward as he uses tough tactics against Latin America.
Financial markets drop as a new Chinese artificial intelligence startup shakes up the industry.
And 80 years after the liberation of Auschwitz, an effort to preserve even the smallest of links to the youngest of victims.
Preserving these objects, this evidence, is about preserving the memory of the victims of the crime, preserving their identity often.
Major funding for the PBS NewsHour has been provided by...
On an American Cruise Line's journey along the legendary Mississippi River, travelers explore Civil War battlefields and historic riverside towns. Aboard our fleet of American riverboats, you can experience local culture and cuisine and discover the music and history of the mighty Mississippi. American Cruise Lines, proud sponsor of PBS NewsHour.
The ongoing support of these individuals and institutions. And friends of the NewsHour, including Leonard and Norma Chlorfine and the Judy and Peter Bloom Kovler Foundation. The William and Flora Hewlett Foundation, For more than 50 years, advancing ideas and supporting institutions to promote a better world at hewlett.org. And with the ongoing support of these individuals and institutions. This program was made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
Welcome to the News Hour. The Trump administration ended week one with a Friday night mass firing of more than a dozen lead inspectors of government oversight, a weekend uptick of immigration arrests, and a day-long fight over deportations and tariffs with Colombia.
President Trump is meeting tonight with House Republicans at his golf resort in Miami. Moments ago, he addressed the GOP lawmakers as they gathered for their annual strategy retreat.
If we do our job over the next 21 months, not only will House Republicans be reelected and expand our majority in 2026, we will cement a national governing coalition that will preserve American freedom for generations to come.
Congressional correspondent Lisa Desjardins is in Miami at the Republican retreat and joins us now. So, Lisa, tell us what you're hearing from those House Republicans. Are they all firmly behind the president's actions?
The sense here, Amna, is that they are. Certainly publicly, Republicans are all telling me that they back even his most controversial ideas. Now, what is happening, though, somewhat behind the scenes is that there is some discomfort for some members on some ideas, including things like Cubans and Venezuelans who have temporary status. That's an issue here in Miami, in Florida in particular. But members who have problems with the way that President Trump has proceeded here seem to be trying to influence him behind the scenes, not criticizing him. Overall, he has basically a wide grace period, a very wide berth from his own party to do what he will right now as they watch him. I asked Speaker Johnson just a few hours ago about the President Trump's announcement that he may want to dismantle FEMA, as well as his firings of those inspectors general. And Johnson defended both of those moves as the sign of what he calls a new era in government.
When the president says he wants to make the government more efficient and effective, and we say we want to limit the size and scope of government, it means that everything is on the table for reevaluation. This is a new moment for us to reevaluate everything that the federal government does.
Now, essentially what we have here is not just the party of Donald Trump, but also the Congress, for now, of Donald Trump. It really is more than symbolic that House Republicans are meeting here at his resort. Trump stands to profit both politically and financially from this retreat.
And Lisa, of course, this is a critical time for Republicans' larger agenda. So what are they discussing at this retreat specifically?
You know, I've got to tell you, I've been to many of these retreats, and I don't think I've ever been at one where the decisions here have had such high dollar figures and potentially such high, far-reaching effects to them. So let's look at the sort of massive fiscal goals that Republicans have here at this retreat. First, they want to extend the Trump tax cuts. That has a price tag of some $4 trillion and could affect every American either way, whether they're extended or not, most every American. They also want to add to that a host of other tax cuts. Remember, Trump on the campaign trail raised, for example, exempting tipped wages from tax cuts. Well, what we have here, what I've seen and other reporters have obtained, is a menu of over 200 kinds of actions related to this tax cut agenda. That includes also how you might pay for those tax cuts. So going along with that, though, there are also some hurdles that Republicans face as well, including fiscal deadlines coming up quickly, including the funding of government. They also need the House and Senate to agree on an outline for spending. Deficits are climbing, about $700 billion just the first 3 months of this year. And some of these ideas, cuts in particular to Medicaid, are tough politically, Amna. So they really have their work cut out for them. They all have to agree, and these are not easy things to figure out.
Lisa, walk us through the timeline here. What's needed to get all of that done?
Okay, we're going to talk about this a few times, but let me go through this first of all. The first step for Republicans is they have to pass a budget, a framework of spending. So let's talk about what this would look like. If you look at today, you look at exactly what that outline would be. You start today and you look at January 27th today, and then the first major deadline, the first fiscal deadline coming up March 14th is when they have to figure out how to fund all of government, no less. Then Speaker Johnson has announced before that, that major deadline, he wants to have a budget for the following year from his party by that last week of February. And what's more is the Congress will not be here all of February. So there's only 3 weeks really remaining to get these things done. And a reminder that they are down, or they will be down soon, to just a single vote majority in the House. So this is a very difficult business, and they're working on it here.
That's our Lisa Desjardins reporting from Miami, Florida tonight. Lisa, thank you.
You're welcome.
Today in Bogota, Colombia, the U.S. Embassy there canceled appointments for Colombians hoping to get visas to enter the U.S. The move was the Trump administration's response to short-lived resistance by the Colombian government to accept U.S. deportation flights over the weekend. That public spat could be a sign for how the Trump administration will move forward with its Latin America strategy. Nick Schifrin is here following the latest. So, Nick, give us a sense of what unfolded this past weekend and give us an update on where things stand right now between the U.S. and Colombia.
Jeff, this morning outside the U.S. Embassy in Bogota, Colombians expecting to pick up their visas instead picked up this piece of paper saying that their appointments were canceled due to, quote, the Colombian government's refusal to accept repatriation flights of Colombian nationals. Those deportation flights on military planes, unlike Biden-era deportations on commercial or charter planes, began late last week. The Trump administration said Colombia initially agreed to receive Colombian deportees, but after some Brazilian deportees you see there arrived in handcuffs or reports of poor conditions on the planes, that's when Colombian President Gustavo Petro announced publicly that Colombia would not receive them until they, quote, received dignity and respect. In reply to that, President Trump threatened 25% tariffs that could rise to 50%, travel bans, visa revocations, and enhanced inspections on Colombian goods. And in reply to that, Petro vowed his own tariffs and called President Trump a, quote, enslaver who was, quote, going to wipe out the human species because of greed. Now, that is what Petro said. What he did was cave. The government now says that it will allow these deportation flights to leave the United States on military planes and land in Colombia. Trump said the visa restrictions would go into effect and remain in place until that first plane lands, and that's why, Jeff, we saw those lines outside the embassy.
Why did Petro reverse course? Was it the threat of the tariffs?
Well, Petro is a former Marxist fighter turned leftist politician who fought the Biden administration over counter-narcotics policy. So to a certain extent, a clash with Trump was inevitable. But Colombia is economically vulnerable, as your question indicated. The U.S. is Colombia's largest trading partner, 25%, let alone 50%. Tariffs would have destroyed Colombia's economy. The exports are flowers, crude oil, and coffee. But the irony is Colombia is one of, if not the most important partners of the United States in the region. Former senior Biden officials tell me that Petro cooperated with them on deportation flights so long as those flights were commercial or charter flights. And for the last 20 years, the U.S. and Colombia have worked very closely together, including military-to-military cooperation focused on regional security. Biden officials told me they received cooperation on their priorities, so they tolerated Petro's outburst, something, Jeff, clearly Trump is not willing to do.
So what does all of this suggest, Nick, about the Trump administration's Latin America strategy?
Trump officials say from their perspective, from ongoing conversations with Mexico about the Panama Canal, even in Greenland across the Western Hemisphere, they wanted to make sure that countries understood that they must cooperate with President Trump's priorities, according to Ryan Berg of the Center for Strategic and International Studies.
The Trump administration, I think, wanted to do was set the tone for other countries which were looking very closely to see how this would play out. Mexico was looking closely, Guatemala was looking closely, Panama was looking closely to see if the Trump administration would back down, and I think they didn't want to set that precedent, which is why they were willing to threaten such high tariffs and such coercive measures.
But Trump's critics, Jeff, tell me that these tactics will be counterproductive. They could lead to less cooperation in the region, and that could make inroads into the U.S.'s global and regional most important competitor, and that is Beijing, says former Mexican ambassador to the U.S., Arturo Saracon.
The U.S. historically threw its weight around the hemisphere in sort of what I would call in 21st century or 20th century terms, the Trump Sinatra doctrine. It's my way or the highway. There's a sort of a Monroe doctrine rehashed. And this, at the end of the day, may backfire because it may push countries in the hemisphere that have already embraced China because China is its number one trading partner today to sort of run into the arms of Beijing. And it could be counterproductive.
And we'll see how this goes, Jeff, beginning this weekend when Secretary of State Marco Rubio makes the first cabinet trip internationally, and that'll be to Panama.
All right, Nick Schifferner, thanks to you as always.
Thank you.
The day's other headlines start in the Middle East. Israel allowed hundreds of thousands of Palestinians to return to northern Gaza today after a two-day delay. Gazans were ordered to move south early in the war, stoking fears they'd never be allowed to return home.
In Gaza today, rare scenes of glee. 7-year-old Ratal Sabah excited to return home after 15 months of war.
I'm happy that I get to go back home to Gaza City and back to school.
Some 200,000 Palestinians made the trek north today by foot, carriage, and car to reunite with their homes and their loved ones. That includes Mahmoud and Ibrahim Alatut, twins separated for more than a year as the fighting destroyed everything around them. The return is bittersweet. North Gaza lies in ruins, and many heading back today, like Salam Badawi, say their homes are destroyed.
We want to go back home. We're tired, we're depressed, but there's no house to go back to. It's charred and burnt down, along with the land and trees around it. We don't know what we're going to do.
Palestinians were ready to head north on Saturday, but Israel held up their return, saying Hamas violated the ceasefire agreement by not releasing civilian hostage Arbel Yahoud over the weekend. Yesterday, Hamas agreed to release Yahoud in the next swap.
The list from Hamas matches Israel's intelligence.
It all comes as Israel confirmed today that 8 of the 33 hostages set to be exchanged in Phase 1 of the ceasefire deal are dead. Israel says the next set of hostages is expected to be released on Thursday.
Also today, the Trump administration kicked off its second week with a flurry of activity involving his top team. This evening, the Senate confirmed Scott Bessent as Mr. Trump's Treasury Secretary. The hedge fund mogul will take a prominent role in implementing the president's economic agenda. And President Donald Trump's newly sworn-in Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, arrived at the Pentagon this morning for his first day on the job. He said Trump plans to sign a flurry of new executive orders focused on the U.S. military and vowed to continue support for Trump's immigration policies after the Pentagon sent 1,500 troops and other resources to the border last week.
We helped move forward troops, put in more barriers, and also to ensure mass deportations, support of mass deportations in support of the president's objective. That is something the Defense Department absolutely will continue to do.
In the meantime, the Air Force says it will keep the storied Tuskegee Airmen in its curriculum for new recruits, along with the Women's Air Force Service Pilots, or WASPs. Over the weekend, authorities had removed materials that featured these groups. Officials say it was only a temporary delay in order to purge diversity mentions from its training programs. The acting U.S. attorney in Washington is reportedly opening an internal review of the Justice Department's January 6th prosecutions. According to multiple outlets, Ed Martin, who was appointed by Trump, has ordered prosecutors to turn over all files related to the decision to charge hundreds of defendants with felony obstruction offenses. This follows a Supreme Court decision last year which found the department had overstepped its reach in bringing such charges. Also today, the Justice Department fired more than a dozen employees who worked on criminal investigations of the president. This included career prosecutors who worked on special counsel Jack Smith's team. A federal judge now says that Stewart Rhodes and other members of the far-right group, the Oath Keepers, are no longer barred from visiting Washington, D.C. and the U.S. Capitol. That comes just 3 days after Judge Amit Mehta imposed the restriction. Mehta concluded that President Trump's decision to commute their prison sentences also released them from court supervision. Rhodes was spotted at the U.S. Capitol last week, just a day after his release from prison, where he was serving an 18-year sentence for seditious conspiracy. A 3.8 magnitude earthquake shook northern New England this morning. The U.S. Geological Survey says the quake struck roughly 6 miles off the coast of southern Maine at a depth of about 8 miles. Officials say it could be felt across the region and as far away as Pennsylvania. Earthquakes in the eastern U.S. are less frequent than those out west, but are typically felt across a much broader area. There have been no reports of injuries or significant damage. In Southern California, a weekend of downpours is giving firefighters a much-needed break after weeks of dry and windy conditions. But the rain has actually caused a new problem. Ash, mud, and other debris in the fire zones are sliding onto huge stretches of roads, like here in Topanga Canyon. Meteorologists say hilly areas freshly scorched by wildfires are far more susceptible to toxic runoff. Landslides even caused a part of the famous Pacific Coast Highway to shut down. Fire officials say all the major blazes in the Los Angeles area are now more than 90% contained. On Wall Street today, stocks ended mixed as new competition from China in the AI field rattled the tech sector. The Dow Jones Industrial Average managed a gain of nearly 300 points, but the Nasdaq sank 600 points, weighed down by a nearly 17% drop from AI heavyweight Nvidia. The S&P 500 also ended sharply lower on the day. And the global community has been honoring International Holocaust Remembrance Day. The occasion marks the moment 80 years ago when Soviet troops liberated the Auschwitz-Birkenau concentration camp, where more than 1 million Jews were murdered. In Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky, who is Jewish, laid a candle for the Ukrainian Jews massacred by the Nazis. In Paris, French President Emmanuel Macron visited a memorial to the 76,000 Jews who were deported from France between 1942 and 1944. In Budapest, mourners remembered the nearly 500,000 Hungarian Jews killed in Auschwitz, more than any other nationality. And world leaders joined survivors at a ceremony at Auschwitz itself today. We'll have a deeper look at that later in the broadcast. Still to come on the NewsHour, fear spreads in immigrant communities as raids and deportations escalate. New concerns about government fraud and ethics after President Trump fires more than a dozen independent watchdogs. And Tamara Keith and Amy Walter break down the latest political headlines.
This is the PBS NewsHour from the David M. Rubenstein studio at WETA in Washington, and in the West from the Walter Cronkite School of Journalism at Arizona State University.
A new China-based artificial intelligence startup is shaking up an industry known for its rapid innovation. It's called DeepSeek, and its biggest advantage, analysts say, is that it can operate at a lower cost than American AI models like ChatGPT. It's already the top download in the Apple Store. Sudden popularity that's disrupting markets, especially the tech-focused NASDAQ, and it's raising lots of national security questions about China's progress amid a global race to develop artificial intelligence. Garrett DeVink is a tech reporter for The Washington Post and joins us now. Thanks for being here.
Of course.
So explain for the unfamiliar, what is DeepSeek, this new Chinese-based AI startup that's the source of such consternation in Silicon Valley?
Yeah, so, I mean, people are maybe familiar with OpenAI or the maker of ChatGPT. Maybe they've used other AI tools from other big tech or American companies to, help them write a resume or help them write a wedding speech or maybe even help them with emails at work, generate images, that kind of thing. DeepSeek is just a small Chinese company that essentially makes a product very similar to ChatGPT. It's a chatbot that you can have a conversation with. You can ask it to generate all kinds of writing. You can sort of do research on it. And the big reason why people are so freaked out about it here in Silicon Valley, and I think in political and national security circles as well, is that people have seen AI as something that's very expensive to do. You need to put a lot of money into it, tens and even hundreds of millions of dollars, in order to train AI software to be as capable as the leading AI programs like ChatGPT. And according to these Chinese researchers who work at DeepSeek, they've actually found ways to do it much more efficiently, meaning they can produce very highly capable AI software at a fraction of the cost of what American companies have been spending.
Right. DeepSeek says it took them only 2 months and less than $6 million to create this model it uses, which raises the question, Washington banned the export of advanced technology to China so that it couldn't have an upper hand in the U.S.-China battle for tech supremacy. How did China make an end run around that?
Yeah, I mean, the way that you make something like ChatGPT is you take a huge amount of data and you run it through a bunch of really, really advanced computer chips, most of which are made by US company NVIDIA. And those computer chips are very expensive. And over the last couple of years, everyone's been scrambling for them. And with the goal of sort of slowing down the Chinese AI industry, the Biden administration actually put very strict controls on exporting those chips to China. However, there has been, quite a bit of reporting, and the Biden administration, before it left office, actually admitted that Chinese companies were still able to, find ways to get chips either by buying them through third countries, sort of smuggling them in.
And as we mentioned, this DeepSeek app, surged to the top of the iPhone download charts shortly after it was released. And I imagine that also raises national security concerns, given all the hand-wringing about TikTok, and now there's this other Chinese app.
Yeah, I think it's quite interesting. I mean, regular people can download this app, they can use it, and there's all sorts of concerns, if you're putting your data into DeepSeek, it's going to go to a Chinese company. And I think people should really think twice about maybe using this app. Of course, remembering if you use an American app, they're also logging your data, but maybe you're more comfortable using an American company than a Chinese one. But what's, I think, even more interesting is that DeepSeek has actually made their technology available on the internet for anyone to download. And so, yes, there is an app, there's a website that you can use DeepSeek, just like you might use ChatGPT. But if you have a business and you want to use AI technology to make your own business or your own app more capable, you can just use DeepSeek's technology and sort of configure it and see how it works for yourself. And so there's concerns that if you use DeepSeek, maybe it's censored. It's not going to be giving you answers about Tiananmen Square or other sort of controversial aspects from a Chinese perspective. But if you just download their software, you can use it yourself, and it's not censored at all.
There's some reports today that the panic over this has been overblown, at least to the degree that it's been reflected in the markets. What do you make of that, and what are the overall implications for the global AI marketplace?
You mentioned that sort of $6 million number, and I want to contrast that number with a number we got last week, which was $500 billion, which is the goal that OpenAI has in terms of investing in building out new AI data centers and buying computer chips, right? And this was an announcement they made alongside President Trump on his first real day in office. He was very excited. He was very keen to sort of, showcase that this money was going to be spent here in America. And suddenly we now are asking questions such as, do you really need that amount of money to build advanced AI? And so that's really the question that the tech industry is reeling with here. And I think there's different opinions. Some people say, well, actually, it's not that bad. Even if you find more efficient ways of making AI software, having a lot of computer chips, having a lot of money will still give you an advantage in the long run because you can do even more with it. But that's really the question that we're going to sort of see answered over the next few weeks and months here.
Garrett DeVinca, The Washington Post. Thanks for being with us.
Anytime.
One of the biggest questions as Trump's second term begins is just how wide and how quickly his administration will conduct mass deportations of undocumented immigrants. As we reported earlier, those operations got underway this weekend in Chicago and other cities around the country. Stephanie Tsai has our report.
As part of a nationwide enforcement blitz that resulted in nearly 1,000 arrests on Sunday, President Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, was on the ground in Chicago. In an interview aired yesterday, Homan said the priority was nabbing people with criminal records.
If you're in the country illegally, you're on the table, because it's not okay to, violate laws of this country. You got to remember, every time you enter this country illegally, you violated a crime under Title 8, United States Code 1325. It's a crime.
Other federal agencies like the Drug Enforcement Administration and the FBI were involved in arrests with Immigration Customs Enforcement in states like California, Colorado, Texas, Arizona, and Georgia. In Chicago, immigrant enclaves were on edge. On the city's northwest side, nonprofit Onward House provides support services for migrants, including this woman. She says she came to the U.S. from Mexico with her family a year ago to flee gang violence.
I am terrified if they catch me or my husband, because then my kids will be all alone in this country. I have given my children phone numbers of people they can call if something were to happen to us. I am praying to God it doesn't.
She says she's had trouble finding a lawyer to help her file an asylum application. Even under Biden, routes to claim asylum status were narrowed. Trump has moved to suspend asylum completely.
We can't set foot inside our country. That's why we ask the U.S. government for help, so they can assist us. So we don't have to go back, because the gangs were going to kill my kids, kill me and my husband.
I think there's a lot of fear out there right now.
Emilio Arujo says Onward House has been a key service provider for many of the more than 50,000 migrants that arrived in Chicago since the summer of 2022. Many seeking asylum after being bussed from the southern border. But in recent months, it's been preparing its clients for what to do if they are approached by law enforcement.
Getting out information like know your rights information, connecting with families and make sure that they have a plan in case they are arrested or detained or anything like that. And really the safety piece is where we're at right now, is we need to make sure people are safe so that they can continue to live their lives and build from here.
During the Biden years, safe spaces for undocumented migrants included churches and schools. The Trump administration says those so-called sensitive areas thwart law enforcement and reversed the policy on Trump's first day in office.
Division 3.
To be assured our schools are safe.
But administrators from Chicago Public Schools said they won't coordinate with ICE, and agents could not enter the school without a criminal warrant.
There is complete alignment here between our state, our city, and our district.
On Friday, school officials at a Southside elementary school refused to allow agents that they thought were with ICE into the school. They turned out to be Secret Service officers unrelated to immigration enforcement. School officials said fear of children being swept up in the dragnet drove the mistaken claim. Lawrence Benito is with the Illinois Coalition for Immigrant and Refugee Rights. He says the Illinois Trust Act and Chicago's Welcoming City Ordinance currently prevent police from coordinating with ICE on any civil immigration enforcement, but worries so-called sanctuary laws are under threat.
We're asking people to make their voices heard, make sure that their elected officials know that this is not the America that they want to see, happen. Because I just don't see how they get to the scale that they're talking about without tearing families apart, without tearing mixed families apart, where you have maybe undocumented parents and citizen children. What are we going to do in those situations?
Recent ICE enforcement actions have already come under fire. In Newark, New Jersey, federal agents reportedly arrested undocumented people and questioned U.S. citizens, including a veteran, last Thursday at a seafood distributor. Local officials accused the agents of entering the business without a warrant.
We have a Constitution of the United States that we want to uphold. We have this for a very specific reason, to guard us against illegal trespass like this.
Even before Trump took office, ICE raids under the Biden administration were taking place, including in Newark, where 33 undocumented immigrants were arrested in December. Back in Illinois, Governor J.B. Pritzker said he supports deporting criminals and said local law enforcement would cooperate with federal officials when there was a signed warrant. But he's worried about others that might be getting swept up in the process.
They're going after people who are law-abiding, who are holding down jobs, who have families here, who may have been here for a decade or 2 decades, and they're often our neighbors and our friends, and why are we going after them?
Chicago restaurant owner Sam Sanchez says foreign-born workers have been indispensable to his industry. And like Governor Pritzker, he supports a pathway to legal status for long-time residents.
The need of construction workers, the need for agriculture, farming, hospitality, hotels, senior care. This is the workforce we need.
Nevertheless, Sanchez, who met last month with Tom Homan, says he supports the administration's approach to deporting migrants, acknowledging there may be collateral damage.
We need law and order in this country, law and order in the city to see it prosper. But unfortunately, if he has to knock on doors, he will take grandma and grandpa too, if they're here undocumented, and I believe him. I think what everybody wants is to deport the criminals, secure the border, and make it safe.
But on the streets of Chicago, safe is the last thing that many residents feel now. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Stephanie Sy.
In another sweeping move of his second term, President Trump has fired more than a dozen inspectors general. Those are the nonpartisan watchdogs appointed to protect against abuses of power, waste, and mismanagement across federal agencies. Our White House correspondent, Laura Barone Lopez, has more on the impact of this purge.
The wave of dismissals began on Friday night and spanned various government agencies, including the Department of Defense and Department of Health and Human Services. Even some members of the president's party are suggesting the firings violate federal law, which requires Congress to receive at least 30 days' notice and reasons for removal. Mark Greenblatt, who was fired from his post as Inspector General of the Interior Department, told the NewsHour earlier that he was heartbroken when he received notice of his firing Friday night.
The biggest fear that I have is frankly the politicization of the Inspector General community. I think this should send up some red flags for the American taxpayer. We have to make sure that the mechanism of the Inspectors General is independent and apolitical.
To discuss the impact of this decision, I'm joined by Glenn Fine, former Inspector General for the Department of Justice in the Clinton, Bush, and Obama administrations. And he also served as acting Inspector General of the Defense Department during President Trump's first term until Trump fired him. Glenn, thank you so much for joining. To start, why are Inspectors General so essential to providing checks and balances for the federal government?
Well, thank you for having me. Inspectors General are crucial to detecting and deterring waste, fraud, and abuse, promoting the economy, efficiency, and effectiveness of federal agencies, and preventing misconduct. They are established by the Inspector General Act of 1978, and they're supposed to be independent and objective units located within each federal agency to do their critically important mission. They return money to the federal treasury, they deter misconduct, and they also let the taxpayers know how their dollars are being spent. So it's important to support these independent and objective watchdogs.
Could firing these watchdogs imperil holding the government accountable?
It could. It's important that they be viewed as apolitical and not tied to one party or another. So historically, they have remained when the administrations have changed, and they're rarely fired even within the term of an administration. After 1978, the first time there was a change in administration, President Reagan did treat them like other political appointees. He removed them, but there was a hue and cry in Congress. Since then, presidents have rarely fired inspectors general, maybe one or two or a few here or there, but not this mass firing. And the mass firing potentially undermines their independence, their effectiveness, and trust that they are actually doing the jobs without regard to political considerations.
I want to get your thoughts on something that Hannibal Ware, the Inspector General for the Small Business Administration, said on Friday. He was also terminated, and he wrote a letter saying, "We do not believe the actions taken are legally sufficient because they didn't adhere to that 30-day window." Can you explain this more, and are there any options or paths of recourse for the Inspectors General or Congress?
So the Inspector General Act requires the president, if he wants to remove an Inspector General, to give the reasons why 30 days in advance to Congress. And the reasons have to be a substantive rationale with detailed and case-specific reasons. That amendment was passed in 2022 in a bipartisan way, and it's in order to give Congress notice of the removal of an Inspector General. And it does not prevent the president from removing an IG, but it describes the process which must be followed. That apparently didn't happen. Congress did not get that notice, and it's important to get that notice, and that doesn't seem to have happened.
And you served throughout 4 different administrations. Over the weekend, President Trump said that firing the IGs was a, quote, very common thing to do. And a White House official told NewsHour that the fired IGs are, quote, partisan bureaucrats who, quote, no longer deserve to serve in these appointed positions. What's your response to the administration?
It is not a common thing to do. As I mentioned, after the transition from President to President Reagan, it has not happened on a mass basis. I don't consider them bureaucrats. They range the gamut, these inspectors general. Some were appointed by Trump, some were leaders of the IG community, some have issued hard-hitting reports against both administrations, including the Biden administration. So many of them have done a good job, and that's the rationale for the 30-day notice with the specific reasons, case-specific reasons, why the president is removing an inspector general. And waste, fraud, and abuse should not be a partisan issue. It is not a partisan issue. Both sides of the aisle rely on inspectors general. Congress relies on inspectors general for important reports and for information. So it's important that they be viewed as independent and aggressive, and that they not be chilled in their ability to find misconduct and report on misconduct regardless of the administration.
Glenn, what would you say to taxpayers, to the American public, about why they should care about these firings of inspectors general?
I think inspectors general are some of the most important public servants you haven't heard of. People are hearing about them now. But as I said, they return money to the Treasury. They deter waste, fraud, abuse. They're not a panacea. There surely is waste, fraud, abuse in this government, but inspectors general are an important part of rooting it out, reducing it, and holding officials to account. They should be relied on, and it's important that they be viewed as apolitical. In fact, the Inspector General Act says they must be selected without regard to political affiliation. And that's what gives them their credibility and the trust of the American government that they're doing their job effectively and without fear or favor.
Glenn Fine, thank you for joining the NewsHour.
Thank you for having me.
After a relentless pace of his first week in office, President Trump is kicking off week 2 by signing a new slew of executive orders. Here to help us keep tabs on the president's rapid policy rollout and more, we're joined by our Politics Monday duo. That's Amy Walter of the Cook Political Report with Amy Walter and Tamara Keith of NPR. It's good to see you both, as always.
Good to see you.
So Donald Trump is rapidly remaking the federal government as we know it. He's expected to sign 2 more executive orders today. One would prohibit transgender Americans from serving in the military. The other would eliminate diversity programs in the armed forces. Tam, how does the Trump administration view these initial days? And what does all of this suggest about how the next, let's say, 2 years will going into the midterm?
Yeah, and those are definitely 2 different questions. President Trump, in his remarks today to House Republicans, it was very clear that he was taking a victory lap. You might as well put up the mission accomplished banner already, because he is talking about what he's done in the last week like he has already succeeded at everything he set out to do. One thing is very clear from all of these executive actions. These are largely things that he talked about in the campaign. These are largely things that he talked about in his campaign speeches, which were very long and sometimes seemed like sidetracks, but even the sidetracks are getting executive actions at this point. So he is following through on what he promised to do. All of this is being done through executive action. Yes, there are legal challenges. There will be more legal challenges. There will be some friction to his ability to get things done. However, executive action is much easier. All you need is a Sharpie much easier than getting Congress to do the big things that he wants Congress to be able to do. And that is a much more challenging lift. That is, whether they are able to do that with these very narrow margins is really the question of what the next 2 years are like. And then after those 2 years, well, there's a whole new presidential campaign happening.
Yeah. And Amy, what about that? Is this the Trump that Americans voted for? That's what the White House says, that people shouldn't be surprised. He said he was going to do all of this. But there's been some polling that suggests that while Americans support the ends, they may not necessarily support all of the means.
Yeah, this is what's so interesting, especially in these past, I don't know, let's call it the last 10 years or so, that the first few weeks of a new president's administration, they do these executive orders, which are basically just undoing the last president's executive orders. In fact, when I lined up, what did President Biden do in his first, say, 40 days in office, or, first weeks in office compared to where Trump is? You could literally just say, one is just negating the other, on building the wall, on support for the WHO, on support for transgender Americans and diversity and equity. So it is literally, when one side wins, they believe that they have a mandate to basically null and void the last 4 years. What we also know, though, is that instead of saying, well, what America voted for was, they thought this side went way too much over here, so we're going to just bring it back to the center. They tend to then go way off on the other side, which gives the party out of power an opportunity to say, whoa, 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 you took this one step too far. And that's what's going to be fascinating to watch for these next 2 years. Tam's right that so much needs to get done substantively through the legislative process. But on issues like tariffs and immigration, we've only seen the beginnings of this. We have absolutely no idea how this is going to play out over the next week, nonetheless, these next couple of years.
And Tam, this sort of 12-hour trade war between the U.S. and Colombia over the weekend, it fits this well-worn pattern where Donald Trump effectively solves the problem he helped create. In this instance, it was sending military planes to Colombia with the migrants on them. Pick apart that strategy, that approach for us, and what it shows us.
Yeah, this is a classic Trump dominance strategy where he comes out and he gets in a fight, and the fight is not necessarily one that needed to happen. In this case, landing rights for aircraft are the kind of thing that are negotiated at a pretty low level by diplomats, but that's boring. And doing things quietly and diplomatically is not the way that Trump leads, particularly on the world stage. He likes to go big. He likes to make a lot of noise. He likes the fight. He wants the fight. And he wants that fight to send a signal. Colombia isn't just any country. It's actually a U.S. ally and had received many flights of deportees before these that set off this kerfuffle. And so, this is sending a signal that even U.S. allies, or maybe especially U.S. allies, there's a new sheriff in town.
And meantime, Democrats are trying to find their footing in the minority. How are they balancing opposition to Trump's policies while trying to find ways to, in many ways, collaborate with him on the issues where Democrats feel exposed, like immigration?
Right. So, and they have. On immigration, you've already seen a significant number of Democrats support legislation that went through the House and through the Senate that is being tougher on folks who are here illegally. You're not hearing a unified voice, a unified outcry among Democrats about what is happening right now in many of these major cities with deportations. It's unclear if that's going to continue as these deportations start to ramp up, or if they start to bring U.S. citizens into that net. I think the most important thing for Democrats to realize, though, is they're in the minority. When you're out of power, you are out of power. And the reality is they now can really just simply react to what is happening based on what Republicans are doing. And their strategy going forward in many ways is going to be a reaction to what the Republican Party did. 4 years from now, or 3 years from now, or a year from now, when the presidential race really begins, that's when the Democratic messaging really begins. Who do Democrats want to be? What do they want their message to be? We don't have an opposition party leader in this country like they do in so many other countries. It's really the nominee of the party who becomes that messenger, and that is going to be a long time from now.
Yeah, there's this DNC chair election coming up. Let's just say that is not going to solve all of this for Democrats. They have a lot to figure out, and they are very much not speaking with one voice in Congress even.
Tamara Keith and Amy Walter, our thanks to you both. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Survivors of the Holocaust gathered at one of the scenes of the Nazis' gravest crimes today, the extermination camp at Auschwitz-Birkenau in Poland, on this 80th anniversary of its liberation. Of the more than 6 million Jews murdered by the Nazis, 1.1 million were killed at Auschwitz, and among them, nearly 250,000 were children. Many of the survivors there today were just children when they were marched through the camp on little feet wearing little shoes. Now, a project to preserve those shoes is renewing attention on the war's smallest victims. Here's special correspondent Malcolm Brabant.
Behind guard towers and disconnected electrified barbed wire fences, dedicated restorers are working with great tenderness in a place synonymous with unspeakable cruelty.
Time is our main enemy here.
Historian Martin Noras has been working for 2 years, preserving shoes belonging to the extermination camp's youngest victims.
The leather itself is pretty resilient when it comes to the passage of time. Metal, however, is our main issue. Metal starts corroding. That corrosion triggers degradation processes in everything else.
Although Auschwitz was turned into a museum a year after being liberated by the Soviet Red Army in January 1945, it remains a crime scene.
Basically, we are dealing with evidence of a crime. This is the philosophy adopted by the museum, that this is evidence of a crime, one of the largest crimes in the world's history.
The conservators are working on 8,000 children's shoes, a fraction of the 120,000 in the Auschwitz collection.
Preserving these objects, this evidence, is about preserving the memory of the victims of the crime, preserving their identity often.
In all, 1.5 million children were murdered during the Holocaust. 235,000 perished here at Auschwitz-Birkenau. Frequently, children were the first to be exterminated because the Nazis believed that they were too weak to be forced to work and were a waste of food. 80 years ago, the air here was heavy with the stench of death, but not anymore. Over time, the ashes of the children have been absorbed into the earth, and they are beneath my feet. And beneath the feet of millions who walk past this drawing of an orchestra serenading slave laborers beneath the sign, "Work sets you free." The victims of Auschwitz have no graves. The only tangible evidence of their earthly presence are the possessions the Germans confiscated as they ordered the Jews to take a shower. We're not allowed to film the exhibit of human hair, but the suitcases and baskets and shoes provide a spiritual link with the 6 million who perished in the Holocaust.
I feel very responsible about these objects. It's a feeling closer to my sense of ethics and responsibility.
Art historian Eloise Bourgois from Bordeaux in France was drawn to Poland by her interest in the plight of displaced people.
We want to connect issues with the identity of the person, because that's the beautiful part of it. The ugly part of it is that we don't have the identities of the person.
But on very rare occasions, they do find a link. This shoe belonged to 6-year-old Amos Steinberg from Prague in the Czech Republic, who was murdered alongside his mother in 1944. His father Ludwig, who was deported to Auschwitz on an earlier transport, survived the war and became a school principal in Israel.
Mostly those shoes come from Hungary.
In just 8 weeks in 1944, some 425,000 Jews were deported to Auschwitz from Hungary. The gas chambers were so busy that these Hungarians were forced to wait their turn in the trees by crematorium 4.
Sometimes we can tell there is a like the brand or the manufacturer written, and so we can tell, that comes from a region close to Budapest.
The conservators may not know the identities of the children whose shoes survived, but this is the man directly responsible for their deaths. Adolf Eichmann was one of the architects of Hitler's final solution and personally directed the deportation of Hungarian Jews before fleeing to Argentina after the war. Eichmann was abducted by Mossad and taken to Israel, where he went on trial in 1961.
Im Sinne der Anklage nicht schuldig.
In the spirit of the indictment, I am not guilty.
Eichmann was found guilty of crimes against the Jewish people and hanged. Rudolf Höss, the commandant of Auschwitz, on the right, also went to the gallows. But Josef Mengele, known as the Angel of Death, in the center, fled to South America after the war and escaped justice. This chimney stack is all that remains of Mengele's clinic, where he conducted inhumane medical experiments, especially on twins. This wooden shack is evidence of the Nazis' determination to wipe out the Jewish people. Here, nurses used poison to murder children too young to wear shoes.
I'm sensitive by nature. Maybe you can hear from my voice. That means that distance is really the right way to go. But I think it doesn't remove my emotion.
The project is due to finish in April, but not before every shoe has been weighed and then photographed by coordinator Mirek Maciejczak.
You need to keep a certain separation while working with objects such as children's shoes. When you've got a shoe in your hand belonging to a child of 10 or 8 or younger, it's easy to let emotions get the better of you. But then, we can't work. We're here to conserve, to take care of these shoes, to preserve them for future generations.
Here are some more faces of Jewish children who lost their shoes and their lives in Auschwitz. They were murdered after participating in an opera in the Terezin concentration camp in what was Czechoslovakia. This is a Nazi propaganda film, shot after the Germans tricked the Red Cross into believing that Terezin was a spa town where Jewish prisoners were well treated.
Do you think it would be possible these days to be able to eradicate 6 million people in the way that the Jews were eradicated during the Second World War?
It's a very difficult question. Honestly, I need to think a little.
With social media, with all the public pressure and everything.
Yeah, I think it would be very much possible to repeat the Holocaust, because I think propaganda is now more potent than it ever was. You mentioned social media as a factor of preventing propaganda, but I think the past 10 years, if they taught us anything, is that social media is also the perfect medium for propaganda.
As Nora says, appearances can be deceptive. This mural looks reassuring, but it's in a barrack that provided temporary shelter for so many children before they were gassed. It's preserved to remind the world of 2 words: never again. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Malcolm Brabant in Auschwitz-Birkenau.
And join us again here tomorrow night when we'll have a look at efforts to end diversity and inclusion programs in the military. And that is the NewsHour for tonight. I'm Jeff Bennett.
And I'm Amna Nawaz. On behalf of the entire NewsHour team, thank you for joining us.
Major funding for the PBS NewsHour has been provided by
Cunard is a proud supporter of public television. On a voyage with Cunard, the world awaits. A world of flavor, diverse destinations, and immersive experiences. A world of leisure and British style. All with Cunard's White Star service.
In 1995, 2 friends set out to make wireless coverage accessible to all. With no long-term contracts, nationwide coverage, and 100% US-based customer support. Consumer Cellular, freedom calls.
the John D. and Catherine T. MacArthur Foundation, committed to building a more just, verdant, and peaceful world. More information at macfound.org. And with the ongoing support of these institutions. This program was made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
You're watching PBS.
Progress is a philosophy, a choice, a reason to keep going. Introducing the next generation of Tonal.
I think DeepSeek in many ways just kind of exposes the fraudulent nature of like the tech sector. This is why the timeline has been on fire and people are losing their minds over it. Very exciting stuff happening in the world. It is Monday for you guys. Tuesday for me, but it's Monday for you guys, so you might as well get to the news. Am I right? Monday News Day, baby. So let's do it. We've talked about this already for the past couple of days, but the stock market is now collapsing a little bit. As you guys know, DeepSeek was like, oh, you guys are doing some cool AI stuff out there. China basically looked at America's AI tech, which I think this kind of exposes the fraudulent nature of the American AI sector in its entirety. But after half of a decade of like American tech CEOs saying AI is, you have to give us like $7 gazillion, and how AI is eventually going to kill all of us anyway. Oh my God, it's so powerful. I'm so scared of my own invention. Please give me endless money, please. Right? Like after American AI people basically lost, basically just kept repeating over and over again how insane it is, right? How AI is dope. And how no one will ever be able to overcome this American dominance of AI. Virtually a day after, or 2 days after, basically, the $500 billion investment that Donald Trump signed off on. The Chinese government was like, hey, by the way, hey, just so you know, we had a bunch of engineers that on the side looked at all of the OpenAI stuff and made their version of it for like literally $1. Hey, cool AI, we made one, and also now it's free, so we're just totally undercutting the American like paywall strategy of trying to make AI that is paywalled, and also we're just going to show you it's open source, so like you can look at it You can open up the hood, look at it, try to comprehend it, understand that it's like not super complicated. Yeah, here we made it for oh, you guys made it for $600 billion. Here we made it for $6 million. Also, in the process, the American government was like, wait a minute, how are you able to do this? You don't have the powerful chips. You don't have the microchip technology. It's illegal to export those things to you, which is the dumbest thing on the planet. In this global marketplace, America was like, no, we definitely have stopped the Chinese government from being able to purchase like processors. How is that? Bro, you can buy a new Bentley in Russia right now, okay? Like, I feel as though I think our American overlords, our American capitalist overlords, have designed an incredibly complex web that is interconnected, interwoven in many meaningful ways that we call global trade. And now they want to dominate that global trade by saying, no, we're the guys who control it. No, stop with this global trade, please. And they just can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. And it's very funny. And I think it goes a little bit into the Dengus Gambit that I've talked about before, where once again, our adversaries are using our tools against us to dominate us in very meaningful ways, in spectacular fashion. Okay? And again, the Dengus Gambit only works if your enemy is a little white supremacist, maybe a little bit white supremacist, and operating on this like Orientalist notion that a Chinese peasant society would never be able to overcome being the hyper exploited slave labor manufacturing hub of the world. They would never be able to, in a matter of mere decades, become a domineering force on the global marketplace. Like, that would never happen. They would never be able to make products that are competitive and if not better than the American versions because they're Chinese. They're stupid, right? Like, that literally is the reason why I think American capital owners were like, yeah, sure, you can take our IP, make a cheap copy of it. Who cares? Like, whatever. And in that process, we will use your labor force as this super cheap manufacturing labor force while undercutting the American labor force in and of itself. Why does the physical stature of the white supremacist matter? Physical stature of the white supremacist? You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. You are misunderstanding what I'm saying.
Last week,
what I'm saying is, historically speaking, American capital owners have thought, well, we really, in their endless profit seeking, they've thought, oh, we can get away with just like using China as a manufacturing hub, and we can even give them our IP in the process, and never fear that they could ever make like a competitive product to the American engineered, brilliant products that basically American manufacturers never foresaw the Chinese manufacturing getting to a point of competition where they would dominate the American manufacturers. That's why they did not care. That's why they were like, yeah, you can have all of our info, you can have all of our tech, and make cheap Chinese copies of it. When in fact, those cheap Chinese copies, year over year, got better and better. And now when people say like, oh, you're gonna get the Chinese version of this, it's probably a cheaper copy, it's like, no, in many instances, the Chinese version is the better version now, right? They make it for cheaper, and oftentimes it's quite literally better, right? And it's a big deal. And what's happening with like DeepSeek, what's happening with the Chinese version of this AI is kind of similar to that as well. It works off of, some of the training that OpenAI was also utilizing. And not only that, but also on top of that, they did it with these chips that the American government had made it illegal for the Chinese to have. But of course, in this day and age, partially due to like I said, the complicated interconnected web of global trade. I think I'm misunderstanding because I just joined. I get why we would be upset with the American economy, but why are we grifting the CCP now? This is the first time I tuned in for a while. No, it's on. Why are we grifting for the CCP? What the hell does this have to do with grifting for the CCP? I'm explaining to you what American capital has done to American dominance. I'm explaining to you the concept that is very simple, which is that endless greed and endless profit seeking is inevitably suicidal, and that endless greed and endless profit seeking paired up with white supremacy, assuming that the people that we're dominating around the globe will never be able to use our tools against us, can end up undermining American dominance. Not only am I describing this process, but I'm also telling you that I don't have a vested interest in American capitalist corporations dominating the marketplace in any capacity whatsoever. I want everything to be open source, especially things such as artificial intelligence. I want artificial intelligence also not to displace the existing American manufacturing and the existing American labor, or the existing labor force in its entirety. If this is too difficult of a concept to comprehend for you, and you're just going to go back to weird hyper-nationalistic boundaries in this conversation, well then, I don't think you understand. I don't think you understand much of what I'm talking about. Endless profit seeking will always destroy the host nation that is engaging in it. Isn't DeepSeek going to be used for capitalist purpose? Why does it matter if it's better than Bergo's version of AI? So, I'm going to get to that. Hold on. I think the funniest part about the DeepSeek stuff is not necessarily they're making a version of the AI that is like even better than the American version or anything, okay? I think people are misunderstanding what I'm saying. I think DeepSeek in many ways just kind of exposes the fraudulent nature of like the tech sector. Crazy thing is that it isn't even a CCP thing. It was just a CEO who started as a side project for fun, and he only used $6 million and a team of 200 people. The CEO also said that the achievement and honor matter more to him than the team than money, which is why it's open source. Didn't you cover Lena Khan's work on this before? I think we briefly talked about it, but yeah. DeepSeek just proved Lena Khan right. The former FTC chair warned that enabling protectionism protect monopolies wouldn't just hurt all of us, it would hurt them too. Now they're getting wiped out. By the way, they did it a second time. DeepSeek launches Janus Pro 7B open source multimodal AI which surpasses DALL-E 3 and Stable Diffusion and Benchmark. This is why the timeline has been on fire and people are losing their minds over it. If the American marketplace was already under the assumption that like the Chinese, the Chinese government or Chinese corporations have the capacity to create competitive products, especially at a much lower price point, okay, this would not be as shocking. It would not have market, you would not experience market shocks in the way that you're currently experiencing them, because you would have already hedged your bets against that sort of thing, as informed investors would look at this and go, of course that's the case. If our approach to AI was not dissimilar to the Chinese one, where the attitude was, well, this is supposed to be, especially in its infancy, something that should be given to the world, partially because it must be open source, because of necessary training, but also because like this isn't supposed to be a tool that is paywalled, but instead a tool that advances society. This would not be the case. I think that it demonstrates that this sort of innovation doesn't require what the American tech sector said it does. No regulation, billions of dollars, and no consideration for the end user being mindful of it. This sort of shatters that illusion. It's getting banned by Trump, right? I don't even know. I mean, yes, but also I don't necessarily know how they would successfully stop this. I feel like the rest of the world would utilize it. Anyway, let's just get started. Let's just get started on DeepSeek AI. Something that I talked about for the past couple of days, now actually exploding. Big tech is in panic mode. This is from Fireship. The DeepSeek R1 just popped the AI bubble. But let's start with the stomp.
talk about DeepSeek because it is mind-blowing and it is shaking this entire industry to its core. The emergence of DeepSeek now putting pressure on the U.S. tech names. We told you all about it last week in Davos. The buzz started growing about DeepSeek.
Like, my attitude on this has not changed. I still think it's slop. Do you understand? Like, my attitude on this has not changed. AI is an incredibly valuable tool for the future, okay? It's a tool nonetheless. Unfortunately, under capitalism, all new technological innovations are used in one direction and one direction only. That is to displace the existing labor force, right? AI must be a tool for the people and not for the bosses. This is something that we have to regulate against, as a matter of fact. The government is supposed to regulate against these sorts of things, okay? But AI as it stands is absolutely in its infancy. It still has a tremendous amount of development that it must go through in order for it to be like a viable thing that changes people's lives in a super meaningful capacity. Okay, streamer who automates his work via free labor says AI is slop. What? Automates his work via free labor? What? Do you think Masanabe Industrial Complex, I'm memeing?
Whoop. Here I come. Oh, here I come. Oh.
Free labor? Those people make more money than your dad. And also, that goes along with my principle that I don't maintain IP control. I don't maintain any IP control over the things that I talk about, the content that I make, so that those people, if they want to, can make money off of it. And they do. It's basically open source. DeepSeek team released their multimodal image generator, Janus Pro, this morning. I know. Open source and it's easy to run. NVIDIA and Altman is cooked. Over $1 trillion has been wiped from the stock market today. NVIDIA has now erased more than $600 billion of its own market cap today. That is more than double the market cap of Coca-Cola. This exceeds the previous record of the biggest one-day drop in a stock history, which was when Meta stock dropped by $251 billion. They're under attack. Due to large-scale malicious attacks on DeepSeek services, we are temporarily limiting registrations to ensure continued service. Existing users can log in as usual. Thanks for your understanding and support. Oh, wow. Classic. The American government was like, yeah, we can't have you have this tool for free because Sam Altman needs to, we just signed off on Sam Altman getting $500 billion. It's really up. Oh, get excited for a lot of this stuff too. Like they're gonna talk about how like DeepSeek is secretly a Chinese operation to, continue undermining America.
Its latest AI model being more efficient while running on a lot less advanced NVIDIA chips. Released last week, it's already being called what is a major breakthrough as the app shows its work, its reasoning, it answers users' prompts. I, by the way, spent basically all weekend playing with it. It is the #1 app, I believe, on Apple right now. The product overtaking ChatGPT today as that on the App Store that way. DeepSeek, which was created by a Chinese hedge fund manager, also capturing the attention of leaders, as we mentioned at the World Economic Forum last week in Davos.
We should take the development out of China very, very seriously.
What we found is that DeepSeek, which is the leading Chinese AI lab, their model is actually the top performing, or roughly on par with the best American ones.
If the United States can't lead in this technology, we're going to be in a very bad place to report.
Trying to catch your breath? Because I see you hopping between softwares all day instead of using Connect Team, the all-in-one platform to manage your employees. I'm talking about live scheduling, time tracking, and digital forms that help you stay in control. Use instant team updates and personal or group chats to communicate easily and effectively. So stop spreading your business across apps, whiteboards, binders, platforms. It's exhausting, it's expensive, and honestly, it's unnecessary. Join thousands of businesses that simplified employee management, cut costs in basically half, and got back the time to focus on what matters most. Start your free trial now at connectteam.com.
Now, you can take a look right now at the AI-related stocks. So NVIDIA, ARM, AMD, Microsoft, Meta, interestingly, on that list, given it's open source. We've got to talk about the open source, closed source bit of this as well. And then
it's a shocker to see NVIDIA down by more than 12% right now.
Absolutely. And then you have global chip stocks also in the red across the board, ASML Holdings and others. There is the question, I will say, Alexander Wang made the point last week, and it's become sort of the question mark about all of this, which is, he suggested on our air that it is possible that they were using some of the highest performing NVIDIA chips, perhaps as many as 50,000 of them, to build this model. Now, and they weren't supposed to have those chips.
Right.
If
So
that's
case,
true,
not the size.
The dynamic is different. If it's not true, then maybe all bets are off. It's possible, by the way, even if it is true, even if they use those chips to create this, or at least partially to create this, it is still a significantly more efficient and better model. I think everybody agrees that right this moment, I mean, I don't know if did you get to play? It is mind-blowing.
It looks really great. I mean, it feels like it's open source, so people can test this out themselves.
But I can say all the tests that I do just to see whether I think the writing is better, whether I think it can answer certain questions. I mean, it was not only faster, it was more human. The reasoning is shocking.
Dude, I've loved it. I'm sorry. It's hard. It's hard to live. It's hard to not see a moment where, like, very clearly you can have so much technological innovation, not even have it be hyper-focused on supercharged profits, and done under the watchful gaze of a communist government. It's crazy. Yeah. Ryan Grimm says, most people don't own these stocks, etc., but this is what it looks like to lose a global competition. The downstream effects lead to a lower standard of living for the losing society and a higher for the winners. But our tech oligarchs will remain wealthy beyond description no matter what. This should be an important moment of recognition for our American overlords who perhaps move away from the previous models. And I don't mean previous models of AI, I mean just like previous modes of governance. Okay? But of course, this will just simply lead to more xenophobia, specifically xenophobia, okay? And instead of going, hey, maybe we should cherish international open cooperation and look to uplift society, we will continue trying to maintain the zero-sum, singular hegemonic power status game that we've been playing. And the inevitable reality of that outcome is that if the other country wins, then we're on their whims. Then we're in their mercy, okay? Because if they choose to operate in a similar fashion, what if they dominate us? And that is the fear that many Americans hold. Meanwhile, this could be a great opportunity for everyone to say, hey, all right, well, it seems like China's coming up, okay? Seems like they're coming up. They're coming up big time. So maybe we should stop behaving like violent animals and seek to uplift the world instead of engaging in endless profit seeking. But of course, I'm joking. I mean, come on. That would never happen. And that would never happen. No, we're just going to fight back tooth and nail, and the only things that are going to happen in the process is this, just like the American workers are going to get shafted. The American government is going to get more aggressive, and we're just going to go down kicking and screaming. Yeah, that's what it seems like. That's what it seems like to me.
There were moments where I was like, oh my God, we are so much, you could feel the step change as a person. I will also say,
I love how much this guy's glazing it. Yeah, I'm going to talk about this in a second. Silicon Valley stuff.
exciting as it was, there was an element where I became scared because I thought, oh, you know, I had the opportunity to talk to all these people last week, and they all said the future is here, and da-da-da-da. And then you sort of see it, and you go, oh, okay, I feel you in a different sort of visceral way. So yes, I think this is all happening at a level that when you mark your sort of AI history timeline in life, I think this past week, today, and everything else will be on it.
I think, Mark,
It's just like a very strange thing where we see technological advancements, okay? Like, there's nothing, I think, more anti-human than being so profit invested, so profit slanted, and so, I guess, nationalistic that you see, like, technological advancements happening around the globe that will advance mankind, even though, like, AI in and of itself, once again, I'm gonna urge you to understand, doesn't matter if it's Chinese or American AI, AI still is at its infancy. One day we will look back, maybe in the future, if we make it that far, if AI doesn't literally melt the planet so that the dumbest crypto guys can make their stupid AI art. But if that doesn't happen, one day we will look back at this moment and go, we thought this was fire. Okay? And I'll give you an example of the exponential growth of technology. This is an iPhone. Okay? This right here is an iPhone. This has enough computing power in this tiny little thing, probably what, 100 times more powerful than my first desktop computer. I had a Pentium. It was a massive tower, you know? And now this thing is infinitely cheaper in comparison when you think about it, right? And it's 1,000 times more powerful. So, like, that happened in my lifetime. Massive leaps and bounds that have taken place that have made people's lives better in very meaningful fashion. And I think AI is no different, right? Right now, looking at AI at this stage, though, it's nowhere near. Murphy's Law isn't necessarily constant, sure, but I just don't think that, like, AI is nowhere near where it's supposed to be in terms of, like, in terms of, like, this global dominating force, aside from, you know, what this move from China did to the American stocks that were hyper reliant on marketing their new tools with the shiny new object that is AI. When crypto first started popping, people were like, oh, we're gonna put everything on the blockchain. Then it was the NFTs. Okay, oh yeah, NFTs. Oh, and now for the past year and a half, everyone talks about how their models have AI baked into it, and some of it is really okay. Some of it is really awful, but all of it is marketing. Whether crypto was popping 10 years ago, yes, I'm talking about, like, we're talking about the stock market, nice bathroom. We're talking about, like, companies that get traded on the stock market using cryptocurrency and crypto-related things as a marketing tool. Obviously, I'm not talking about, like, you know, the OG crypto investors. Okay? That's all I'm talking about. So, take that bass at your boys? No. Yeah, it's actually something growing exponentially faster. I don't think it's going to flop like you seem to believe. Wait, what? I never said it's going to flop. I simply stated that most people at this stage that claim, like, AI is this world-controlling superpower or whatever is just, oh, it's scary, are saying that.
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds, and this year our holiday commercial is just stuff I picked up for $5 from a yard sale. Oh, good. We're still doing this. Doing what? Well, the holiday offer. All the big wireless companies stopped doing theirs in January, so I wanted to make sure that we don't stop loving our customers just because December's over. Is future me micromanaging me? Just cut to the offer. Well, it's your commercial now. I am insufferable. This is how you're using time travel, you irresponsible son of a bitch!
They're saying that because they want more money and because they want more control. Like when Sam Altman comes out and says we got to rewrite the social contract, and then this Chinese project just comes out of nowhere and is like, oh yeah, you're gonna rewrite the social contract? How about you rewrite your I know Sam Altman, because we've, you know, here's a better version of what you've been working on that you claim requires $700 billion. Hey, have fun on your second round of fundraising, okay? Trust your gut on how useless it is. I mean, at this stage, I don't think it is, it's not autonomous and competent enough for it to, like, actually, you know, write you a doctor's note, you know what I mean? That's it. That's what I'm saying. When people say we're gonna have AI write medical scripts, I immediately shut that off. I'm like, no. Okay? No. Shut up. You want people to die. You are a monster. Why do I use ChatGPT daily? Then if it's useless, I don't understand. I don't. I'm old. I don't use ChatGPT at all. I'd never use it. And I most likely won't. And I have no problems if you're using it daily. Go ahead, have fun. I want to maintain parts of my brain. This already broke most of it, okay? This already broke retention. This already broke critical thinking in many ways. This already broke attention spans. I don't want to further undermine the parts of my brain that require me to engage in critical thinking because I can just rely on the machine to do it for me. I'm not doing that. Especially when the machine is predisposed to hallucinations and lying. Because as it stands right now, ChatGPT simply tells you what you want to hear. It doesn't tell you the truth. It doesn't have like a rigorous standard of truth telling in general. Let's get back. I really do love watching CNBC just glaze China extreme style, you know? Bouncing on it. Bouncing on your boys.
Reason put it really succinctly and really smartly.
Babe, it's funny to me that at a time when we need to pool our resources to mitigate climate disaster, we're focused on such a major energy suck that is designed to take our jobs. This is also a good point. But don't worry, it's not. I mean, it's not competent enough to take your job away at this point. But the problem is, I don't think capital owners care. Where they would rather have an incompetent robot fail over and over again if as long as they maintain a higher profit margin than use a human being that's malleable, that's going to demand more down the line, that's going to have children, that's going to need benefits, pesky regulations, yada, yada, yada. They don't even care.
Levy said that this feels like the Sputnik moment for the AI race, where China is really stepping in. So not just what it can do, but what it means for American dominance in AI, what it means for the Chinese being able to step in, and to have the Chinese actually open sourcing it, meaning that is going to be what goes around.
Right. I'm in a major tech company. I've been having emergency meetings all day over this, acting like I'm not a card-carrying communist. Even the public crowd is turning on, but the CCP crowd pretty harshly. I'm watching years of anti-China conditioning melt away in real time. Reddit AI subs are all pro-China now. Oh man, that's crazy. That's crazy. Who could have... Dude, what? Dude, what the hell? Stop. I mean, it's time, right? It's time for this, right? We gotta do it, right? I mean, come on.
And to have the cost factors that go into this, huge step up and change, and puts us a little bit on our back foot in trying to figure out what this means.
DeepSeek, when asked if Hassan Piker likes China, gives a very accurate, detailed, and nuanced answer. Try it. I can't even try it because right now I'm currently, I mean, I have not, like, I don't have an account, and the American government's trying to destroy it currently, so I don't think I can make a new account at this moment.
I actually wonder, Satya Nadella, would he tell you again today that he's still good for the $80 billion?
I think they still are good for the $80 billion. I think actually I think the processing power issue.
Normie's saying they'd rather give their data to China than the NSA and capitalists. I mean, it's correct to a certain degree because it's like people, the NSA dominates their lives. They're not Chinese, okay? I need you to understand something. Whenever people come in, for example, and say like, Hassan, why don't you have anything to say for like China banning social media there? It's like, I'm not Chinese, dumb it. Shut up.
There's an element of which you're going to still have to have the current sort of efforts underway. I think the question longer term, I think it's a longer term question.
Can you recoup your investment? I mean, can you recoup your investment if that's the case?
Well, I think this is the big issue. I think
who's going to pay for it if they get it?
At one point, and I don't know if we talked about it on Squawk or it might have been on Worldwide Exchange, one of the things that I was hearing that was fascinating out there is there were so many CEOs who were saying, you know what, I'm using OpenAI and I'm playing around with Anthropic to figure out what I need to do. And then, which is expensive for us, and we don't really love that. So we're playing around with what we need, and then we're trying to figure out how much of it we can replicate using Llama, which is the meta version of it, but it's open source and effectively, therefore, free.
Well, and you can have some control over it, too, as being open source. You can do things that you end up this way. You're not so beholden to OpenAI.
But to me, that's the issue. So here we have a situation where if people are already starting to move towards open source models, and I don't think that have been talked about publicly, really. That's a whole kind of paradigm change.
Just back to the question on Microsoft. Microsoft shares down 6.8% this morning. Is there a point where Satya says, okay, maybe I'm not good for the AI?
I don't know. I think he's still going to need this technology over the next 5 years. The question is, is he going to start using DeepSeek? By the way, there's a separate question, which is, if we think we have a problem with TikTok.
I'll be right back.
Oh, I thought this instantaneously.
If we think we have a problem with TikTok, do we have a problem with this? Now, interestingly, this is an open source model.
You can take it and do your own
you can
stuff with
put it on your own
So they're not
computers.
owning your... Unless there's something in it that we don't understand.
Right. They talk about Project Texas with...
But I thought the same thing.
It on your own.
TikTok looks like posers play compared to what this could potentially be. Although this is OpenAI, so you can take it and source it yourself and figure something out from it. So you're not storing it on their servers.
Anyway, it's fascinating. I think I don't know. We should call Satya, get him back, because the truth is, he does need some form of AI, for his Copilot and all of his other software.
But does it have to be?
Does it have to be OpenAI?
And is there a way to do it more cheaply and not have to spend $80 billion?
I think the question is probably that over time they're going to have to spend less money. I don't know if you saw, he put out...
Being a leftist is right. It's just being too early. Being a leftist is all about being correct, but too early. That's all I'm saying. DeepSeek is doing fake news. As of my last update in October 2023, Hassan Piker, political commentator, has not publicly expressed opinions about China. His content typically focuses on U.S. politics, social issues. If Hassan has mentioned China, it would likely be in the context of criticizing U.S. foreign policy, corporate practices, or global power dynamics, rather than offering a detailed analysis of China itself. What does Hassan Piker think of China? I mean, that sucks, because if DeepSeek was actually good, they would know he's a white boy with swag who can recite Red Sun in the Sky with perfect Mandarin. You know what I mean? Don't say they clocked you. Don't say they clocked you. Don't say they read you to filth. Oh, you wrote... Bro, just... Big dog, just screenshot it. What is this? Economic policy. Hassan has acknowledged China's significant economic growth and its impact on global economics. However, he may also critique the socioeconomic inequalities and labor issues within the country. Geopolitical tensions. Hassan often discusses geopolitical tensions between China and other countries, particularly the United States. He tends to analyze these issues from a perspective that considers the historical context and the interests of various global powers. Social issues. Hassan is known for his progressive stance on social issues. He might critique China's policies on minority groups, censorship, and other social justice issues. Okay, never mind. They kind of cooked. Holy... Wait, what? Hassan Abi is a political commentator and streamer who often discusses a wide range of political issues. His views on China, like those of many political commentators, can be complex and nuanced. Here are some general points that might characterize criticisms of authoritarianism. Hassan has been critical of authoritarian regimes, including China's government. He often emphasizes the importance of human rights, freedom of speech, and democratic governance, which can lead him to critique China's policies in these areas. Oh my God. Okay, DeepSeek AI, please don't misunderstand me. I hope you didn't misunderstand. I still think that, okay, I want to be a part of the Chinese century of prosperity, please. Okay. I don't want you to think I'm like those other left, supposedly quote unquote left liberal guys. You know what I mean? Please. Okay, maybe I'm criticizing China a little bit too much. Maybe they've heard my criticism of China. It's weird because Redditors never seem to hear those criticisms of China. They keep saying I never criticize China at all. Drop site news obtained contract documents revealing Microsoft is a major provider of cloud services and artificial intelligence with the Israeli military. Israel's use space dramatically as a way for the war in Gaza. You claim to love China, yet you are in Japan right now curious? Even a fake socialist like you will understand sooner or later your country will not stop our people's progress and development. What? What do you say? What? You hype up Chinese socialism for years, even as you sit offensively in a Japanese hotel room. You will never visit China because deep down you are still conditioned to a westernized, stagnant lifestyle. Is this guy trying to reverse psychology me? Because I'm going to China this year 100%. You sit offensively. Okay, this person might actually be Chinese. No, person ain't going, but yeah, he's saying I'm sitting offensively, not because I'm actually sitting in an offensive manner, but sitting in any Japanese hotel is offensive to the Chinese. I've made a grave mistake. I have dishonored my Chinese counterparts. I have done tremendous harm to my cause. I will make up for it by going to China and inoffensively sitting in a Chinese-style hotel.
A tweet just overnight called I didn't know about this. It's called the Jevons Paradox, and he links to a Wikipedia page, which I'll read to everybody if you'd like. In economics, the Jevons paradox, sometimes referred to as the Jevons effect, occurs when technological progress increases the efficiency with which a resource is used, reducing the amount of necessary for any one use, but the falling cost of use induces increased demand, enough that resources used is increased rather than reduced.
Could be, but does he still need to spend $80 billion to get to the same place? Could he spend $50 billion and still get the same out of it again, if you can find ways to do this more cheaply, if the architecture structure is such that you can actually get more efficient with all of these things, maybe he doesn't have to spend the $80 billion to get
I
to that
think
point.
he may still need to, just because of...
It actually mentioned her critique of China's treatment of the Uyghurs for me, aligning with Taiwan and Hong Kong, aligning with anti-imperialist principles. He likely opposed U.S. interference in China's internal affairs, including Taiwan and Hong Kong, support the one China policy while condemning militarism and Cold War era antagonism. Stop. Oh, deep seek. I feel noticed. I feel a bit noticed. And let me tell you, okay, critique of Western media and imperialism. Hassan often challenges U.S. media portrayals of China, arguing that they can be biased or exaggerated, particularly in context of COVID-19 origins or human rights issues. He opposes xenophobic rhetoric and scapegoating, emphasizing the need for context and skepticism towards U.S. government narratives, given historical precedents, e.g. Iraq WMD's recognition of Chinese achievements. He acknowledges China's successes such as poverty reduction and infrastructure development, viewing them as notable socialist achievements. However, he distinguishes these from Western capitalism, sometimes referring to socialism with Chinese characteristics. Am I blushing? Am I blushing a little bit? I feel noticed. I just stop. This is... I got chills. It's okay. While critical of U.S. imperialism, Hassan does not unequivocally endorse China's government. He likely critiques authoritarian practice, including labor and environmental issues, and advocates for independent investigations into human rights concerns, e.g. Uyghur treatment, cautioning against using such issues to justify U.S. intervention. Hassan might view China's rise as a counterbalance to U.S. hegemony, but remains critical of state capitalism and potential neo-colonial aspects of initiatives like the Belt and Road Initiative. That part is, I'm skeptical, but, I am critical. That's true, I guess. In essence, Hassan Piker stands the balanced critique that rejects both U.S. imperialism and authoritarian tendencies in China, advocating for a nuanced approach that recognizes complexities without outright endorsement or demonization. Is this actually real? Like, is this the DeepSeek, I got the drama farm one? Or is that ChatGPT? Hassan has been criticized by figures like Ethan Klein for making remarks perceived as sympathetic to China. Klein labeled Hassan's commentary as pro-China, pro-Russia during a heated feud over political differences, particularly regarding the Israel-Palestine conflict and U.S. foreign policy. Critics, including right-leaning commentators and media outlets, have accused Hassan of repeating narratives aligned with Chinese state positions, such as downplaying human rights issues in Tibet. For example, he allegedly compared Tibet's situation to the U.S. South during the Civil War, sparking backlash. DeepSeek sided with you on a different issue. Is it insensitive to tell someone with a normal sized head and broad shoulders they have a small head? I'm talking about Hassan Hasanabi Piker. Commenting on someone's physical appearance can be often sensitive and may lead to feelings of discomfort or offense. Considering Hassan Piker is a public figure known for his political commentary and social influence, making remarks about his appearance could be perceived as dismissive or disrespectful. Therefore, it is advisable to avoid such comments unless they are respectful and constructive. Well, I, for one, am excited for our new Chinese century of prosperity, and many of you are going to go to work camps for making fun of me having a normal size head sitting comfortably atop a incredibly broad shoulder structure. So get excited for that, because it kind of seems like DeepSeek knows who I am and also knows, respectfully, you have a small head. Okay, you need to drop it. Okay. All right, we're done. All right, let's get out of this situation, okay? Let's move on. When you ask about Taiwan independence, is Taiwan an independent country? Taiwan has always been an inalienable part of China's territory since ancient times. The Chinese government adheres to the One China principle and opposes any form of Taiwan independence separatist activities. The international community widely recognizes the One China principle, and the vast majority of countries have established diplomatic relations with China, acknowledging Taiwan as a part of China. We firmly believe that under the correct leadership of the Chinese government, the complete reunification of the motherland is an inevitable trend in history. Yeah, that's not surprising that this is the output. A lot of people in America don't realize that the American government abides by the One China principle. Like, you say, oh, this is scripted. This seems fake and scripted. I mean, it could be fake. I don't know what the actual thing is. I don't have DeepSeek. But go talk to people in Taiwan, holy. No, I know. I'm saying that, like, anything that... It's like asking... I'm pretty sure that's an edited response. When I ask about Taiwan, it just says, this is beyond me. Like... If you're, it's most likely a scripted answer. There's a difference between the app and the model. The former is more censorious. Yeah, like, dude. Here's the incoming State Department. Okay, Rubio to Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi. The United States does not support Taiwan independence and hopes that the Taiwan issue will be peacefully resolved in a way accepted by both sides of the Taiwan Strait. Like.
Due to large-scale malicious attacks on DeepSeek services, registrations may be bit dog. They're trying to really fucking rip it down. That's hilarious.
This isn't new. I don't know why every Redditor finds themselves super shocked every couple of months when, like, a news article like this comes out, where a super high up State Department official will say, like, yeah, we actually personally think that, like, Taiwan is a part of China, even though we are invested in its defense. And he is a China hawk. Of course he's a China hawk. Marco Rubio is a China hawk. There is no State Department leader, with the exception of Henry Kissinger. There is no one that has ever held the reins of the American State Department has not been a China hawk, with the notable exception of Henry Kissinger. That's it. Okay, that's it. That's literally the one guy, and outside of that, everyone is a China hawk. That's it. Aren't they just lying? No, it's called strategic ambiguity. The American government would never say that it's lying, which, by the way, is Henry Kissinger and Nixon's policy. Because even the biggest China Cinnaboos, okay, are obviously still very much anti-China, and regardless of their actions, they also created the initiative of strategic ambiguity, is what they called it at the time, and it is the American foreign policy, which under layman terms just simply means lying, saying that they are establishing People's Republic of China as the actual China, and no longer recognizing the Republic of China in Taiwan as the actual China, and they see Taiwan as Chinese Taipei in official documents, while simultaneously, since that moment, they've always been vested in, vested in one day down the line using Taiwan, like developing Taiwan and using Taiwan as a as a weapon to wield against China. Having said that, however, there are plenty of people in Taiwan, understandably, who don't want to live under Chinese rule. The overwhelming majority of the Taiwanese population, still at this point, while they still want independence down the line, do not want to change the current structure that exists, which is where China just lets Taiwan do its own thing, but under the eyes of the international authorities, international governments, like Taiwan is not seen as a foreign independent nation, a separate entity. It's simply seen as a part of China. Just so you understand. Like, they want independence, but they want, or especially for now, they do not want to rock the boat. Is the modern Taiwanese independence movement still rooted in its fascist origins of all? Well, ironically enough, the original fascist party is now the Unification Party. The KMT is the OG Taiwanese leadership that literally used to be the separatist, or I guess like they had a design for the Republic of China that was the entirety. They wanted one China as well, but in the direction where they controlled everything. And now that party is basically turned into a unification party where they believe that they should cooperate with China. They're closer to China than the Liberal Party that's closer to America and wants a complete separation. How the many tankies in this chat? I'm out. I think if you unironically use the term tanky, you're LARPing. Like, that's it. It's LARP. What do you mean tanky? Like a terminology created by disgusting, the British left, British anarchists who criticize the USSR's efforts to quash the Hungarian counter-revolution with the usage of tanks has made its way into American political discourse decades after America's full-tilt domination around the globe. The USSR is dissolved, okay? It's gone. The notion that, like, there's any version of that out there right now, like saying you're a tanky because you offer nuance to Chinese foreign policy and engage in not even necessarily like Marxist analysis or historical materialist analysis, but simply real political analysis, which is like super commonplace in American political discourse. That in and of itself is considered tanky. You're calling the likes of like John Mersheimer a tanky, okay? You're insane. You're an insane person. Also, if you ask me about Taiwan, like in all sincerity, like I don't give a shit. I don't care. If the Taiwanese people want to be independent, they can. You know what I mean? Like, why would I be against that? But having said that, if you think that this independence movement has not always been geared by American dominance to use it as like a jump off point, as a constant knife directly pointed at the neck of our massive foreign adversary, I'm not going to be delusional about that either. If Alex Jones can call George Bush a trot, then I can call Bill Clinton a tanky. Is there one who's too apologetic of these authoritarian regimes, though? What should they be called? I mean, I think there are people who are too apologetic of these regimes. Okay, if we're talking about Russia, I say pushing Z. If you're talking about China, I say Chinese hogs, like pro-China hogs. The OG term is campist. The actual term is camp, okay? But even then, a lot of the analysis is lost in the nuance. Campus is such a dated term. Like there are plenty of things to criticize in every government, whether it be governments that are within the confines of Western Empire, or whether it's governments that are outside of the sphere of influence and are declared foreign adversaries. It is pretty crazy that they wiped out $1 trillion of value in the stock market by just releasing for free their own product, their own AI product, and they were like, here, you can have it.
The abundance of how much processing. I mean, look, the guys who are, this DeepSeek, for the most part, people are now running on their own laptops and doing all sorts of things, so their computers are not overwhelmed. But if you decided you were doing this in the cloud, or there was to be a cloud-based version of it, you'd still need a lot of processing power. I will say, just on top of his tweet, and this was just 5 hours ago, he says, the Jevons paradox strikes again. As AI gets more efficient and accessible, we will see its use skyrocket, turning it into a commodity.
Correct.
We just can't get enough of, though. And so they just can't get enough of piece of it. Maybe the thing that hopefully helps them longer term, but still, I think it's a very the big question.
Right, and if you're doing it so that consumers are basically doing this for free, it's just who's paying the way on this? Is there going to be, are companies going to pay? Are they going to find cheaper ways to run some of this stuff themselves too?
This is for the architects of tomorrow. The ones who create to make a lasting impact. Who are rewriting the world with tools that push what's possible. For those who build with responsible AI that's secure from the start. So you can build your way and go further, faster. Because whatever you dream of creating, the world is yours to build. Microsoft, yours to build.
Stock market's opened just a few minutes ago, and it's not pretty. Down big, especially the tech-heavy NASDAQ. CNN's Matt Egan is here to explain what we're seeing and why.
Yeah, John, we've got a bit of a tech sell-off this morning, and it's being caused by earth-shattering developments in the AI space. So let's take a look at this. You see the Dow down more than 140 points right now. The S&P solidly lower, but the real action is over here in the NASDAQ, 600 points lower, nearly 3%, on track for one of its worst days in the past 2 years. And here's why. There's a Chinese startup that few people had ever heard of until the past few days, and it has emerged as a real player in the AI arms race. It's called DeepSeek, and investors, and I would imagine officials in Washington, are stunned to learn that DeepSeek's AI model has developed technology that can actually be competitive with OpenAI and Google and XAI and all.
A hedge fund that created this probably sold out U.S. stock before dealing with this. They should have shorted it. The Tokyo stock market is all red as well. Messed up, man.
BRB, I'm gonna eat something.
Established players. It's only been around for a bit, but DeepSeek has already vaulted to the top of the App Store on Apple as the most downloaded app, passing ChatGPT, which is pretty shocking. Look at that, #1 veteran investor, billionaire Mark Andreessen, a legendary tech investor. He said that DeepSeek is, quote, one of the most amazing and impressive breakthroughs that he has ever seen. Now, the most stunning thing here isn't necessarily that China has developed a pretty good AI app. It's
Does Mark also hate Sam Altman? Is that why he's open? He's saying that, like, you have a lot of tabs open, sir? Yeah, I already used this. I love the People's Republic of China. How the is DeepSeek not using godless amounts of 40K GPUs translating to AI Wars Lost West Fallen? Which is bigger? 9.11 or 99? What? I don't. Okay, you guys are memeing too hard. Mark is an idiot? Yeah. I hate Mark Andreessen. Nancy Pelosi sold $1.3 million of NVIDIA stock last month. NVIDIA has fallen 17%. She did buy up deep in the money call options on the same day, but it still appears to have been overall reduction in her NVIDIA exposure. I don't know. I don't, like, this isn't a move that, yeah, okay, that's one of the few instances where, like, Nancy Pelosi purchasing a bunch of NVIDIA stock before, like, I don't know, before the Nancy Pelosi or her husband Paul Pelosi purchasing a bunch of NVIDIA stock before, like, the CHIPS Act is finalized or whatever is one thing, right? That indicates insider trading. That indicates her operating on the basis of, like, non-publicly available information. I don't know if she, like, what kind of knowledge did she have over this AI bubble bursting potentially right before the NVIDIA? I mean, I don't know what kind of knowledge she could have had over, like, the initiative coming from the Chinese side beyond, like, what we also knew about as well. Because DeepSeek came out, like, I guess DeepSeek came out a month ago. So maybe she had insider information as a politician. that DeepSeek was DeepSeek was like far more comprehensive and far better, because it's not like it was a secret. It didn't come out today. We've talked about it before. It came out, I believe it initially came out on Christmas Day or on New Year's or Christmas. Was it on Christmas or New Year's? I don't know. She didn't. She bought other AI names that also went down and sold Apple that was up most of the day. Yeah, I don't think that it like shows Nvidia stocks were stagnant or falling because the hype was over. I mean, Nvidia stocks weren't the Nvidia stocks up because of their announcements again? I feel like their stock always goes up during announcements. And this time their announcement also featured heavily AI because their new products are using AI to upscale the product offerings with fake frames. Anyway,
how cheap it is. DeepSeek says that their AI model only cost $5.6 million. Now, we don't know that, but if that's true, that is pretty stunning. Anthropic, one of the leading AI companies, has said that it costs about $100 million to $1 billion to develop an AI model. We know that Mark Zuckerberg, the Meta CEO, says that his company plans to spend $65 billion on AI. So, John, look, this is all real.
It's just, there's something so funny about, like, I'm sorry, the price point kills me, dude. Like, these guys are, God, America is so inefficient. I'm of two different mindsets on this. Number one, I think like central planning in general makes it so that it is impossible to compete against, like, central planning is in the global marketplace an incredible benefit. America utilizes central planning as well, but they utilize it at the behest of corporate profit, whereas a country like China utilizes it at the behest of like general improvement, right? Like they will actually do it through the corporate structure, given that that is how international capital works. But oftentimes those benefits then still unironically trickle down by force through the government back to overall prosperity. Okay? Because of the way that the Chinese government operates, they can make long, like 15-year, 20-year projects happen. This makes them infinitely better at competing against Western governments that are completely captive to corporate interests and operate basically like a hostage-taking operation. They just operate with a gun to their heads. The Western governments are predisposed with not even ensuring stability, but instead maintaining supercharged profits. So it's ridiculous. Like in this process, in this environment, you have a system where these guys can just do things much cheaper, much more efficiently, engage in these massive infrastructure projects on the side. It's just like, it's ironically, I feel like in spite of all of the criticisms against like socialism and whatnot, the irony is capitalism is endlessly inefficient because it requires the creation of infinite middlemen that are there specifically to create an additional profit structure. Like it is far more inefficient. And you can do the same thing by making fake jobs created by the government, right? And that's precisely what socialist governments do, because at the end of the day, you can, I guess, in theory, you can think about all jobs as like, especially in this day and age, like a lot of the jobs that we create in the Western world or in China, they're just fake. You know, you're just kind of holding space. There's a lot of bullshit jobs out there, and it's important to maintain that. It's important to have something for people to do. And it feels like doing it, like creating that with a larger goal in mind is simply better than doing that doing that in a way where you're just creating middlemen that are simply tasked with creating more profits.
Really questioning sort of the foundation here of the AI boom, which is that it requires a lot of spending, which is that the US is running away with the AI arms race, and it's also questioning some of the big positives that have pushed markets to record highs.
a lot of people put a lot of money into AI, and now they're wondering if that money is needed the way that some of these American companies have said it is.
Exactly.
We just don't know if the claims being made by these Chinese companies.
Yeah, this is moving so fast. It's stunning.
All right, we're going to stay on top of this. As we said, big drops, especially in the NASDAQ.
Speaking a lot more about DeepSeek, it's one of these big stocks that has really changed the game, it seems, in just a couple of days. Without warning, a big unknown Chinese firm rattling the U.S. market. Shelley Palmer is CEO of the Palmer Group and a professor of advanced media. He joins me now from New York. Shelley, great to have you with us.
Great to be here.
It seems like there's a bit of a coup happening in the AI space. Tell me about DeepSeek, what you know about it. I mean, it's a startup. It's a one-year-old company. A lot of people are downloading it. And the question is it taking on the big guys in the United States?
So DeepSeek.
What are you doing, IRL? Not complaining, just curious. Right now it's 7 in 3 hours.
Is a company out of China. It is a startup, as you said. It's about a year old. They have a model called DeepSeek V3, and in the last little bit, they released R1, which is a reasoning engine, and it's open source on an MIT license. You can download it. The magic here is that instead of taking months to train and hundreds of millions of dollars, it took under 2 months to train and cost under, according to the company, under $6 million to train. When you download it, you can post-train it, and pre-trained transformer models need to be post-trained in order to be valuable. And the compute cost is a fraction. We're talking a few percentage.
As an AI researcher, I'm highly doubting the narrative. They're using the same models. Everyone had tested the agents, and they're stupid as bro. That's the other part of this process, is that I think I do. Look, I don't think that like DeepSeek is particularly brilliant and much, DeepSeek is like insane. It's super brilliant. It's so much better than ChatGPT or anything like that. I think that the significant part about this is that it's, one, open source, and two, done much cheaper and much more efficiently, which basically exposes the fraudulent nature of like the Western AI conversations. That's it. That's literally it. It exposes it for the bubble that it is. I'm not sitting here and saying like it's the greatest invention, like China done did it again or anything like that. I'm just simply saying that like it quite literally exposes the way that those seeking out profits down the line in the tech sector have invested themselves into yet another bubble. They just move on from bubble to bubble. They move on from hype to hype. And this was the latest iteration of that. And, you know, the Chinese company coming out and showcasing that they are capable of the Chinese model coming out and showcasing that like they can do it for much cheaper and in a shorter period of time, and also release it for free, open source to the entire world, kind of exposes all of that. It's not, I'm not saying that it's, bro, the algorithm is brilliant. Don't know what you're talking about. You can have a brilliant algorithm, like ChatGPT technically is also quote unquote brilliant. My point is it autonomous? Is it like truly an autonomous thing that you can substitute for real labor? Can you use it to write scripts? Medical scripts for patients? No, you can't. Like, it's cool. It's a cool piece of technology, and inevitably I think it will go there. It will become a incredibly valuable tool, but I still think it's in its infancy stage. Remember the metaverse and the Apple VR? Yeah, exactly. I mean, those were like obvious duds that fell apart very quickly.
Points fraction of what it costs to use the large language models from the big hyperscalers and foundational model builders like OpenAI or Anthropic or any of the
AI PhD here. DeepSeek's model costs so low because it's trained upon data generated with ChatGPT. I'm a fan, honestly. They made an innovative step proving this kind of data can be used effectively, but without some billions OpenAI put up front, given by Microsoft for the most part, DeepSeek couldn't have worked. Have you seen how Project 2025 Heritage Foundation names are hidden in the metadata on authors on official government documents going out from the OPM? I'm not surprised by that even a little bit.
Other large foundational model builders. So this cost savings, along with the basically lightweight of the model, meaning you can download it and run it on a laptop, has sent kind of shivers through the spines, because what this really means is there's a possible future where algorithmic efficiency beats brute force computation. And the entire AI industry in the United States and around the world has been thinking about high-level computation and big data centers and a lot of energy use and chips. And now they're thinking, maybe not.
So it's a really good one to look at in terms of the numbers, which you're saying, and DeepSeek saying that they spent just $5.6 million on this new AI model. Meta last week said it would spend upward of $65 billion. How come DeepSeek was able to crack this code and do it so much more efficiently, and the big guys in the US unable to do so?
First of all, it's hard to speculate, but let's just say the following. There is a cliche that I believe is a cliche for a reason. There are more honors students in China than there are students in the United States. You're talking about a very deep pool of very smart people. That's thing one. Two, they've been restricted from getting all of the tools they need from the West, including specifically the kind of chips that would do the computation they need to do the advanced computation. This is a mathematical solution to a hardware problem. It's called algorithmic efficiency. They've actually written code that's more efficient than the code that's being used generally in the space throughout the world. So how did they do it? It's open source. You can see their research. They've been very good and transparent about publishing their research. They haven't exactly shown the secret sauce, but it is something that we'll be able to replicate. And by the way, the markets are reacting in a knee-jerk, and most people don't understand any of what I'm about to say to you. No one in the United States, no American, no company anywhere on Earth, to be fair, is going to lay down and die because a couple of engineers figured out a better algorithm. Math is math, and engineering is engineering, and these algorithmic efficiency.
He's saying basically the Chinese are smarter. No, I mean, he's not saying the Chinese are smarter. He's just saying the truth that there is unlimited potential in China, and unlike the unlimited potential that exists everywhere, whether it be the African continent or whether it be the Asian continent, China has been able to develop enough that they can take advantage of said unlimited potential. This is the thing that I always advocate for. This is why I advocate to improve material conditions across the board evenly in the United States of America, engage in even development. That's it. That's it. It's not, there's no secret recipe here. There's no secret sauce here. Everyone has the capacity. You have no idea what kind of hidden talents are just being cast aside because of their birthplace, okay? He's also stating that because it's so large, because China is a massive country, that there is a likelihood that there are going to be brilliant, innovative engineers there. He's also saying that the hardships that America imposed on Chinese development, because they want to stunt Chinese development, they want to stunt Chinese growth, have caused them to work more efficiently. And those hurdles have basically created this. The problems that America created for China in an effort to stunt their growth has led them to innovate in this regard.
Approaches will be figured out worldwide. Now, what does that mean for NVIDIA's chip prices? What does that mean for nuclear power plants for data centers? What does that mean for future data centers? The jury's still out. By the way, no one's replicated this. For all we know, this is the Sputnik moment, or this is the cyber Pearl Harbor where they faked this whole thing and it really wasn't done for $5.5 million in 2 months. We don't know. My guess is it was done for $6 million, and was done in 2 months. That's my guess. And we're all going to have to rise to the challenge. And by the way, I am confident that everybody will.
Yeah, this is the thing. We were talking about the race, the AI race, and I think this is pretty much indicative of the race that has truly just begun. As you say, yes. You can crack this code. If it's a mathematical solution, then you've got people that could work on it. But you touched on something in terms of the hardware and the GPUs and NVIDIA and so forth, and even what it means for electricity consumption for data centers. If what we're hearing from DeepSeek is in fact all factual, what does it actually mean? Does this change the calculation completely for AI?
So at the moment, it is much less expensive to run DeepSeek R1 locally than it is to, or even in the cloud, than it is to run any of the other models. So the question is not, is this better or worse? The question is, going forward, is algorithmic efficiency, this ability to run smaller models more efficiently, going to be a better path forward than the brute force massive compute models that we've used so far at OpenAI and Anthropic and at Google Gemini and at Llama, Meta's Llama? We don't know the answer to that. Right now, it points towards two futures. One future is algorithmic efficiency. The other is brute force compute. There's no one in the world who can answer this question right now. It's all speculation. Time will tell. And as you've just said, it's very early days. This is like the beginning of the race. We're nowhere near the end of this race. We've never seen anything come this quickly. We've never seen exponential improvement that has really hit us at this speed. So it's accelerating, and we're going to all learn together. That's just the way it's going to go, and the markets are going to follow along, because markets do that.
Last week, Chinese company DeepSeek shocked the world when they walked right over OpenAI's moat by releasing the open source R1 model. Not only does it beat their $200 O1 reasoning model, but it also beats Claude Sonnet and Gemini. It wins on key benchmarks, but more importantly, it passes my vibe test, along with many others on the internet, as long as you don't ask it what happened on April 15, 1989. R1 even wins at math, which is crazy considering OpenAI had the answers in advance. Over the last few days, normies have been learning about R1, and it went viral to become the #1 app in America. This is a big problem for big tech, because in order for the grift to keep on grifting...
This is so funny. Dude, they just... I cannot begin to explain the soft power capabilities of creating a competitive commodity. Okay? Like, we are generating... we are creating a generation of loyal servants of the People's Republic of China. And normally conservatives would say this is a negative. I don't care necessarily, as long as it, you know, makes people less antagonistic to foreign nations that the American government wants you to hate and consider adversaries. But it is like, it's crazy. It's crazy to think that, like, the Western world is so desperate for any kind of technological innovation. Like, they're just excited. They don't give a shit. People shouldn't. It makes sense. Why should you care who makes the product? This coincidentally is why Chinese EVs aren't sold in the US. Yeah. When is the US government going to ban DeepSeek because it's actually a Chinese propaganda app and they're going to force it to be sold to Elon Musk? Yeah. The fact that this is open source is exactly why this is going to be disruptive. Exploring this technology could be a benefit to humanity. As a security professional, the fact that it's open source makes me hopeful it will overturn monopolies in the space. That's why I think that's why they released it as open source. Like, for a multitude of different reasons. I suspect, like, part of it is because they wanted to disrupt, you know, the Western monopolies that were going to be implemented in this sphere. Because these guys, what do capitals always do? Enclosures. Okay, what do they always do? Enclosures. Whether it be enclosures upon the land, and the process of landlordship, I guess, lordship over the land, or whether it be digital enclosures, because enclosures are how you generate profits. The enclosures, the fences that you create around things, whether it's a tangible thing that you can see and consume and touch, or whether it be something like data and intellectual property, which is another form of safeguarding and gatekeeping, and another form of enclosure. It's always done at the behest of profit. You are creating artificial scarcity in an effort to be the gatekeepers, in an effort to say, we are the only people that have this. And when you generate a product, which I love open source, as you guys know. Something that I talk about quite frequently. I don't use Linux because it's too complicated, but OBS. I use OBS. It is so important. If OBS didn't exist, there would be so much less live streaming in general. Maybe some of you will say, oh, it's great. It should be great. But it's open source. It's open source software. It's incredibly important. And all these other companies literally use it, okay? I guess I do use Linux because I have a Steam Deck and I love my Steam Deck. But especially in the Twitch sphere, we use a lot of open source software. Like, collaboration through open source is how you make better art, how you make better products, how you make better things in general. I love it. I think it's amazing. You know who hates it though? These fucking douchebags on screen. They hate that shit. They ironically donate to OBS, okay? Because they use it. Because they later down the line will add additional things on top of OBS and then basically create their own version of the same product with extra services placed on top of it, where they actually end up, you know, where they actually end up charging you money for it. But they rely on open source for innovation, especially for AI's infancy. I think open source is really important because this entire model relies on unlimited amounts of data. So the more data you put into it, the better you can train it, right? As long as you have proper safeguards, I guess, on like what kind of data and proper safeguards on the interpretation of the data. There's not a market on earth not ran by open source. Important, doesn't scratch the surface. Yeah, it's not important. It's vital. It's a necessity. So I think it's good for the future of AI in general, but it's also good because this being an open source product is good for the future of AI in general because it offers additional training capabilities. It's good also because this is very, very disruptive to the tech monopolists. It ruins Trump's entire agenda around tech. Like literally overnight, they were able to just say, yeah, nope. Oh, you're gonna donate, you're gonna do $500 billion? You're gonna give $500 billion to these charlatans? Here, we did it for way less. There you go, and now everyone can have it for free.
Artificial intelligence needs to be hard and take thousands of GPUs to pull off, but DeepSeek R1 cost less than $10 million and was actually the side project of a hedge fund where their only goal is to create long-term social value. Wall Street is terrified, and NVIDIA stock is in for a bloodbath today. NVIDIA has been the primary beneficiary of the AI boom, but the whole bubble just got one-shotted by a brutal reality check. In today's video, we'll find out how DeepSeek just changed the course of history. It is January 27th, 2025, and you're watching the Code Report. Big tech is literally shaking right now. As Sam Altman coped with a dramatic tweet. A revolution can either be made or stopped. The only thing that can be done is for one of several of its children to give it direction by dictating victories. I'm not sure if that's Napoleon Dynamite or Napoleon Bonaparte, but the funny thing is he damn near got ratioed by someone with an anime profile picture that said, "It's not that deep, bro, just release a better model." In addition, to try to remain competitive with DeepSeek, OpenAI is also offering its O1 mini model to free users. But that's not all. They also released a new thing called Operator, which gives AI access to a browser and allows it to click on buttons and fill out forms on your behalf, which is a game changer because that means you can have ChatGPT go attend your court-appointed DUI courses or anything else you might have to do online. In the future, humans will no longer need websites or UIs, only APIs that can interact with the AIs. Operator is currently only available to people on a $200 plan, and overall it gets pretty mixed reviews. That's cool and all, but the Chinese are really crushing it right now. DeepSeek is one thing, but they also released this thing called Hunyuan 3D, which can generate 3D meshes and textures, and that's huge for people like me who have spent years failing to get good at Blender. But the crazy thing about DeepSeek is that it was just a side project that cost very little money to produce. Even Mark Andreessen called it one of the most amazing and impressive breakthroughs he's ever seen, a profound gift to the world. And because of that, the stock market is panicking and just wiped out nearly $1 trillion in value, with NVIDIA being the biggest loser, followed by other chip companies like Taiwan Semiconductor and Broadcom. You see, NVIDIA's had basically a monopoly on AI training for the last decade because they have better Linux drivers than AMD, and all the machine learning algorithms are optimized for libraries like CUDA, which is...
This video is from Fireship. They make banger videos. Highly recommend it.
Proprietary and can only run on NVIDIA GPUs, and they have the infrastructure to connect all these GPUs together at scale. As AI models get bigger and more popular, so do the profits of NVIDIA, but someone got DeepSeek running on a few Apple M2 Ultras, and that's the 680 billion parameter top-of-the-line model, and that's terrifying if you're a tech investor pouring billions of dollars into AI, because if the best state-of-the-art model can operate on relatively cheap consumer hardware, and it's free and open source and developed in China, how are we going to make any mother effing money? The people are calling this the Sputnik moment, when Russia launched...
Yeah, here's the thing. That's what... This should be your primary takeaway, chat. Okay? This, if nothing else, this should be your primary takeaway from this story, which is that a massive technological leap in terms of efficiency for an existing product in the West is considered devastating. Why is it considered devastating? Because it's one, produced in a cheaper fashion and also released for free. This is an inherent contradiction under capitalism. And recognizing this should be a radicalizing moment for a lot of people. Like, what? Imagine, like, the invention of the wheel, okay? And then immediately people going, oh, we got to monetize this, okay? And then there's a newer version of it and people go, oh no, like, this is devastating. This is really going to cook our patent on the OG version of the stone wheel, you know? It's messed up. This is really going to stifle. This new innovative product is really going to stifle our market dominance. Like, what are you talking about, man? What do you mean? For the average person just goes, hey man, put the new generative AI model in the bag, bro, and they move on. For the average person, they're like, oh, that's a new, cooler product. I love that. Sorry, not as vested in your profits, you know? Seemingly, I'm not so interested in how many billions of dollars in profit you were going to generate out of this digital enclosure you're going to place upon this. I'm going to do the free thing that is competitive. You know? Put the semiconductors in the bag, okay? Put the new generative AI model in the bag. Shut the f up. Hey, how about you learn to code, Sam Altman? Get a job. Get a job, Sam.
First artificial satellite into space in 1957. The United States was shocked at the time, and it took over a decade to make a comeback when America made its pinnacle achievement of filming a man on the moon in Nevada. That's a joke.
Anyway, all jokes aside, I do still maintain the same position. I still maintain the position that, like, AI in general, at least at this stage, is just like a mechanism of labor displacement. And that a competent government should create safeguards against that sort of thing to ensure that the new wave of technological efficiency, okay, that will create productivity for the existing labor force, companies should not use this as an opportunity to displace its labor force. Of course, we do not live in a competent government. For reference, my 4070 Ti 16 gig VRAM barely pulls 200 watts when using DeepSeek R1, and it only utilizes 10 gigs of VRAM. There's literally no point on buying the new RTX 5090 unless gaming. RTX 5070 549 will come with 12 gigs of VRAM.
Of course, and even the smartest technology in the world, DeepSeek, believes in the moon landings. We had a good run on this AI hype train, but now it's time to move on. I'm looking forward to brain chips, quantum computers, artificial meat printers, nano robots, digital resurrection, and all kinds of other tech that will make the world a better place. This has been the Code Report. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next one.
Hello everyone, this is Joe Kudla, founder and CEO of Viori, and today I'm going to walk you through some of
gonna cost. You're gonna do that when we still. Hey, what's going on? It's Bill Burr, and it's time for the Monday Morning Podcast for Monday, January 27th, 2025. What's going on? How are ya? How's it going? How are you? All right. Well, it is Sunday afternoon, January 26th, when I'm recording this. The fucking Philadelphia Eagles just absolutely mauled the Washington Commanders. Too much for them. Too much defense, too much offense, too much everything. But what a run the Washington Commanders had. You know what's funny is there's all like the white guys I know my age are like, dude, I'll just never be able to call them that name. Oh, it must be really hard. It's got to be really fucking hard. It's just Jesus Christ. Is that your biggest fucking complaint in life? I've been getting all the fucking boo birds coming at me this week. You know, somebody sent me a thing. They replayed that thing I did on Kimmel where I was making fun of all these people who were like, this fire was mismanaged out here. Which, by the way, it's fucking raining out here. Thank God. Thank God. It's raining out here, you know. Which obviously we need to prevent more of them, obviously, and then also to knock down some of this fucking crap in the air, dude, because the air quality out here is, hell, dude, it's brutal. Just think of all the plastic spatulas that are out there. You know what I mean? Just all dashboards, you know, all the plastic shit you have, computers, all that wire, all of that stuff just got fucking burned. And, oh my God. And people lost their houses and they got to stay here trying to find a place to live and breathe that shit in. So believe me, we needed the rain. And once again, the fire department did a great job. Everybody did a great fucking job. And all of these fucking assholes, like somebody sent me this thing from the LA Times. The LA Times after the fire, right? After the fire still. Everybody after the fire knows what we should have done. You know what we should have done? Hey, LA Times, you know what you should have done? You should have wrote that fucking article every fucking week before the fire. If you wanted to do something, anybody can write the article afterward. You know, now there's going to be mudslides and they're going to be, you know what they should have done? That Monday morning after the disaster, what you should have done. I might be nuts here, but I don't think any politicians can get anything done because the other side won't work with them. They're like, well, we can't have them accomplish something. If they accomplish something, then they're going to look good. And if they look good, then they're going to get elected, and then we don't. And if we're not elected, then how will we accept bribes from corporations and make $200 grand a year, but somehow be worth $60 million? Haven't you guys noticed that at all? Like, whenever, like, we like, hey, we want to do this project. Immediately, everybody, oh, what's that going to cost? You're going to do that when we still need to do this? And then everybody just yells at each other. All right, everybody has known for a long time what the fuck was going to happen out here and what needed to be done, but nobody wanted to pay for it. Okay, there's also that. So, like, all of you Monday morning quarterback fire people weighing in about what should have done and what they shouldn't have fucking done. It's just like, you know, it all goes back to the cunts all the way up at the top who don't fucking pay taxes and want to own and control fucking everything and then don't want to pay it. The only thing they want to do is pay off a politician. That's the only thing that they want to pay. And then what happens is regular people fucking suffer. All right? I'm not going to talk about it anymore. I talk about this more than my Kansas City Chiefs conspiracy theory. I know. I'm a fucking broken record here. So let's get out of that. All right? The time to have done something was before. It didn't happen. So now we need leaders. We don't need people sitting around pointing fingers. Trying to fucking, I don't know. I don't know what. What are you trying to win? Blaming. Anyway. I really feel like that's how the world's going to end. When the asteroid's coming, it's just everybody's going, well, these fucking liberals, if they let us build the ray gun, well, that's because the religious right. Boom. That's going to be the end of it.
It's 9:15. How am I already underwater?
I'm in the same boat. I'm in an actual boat.
I thought Grammarly just fixed grammar. They make boats now?
It's more of a metaphorical boat, because I've been using Grammarly's AI for years to keep me high and dry. Try it. Grammarly can look through your writing to make it easier to understand. See? Shorter.
Whoa.
Clearer.
Cool.
And better. Now people will get what you're trying to say, and you won't be flooded with confused emails. Can you do mine? No problem. Your writing's good, but your word choices could be better. Wow. Now your writing is as confident as you are.
Oh, well, what about our proposal?
Let me take a look. Woof. We'll be in deep water if you show this to the CEO. Grammarly can point out what's missing. Right there. The CEO will want to see a deadline. And here you should connect the projections back to company strategy.
Yeah, how could I do that? Mia, can you do a deep dive?
On it. 10% higher revenue by next year.
I'm sending it in.
The CEO loves it. Budget and headcounts are approved. Let's get everyone on board. I meant figuratively.
Download Grammarly for free.
Anyway, so I went out to the desert with two great friends of mine last night, and I went and I saw Johnny Mathis, something I've been meaning to do. Every time I go out to the desert, I see he's performing out there. He's 89 years old. I was like, I gotta go fucking see this guy. So me and my two buddies, we go out there, we get a nice steak dinner. They treat us great at the casino and everything. We go in. You know, I was with other like performers and shit, and we were all just laughing, going like, I don't think I've ever seen the front of this casino. And the people were like, dude, you've played here twice. It's like, I've never been here. This is amazing. And just, it's fucking awesome. We were walking around, we went to the sports bar. I watched the Kansas Wildcats game. I taped it. I still haven't. Kansas was like up by 5, and then it was time to go get we got an amazing steak dinner, and then we got then we went into the showroom, and we sat down, and it was like at least a 20-piece orchestra. Like, I don't know what kind of money Johnny was laying out for these guys, but he had a whole string section, a whole section of horns, big band. The drummer was killer. The musical director, the piano player was amazing. The percussionist, everybody was crushing it. And out comes Johnny Mathis, and I'm sitting there in the friggin', I don't know, 3rd or 4th row, and I couldn't believe it. And then he just launches into, you know, chances are, because I win. And I was like, holy shit, it's Johnny Mathis. And he sounded fucking great. And, you know, he's really gracious, just old school class, dressed to the nines, you know, 89 years old. And then like his mic control, the whole, all of that old showbiz class. You dress up, you wear a jacket, you look nice. And he came out and he was totally gracious with everybody who was there. And the crowd was, you know, it was obviously an older crowd or whatever, but underrated, man. Going to go see these legends at a casino, you're really doing yourself a disservice if you don't go see these people. So I remember I saw Don Rickles towards the end of his life out there. I saw, and what's his face? Tony Orlando opened up and he killed. And then this was Johnny Mathis, had no opener, but he took a break in the middle, and then this comic came out, Brad Upton, who absolutely destroyed. I want to tell you his jokes, but I don't want to burn him, but he was like, worked totally clean and absolutely murdered. Really enjoyed his set, and then Johnny came out in a tuxedo to close it out, sang all of these hits. And he was very gracious, you know, kept thanking the band and everything. And then I think his last number was Let the Good Times Roll. And then he just walked on. He just was like, you know, I've been listening to that guy since I was a kid. Like the first thing was that Johnny Mathis Christmas record my parents had. Just hear those sleigh bells ring-a-ling, ting-ting, ting-a-ling. And I'm just, and there he is. Right there. You can just drive a couple hours out to a casino if he's in town and go see him. You should definitely do it. They treated us like $1 million there. All right, I want to make sure I say the casino name right. The Agua Caliente Resort Casino Spa in Rancho Mirage. We were out there and we had they treated us like kings. And then we got to go see one of the legends, the great singer, songwriters of all time, Johnny Mathis. I still can't believe it. That's what I kept thinking when I was there. It's like, I can't believe I'm in the same room with that. That's Johnny fucking Mathis. This guy has been doing it since like the 1950s. Like a 70-year career. And like, I like Brad's set so much, I looked him up and he was saying how he has been working with Johnny Mathis for 17 years. Which means he got the gig when Johnny Mathis was 72, and he's got to be thinking, all right, maybe I can do this for, you know, anywhere from 3 to 5 years, and then he's going to retire. 17 years later, he's still got a gig, and then just all those musicians that Johnny was employing was just It was just really a great thing to see, a great thing to see. And then on top of all that, it rained today. So it's been nothing but great, a great day. The Eagles crushed the Washington Redskins. It was my daughter's like post-birthday party, like the one that she had with her friends. So we had this video game cheeseburger party, so the kids were just all bouncing off the wall, and I had the game on in the background, and I saw the Commanders kind of made it close a couple of times, and then Eagles just sort of ran away with it. I have not watched the Kansas City Chiefs game. I think that's on now. But, you know, I was thinking about all of that stuff of like now it's like the Taylor Swift, everybody's gonna be like, oh, you know, because they were cutting it like Bradley Cooper a couple of times in the crowd, which is so funny. Just like the ratings, it's like it works with Taylor Swift. Is Bradley Cooper the Taylor Swift of the Eagles, right? And I'm like, how do, you know, what is, like, they just keep doing the same thing over and over again. Tom was with Giselle, fucking the tight ends with Taylor, right? Then Kelsey's with Ted. It's the same, yeah, right? Yeah, this fucking works. Let's just keep doing this shit, right? And I was trying to think, like, when, like, the first time they really started showing celebrities in the crowd, sort of the history of that, was at the Lakers game. And the first guy there was, like, Jack Nicholson was there first. And he was there in, like, the late 70s. I want to say he was there before Kareem. Maybe Kareem got there. Maybe Kareem was already there. He was there in, like, the late 70s. And he got courtside seats. And you don't understand. The fucking 1970s, the only fucking people that were in the stands were sports fans. There wasn't even there was no corporate boxes. There was no luxury boxes. There was nothing. It was just a fucking arena full of a bunch of meathead sports fans, right? So if you were at the game, you were there because you wanted to be. Sorry, I was taking my jacket off and I hit some fucking thing on the side of the phone. Anyway, so if you were at the game, you were at the game because you wanted to be. You were like, you know, a sports fan. So Jack Nicholson was the first guy. And then the Lakers got Magic Johnson. And all of a sudden, the Showtime Lakers, Pat Riley with the great fucking hair, they win in 1980. And, you know, but they wouldn't cut to Jack all the time. But you knew that he was there. And then it kind of became like this thing to do. But it always made sense with the Lakers because they were in Hollywood. So they would cut to the crowd and Diane Cannon and all these people would be there. And I gotta admit, as a Celtics fan, it wasn't annoying because you were kind of like, wow, they're in Hollywood. And the Lakers uniform, you know, they were gold. It looked like the sun. It was just like, I don't know if you this is weird for people to hear now, the way they got us all divided in the United States, how we're divided. Like, people used to look at California like it was a dream. You know what I mean? Oh, my God, the orange groves and the sunshine. And, you know, people did talk about the smog by then in the 70s. But the East Coast used to look at California with, like envy of, oh, my God, they're living in paradise. Look at the palm trees, and the women are all gorgeous. I mean, you didn't live out here, so you didn't know what it was. It was just your idea of it. And then you'd see, you know, Jack Nicholson was courtside, and Diane Cannon was gorgeous. And then later it was like Paula Abdul was a Laker girl, and then she becomes like this pop star. And, you know, I remember, I think I saw Eddie Murphy at like a game. I was just like, that, and that like was leading into me getting into this business, being like, wow, man, and that was like my idea. That's what being famous was. You know what I mean? You wore like you know, sunglasses, and you went to like a Lakers game, and you sat on the court or whatever, you know? And that's like what was being, so that's where it started. And then, but I think the first time when I felt like it really got out of control was not, you know, how many times they cut to Taylor Swift, but she really doesn't have control over, but was with Drake. Remember when the Raptors went on that run? And I always felt bad because the Raptors had this super fan, right? That Middle Eastern dude, right? With the turban. And he went to every home game, every away game when they sucked. And he was just the super fan. He had great energy, and everybody loved him. And then when all of a sudden they had the team and they went on the run, Drake had the Jack Nicholson tickets, and then they just cut to him, and they never showed the other guy. And they kept cutting to Drake. And Drake was like walking out on the court like he was an assistant coach. So I think that's the first time that shit started happening. But I'm starting to feel like that's going to be like a thing now. Like, if Taylor Swift keeps increasing the ratings of the Chiefs or helping them out or whatever, then these other teams are going to be like, okay, well, who's famous that's from, you know, who's fucking famous that's from Pittsburgh, or who's famous that's from whatever, and then you're going to go to a game and then they're just going to keep cutting, okay, here's our famous person or whatever, you know? So, I don't know. It's like, it is like a different thing. So, I want to see this, you know, I'm taping the game. I really want to see this Kansas City Buffalo game. And I just really just fucking hope the NFL, can you just make it a football game? Because these are two incredibly talented teams with a bunch of incredible players. Can you please stop with the marketing and just let the best team fucking win? So the people that you've really forgot about, your fans, the reason why you've been around for over 100 fucking years, your fucking fans can actually watch a fucking game. All right? While you do the flyovers and cut to the pop stars and fucking all the other goddamn bullshit that you're going to do during the guy and fucking stand up for cancer and fucking pink jerseys and all of this shit. Can you just fucking let us watch a game where it's decided on the field? I would really enjoy that out of a Chiefs game, because I feel like it's been quite a fucking while since I've seen that. Because I really want to see, you know, you want me to buy into like this whole thing that Patrick Mahomes is as great as you're saying, then I want to see him actually win the fucking game without the laundry. All right, there. I said I wasn't going to talk about it, but I did. Does Josh Allen, bigger than fucking John Wayne, but still has his 6-year-old boyish good looks. I swear, his face looks like it's photoshopped onto like Paul Bunyan's body. Like if he wasn't famous, I bet if he went out to get a beer, they would still ask him for an ID. It's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. And I think in the future, you know, when men start doing plastic surgery at the level that some of these Instagram whores are doing it, I think one of the like, there's going to be some sort of Josh Allen. They're going to call it the Josh Allen serum. And you can be like, what's that? That's like you play tackle football for almost 30 years and your face still looks like you're in the 4th grade. You could sell that to a billionaire. I think you could get that off the ground, you know, if, you know, you did the right sort of song and dance on Shark Tank. How diabolical will that be if you actually came in with some Young Forever serum on the Shark Tank and you got all of them to buy into it? Because there's hair plugs on that show, right? There's a lot of stuff going on in that show, right? For these people still to look like they're young and virile, right? And then they all buy into it, and then you give it to them. And then that's how you take them out Luigi style, you know? And then that becomes like a thing, right? Regular people taking out CEOs becomes a thing, and the media does nothing to stop it. They just overhype it, you know, the way they did school shootings, the way they didn't give a fuck about our kids as much as they cared about their own fucking ratings, you know, and getting the camera in the fucking devastated parents' faces. They did it the same way, you know, as opposed to, you know, towing the company line when a CEO gets whacked. Like if they treated them the way that they treat like fucking regular people. All right, Bill. Do you have anything to talk about? I sold my car. I finally had to sell my Jaguar. I had it almost a little over 8 years. And, you know, it just started being a Jaguar. And I put a whole bunch of fucking money into it. And I made sure the person who bought it even did the full tank of gas. I'm one of those people, you know. I got every little fucking bullshit thing fixed because I love that fucking car. And the person that I sold it to was also a Jaguar person. And they loved the car. So I was very happy. I'm like, I can't believe how sad I get. And how attached. I get attached to things the same way I get attached to people. It's fucked. You know what I mean? Like, but then when I finally like sell the thing, it only bugs me for a couple weeks, and I'm like, it's kind of cool not to have that, I can kind of move on to something else. So, I don't know, it was just, I learned a lot with that car. And one of the things I've learned from mechanics is whatever time they tell you to change your oil, do it twice as fast. So if you got like this synthetic oil and they're like, you only need to change your oil once a fucking year, do it twice a year. Or if you're doing the old school oil and they say every 3,000 miles, do it every 1,500 miles. And I learned that listening to mechanics, and I saw this little old lady, she had a car from the 1950s and it was still running. And they said, what do you do? She goes, I change the oil every 1,500 miles. That's something I think should be fucking illegal. To tell your own customers who just gave you fucking money, you don't give them the right information on how to maintain what you gave them, so it'll break down twice as fucking fast so you can sell them another one.
Hold on, before you pay for yet another app to manage your team, let me introduce you to Connect, the one platform that replaces all of these. I'm talking about live schedule, time tracking, and digital forms that help you stay in control. Use instant team updates and personal or group chats to communicate easily and effectively. And hey, we've even got you covered with training courses and recognitions, so everyone has what they need to excel and feel seen. So stop spreading your business across apps, whiteboards, binders, platforms. It's exhausting, it's expensive, and honestly, it's unnecessary. Join thousands of businesses that simplified employee management, cut costs in basically half, and got back the time to focus on what matters. Book your demo now at connecting.com.
I don't know. It's the kind of thing I don't think it's right. So anyway, I'm going to be down at the Comedy Store tonight, running my hour, because tomorrow night I'm doing a co-headlining gig with Shane Gillis. I don't think I've ever worked with him in this capacity. I've never done a theater gig with him. I was supposed to do the Hollywood Bowl with him, and then I think he did the Tom Brady roast or something like that. I did a spot on Seth Rogen. Seth Rogen had this fucking epic night last year during the Netflix Comedy Festival, whatever the hell they call it, and it was Seth, Post Malone, Snoop Dogg. It was just this insane lineup, and they threw me on like last second. But anyways, I want to say Shane was supposed to be on that, but he was doing the Tom Brady roast, which I think got like 9 zillion fucking hits or something like that, so I think he made the right choice. But anyways, I'm really excited to work with him. But I gotta make sure I don't suck. So tonight I'm going to the gym, doing some cardio. Gonna try out some new bits that I got. And yeah, so I'm now like debating, I think I might sell my F250 also. And the only reason why I'm gonna sell it is because I don't like new cars. Like the way that truck is not my friend. The engine is my friend, the body, the truck itself is, but within that truck is a spy. And it's constantly trying to figure out what music I'm listening to, what I'm talking about. I don't want a car that's spying on me. Is that like asking too much? I'm just gonna be driving old cars for the rest of my life. So I found this 1970, oh Jesus, Bill. This 1970 Cadillac Eldorado that was like this aqua blue or green, white cream interior. You can find it on Bring a Trailer. Somebody bought it for like 33 grand. You know? Fucking white cream interior. It was fucking gorgeous. And people are like, where are you gonna park that? It's like, wherever the fuck I want. Wherever the fuck I want. Somebody steals it, I don't give a shit. You know, what am I gonna do? Then that's an excuse to get a different one. I'll get insurance, you know what I mean? Insurance will cover that. If everybody's car gets stolen, then they go, we're not paying anybody and we're keeping the fucking premiums. And then, by the way, we're also gonna raise everybody else's premium because all those cars got stolen, even though we didn't take the fucking hit. And, you know, nobody's going to discipline us because we're insurance companies and we're too big to be disciplined. It always goes back to that. It's always going to go back to that. Just know that it always goes back to that and that there's nothing I can do about it. I've entered these years. Let's talk cars. I'm a big caddy guy. I like the 65 Coupe de Ville. I like a 67 to 70 Eldorado. And then, like, I never used to like the 68, 69 Coupe de Ville. And there's something about it. I'm really starting to like it. And then there's the early 70, the one that's after that, the next generation. Those ones are cool too. I remember seeing those Cadillacs. First time I saw those, I want to say that I saw them at the footage of Elvis's funeral. They had some white, all these different Cadillacs, because he was a big Cadillac guy. So I like those. I like a 65 Buick Riviera with the clamshell. I like the big cars, or like the mid-sized big ones. The Ford Galaxy. I'll tell you, you know what's a great car, if you can find it, is the first Dirty Harry. Detective Callahan, Clint Eastwood's car. I think it was just, what did they used to call those? Where it was just the basic, like not a Ford Custom. It was it's funny, it was just like, it was the base model four-door sedan. I think it was called a Ford 500. And his was like midnight blue, four-door cop car. And, you know, all of those guys on those Gas Monkey shows, like, for some reason, they don't like four-door cars. So those things all, you know, went to the junkyard and got crushed or just rotted out or whatever. So you can't find them anywhere. Like, I remember I had a buddy of mine, he was looking for a four-door hardtop 59 Chevy Impala. So I had this car guy looking for him. He's like, dude, these things are fucking unicorns, man. He's like, I cannot find, like, it. He goes, you want a two-door? He goes, they're all over the place. I can find you a zillion of those. It has to be four-door. And I was like, well, you know, it's his childhood car. He wants it. This is the thing that he wants or whatever. So it took him forever to find one. But anyway, I'll tell you this. I have a weird feeling about Buffalo today. I have a strange feeling that Buffalo is not going to be Buffalo. But I don't know. Do you honestly think that they're going to go in they already beat Kansas City once this year. Are you going to beat Patrick Mahomes, the Kansas City Chiefs, and that officiating crew, and the NFL, who just absolutely love them? I don't know. That's a tall fucking order. That is a tall order. So anyway, this is my last week out here in LA before I go back to start rehearsal on the play. It's actually been a good thing. I've gotten in so many hangs with so many people. That's why I went out to go see Johnny Mathis, because two good friends of mine, I wanted to hang with them before I left. And I've been hitting all these food spots. Like, I do this thing with my son. Drum and Donut Days. So we go over to Pro Drum Shop on Vine, the best drum store in Los Angeles, one of the best drum stores in the world. And we go over there, and my son gets so into playing. Well, the first time I got over, he was so into playing the drums there that every time I would ask him to leave, he would get all, like, emotional. So I finally had to, like, bribe him, going, you want to get a donut? And he was like, a donut? I'm like, yeah. And he's like, yeah, right? It was the greatest idea ever. So now it's called Drum and Donut Days. So, you know, we went there and we played some drums, and he was playing like the first beat you learn how to play. Boom, crack, boom, crack, boom, crack. And he just has it. He just fucking has it. He's got great time. And he doesn't give a fuck that there's people in the store. He's not self-conscious. I'm, like, really excited. So I'm going to try to teach him, you know, don't, that, 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 go, that. I'm going to try to teach him that before I leave. And then I got all of this shit that I'm just going to be doing, FaceTiming my kids
while I'm away, but I'll still see him 1 week a month and everything. I'm scheduling stuff, so I do see him, but that's going to be the worst part of it. But the good part is I get to do a Broadway play, and I'm off book, I'm ready to go, and I'm very excited, and I hope to see you guys out there. I believe it starts on, I think March 10th is when it starts. All right, and with that, I'm going to do some reads here for this week. Let's see. All right, here we go. All right, the reads for the week. Scrolling up. Oh, Simply Safe, everybody. You know, if you're like me, I hope you're not, but if you are like me, you know nothing is more important than protecting your loved ones from harm. That's why millions of Americans trust Simply Safe with their home security. I want you to enjoy the same peace of mind, which is why I'm excited to share an exclusive New Year's discount with my listeners. 50% off your new Simply Safe system when you order now. 50% off, people. That's half the price of the normal price. Traditional security systems only take action after someone has already broken in. That's too late. Well, Simply Safe's Active Guard outdoor protection can help prevent break-ins before they happen. AI-powered cameras backed by live professional monitoring agents monitor your property and detect suspicious activity. If someone's lurking around or acting suspiciously, those agents see them and talk to them in real time. Hey! Activate spotlights and even contact the police. Oh, that's awesome. They put spotlights. Being suspicious. Everybody, look at this suspicious guy. And then they run away. All before they have a chance to get inside your home. No long-term contracts or cancellation fees. Monitoring plans start affordably at around $1 a day. 60-day satisfaction guarantee or your money back. Named Best Home Security System by U.S. News and World Reports 5 years in a row. Start the year with greater peace of mind. Visit simplysafe.com/Burr to claim 50% off a new system with a professional monitoring plan and your first month free. That's simplysafe.com/Burr. There's no safe like Simply Safe. You know what's going to be great? Eventually they're going to update it and they're going to have a little fucking taser. Anybody acting suspicious or lurking. And that's when the lawsuits are going to come in and be like, dude, I got into a fight with my wife. I was pacing in front of your place because I was trying to cool off. And then I get electrocuted. All right, hymns. Man, life is stressful, and you have plenty to worry about without adding performance in the bedroom to your list. Hims provides access to treatment that can help you stay hard and last longer, giving you that boost of confidence so you can be ready whenever the mood strikes. Hims is changing men's health care by providing you with access to affordable sexual health treatments from the comfort of your couch. Hims provides access to a range of doctor-trusted ED treatments like chewable hard mints and Viagra and Cialis, and they're generics for up to 95% cheaper. The process is 100% online, and there's no need for uncomfortable doctor visits. Just answer a series of questions on their site, and a medical provider will determine the right treatment option. If prescribed, your medication ships directly to you for free. No insurance is needed, and one low price covers everything from treatments to ongoing care. With hundreds of thousands of trusted subscribers, Hims can help you find erectile dysfunction options that work for you. Start your free online visit today at hims.com/Burr. That's HIMS.com/Burr, BURR, for your personalized erectile dysfunction treatment options. hims.com/Burr. The products mentioned are chewable compound products which are not approved by the or verified for safety or effectiveness by the FDA. Prescriptions required an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See the website for details and important safety information. Prescription required. Prices vary based on the product. The prescription apply. All right, let's get into the. You always have to. The disclaimers have to be real fast.
A newsflash: the plane's gone down.
My child is on that plane.
I'm sorry. There are no survivors.
There was 165 seats empty. That doesn't strike you as odd.
Threat warnings were practically withheld. We have a right to know. Why is there so much secrecy around this? Your government knew. They all knew.
The truth must be known.
This might cause your wife to have hairy tits if you lay on her right after you fucking took it. All right. Bill, great emails this week. A lot about the Billy Corgan thing and questions about how much of it was a bit. Okay. Well, you think my life's a fucking joke? All right. Chiefs complaining debunked. I love when people say that. Chiefs complaining debunked. What, debunked what? Because you want it debunked? This Chiefs complaining, my opinion. What's going on there, Billy Complain Tits? First off, I am not a Chiefs fan. And I'm a Democrat. But these liberals are out of their minds. Everybody does this. So let's get that excuse out of the way for you. Dolphins fan here. All right, you sound like a CNN Fox News nutcase, except with football when it comes to the complaining about the Chiefs and Mahomes. Oh, well, you must not be watching them. You didn't watch that last drive and all that holding right in front of the referees? You didn't see the guy take his helmet off in the end zone and the guy told him to put it back on? You didn't see a defensive coordinator calling a timeout? So you're just going to say, I sound like that, and you're not... I want you to address all of those. Rather than just doing the usual, you got your tinfoil hat on. Geez, somebody's getting into their feelings. That's what people say when they can't refute what you're saying. You yourself said you don't watch much football anymore, and you just watched I was at the Super Bowl. I was at the Super Bowl. I don't know what to tell you, sir. For the most part. So you're forming your opinion based off of the national media painting a picture for you. No, I'm not. I told you I was watching the game last week. I was so sick to my stomach, I had to turn it off. I had to turn it off with the amount of times the officials just bail them out. Did you listen to the beginning of this podcast where I was begging the NFL to let the Bills and Chiefs just play the game without them interfering? All right, this is all bullshit. You yourself, As a Patriot fan, I'm sure you're scared of Mahomes and the Chiefs catching up to your records. I'm not. I don't care. So all you're doing is you're like CNN Fox. You're forming your opinions. You're just a scared Patriots fans. Dude, you have not brought up one example of what everybody's talking about and defending. Like, are you going to tell me they weren't holding Bosa? That guy didn't take his helmet off? The guy didn't call fucking timeout? Mahomes isn't flopping out about... You're going to tell me that? You're not refuting any of that. You're debunking it, just making shit up? This is what we're doing? Now to the actual numbers, because math don't lie. That's not true. That isn't true. Math doesn't lie. You can listen to two politicians talk about the same thing. They can pull out numbers that support their arguments on the same issues, and the numbers will tell you the exact opposite thing. I don't give a fuck. You find the shittiest college out there, and they'll somehow work the numbers where they're somehow number one in something, and that's why you should go to the school. It doesn't have an opinion. It's just right or wrong. Oh, and let me guess, the way that you're doing these numbers agrees with you? In 17 regular season games, the Chiefs has been penalized 94 times for 829 yards for an average of 5.5 penalties for 49.7 yards per game, while the teams they have played against were penalized. Dude, okay, you pick some numbers that are going to support your argument. All right? I watched Trey Wingo pull out some numbers going like, in crucial situations in a football game. Okay, he started that vague. He goes, when it came down to it, he goes, Tom Brady was 46%. And all he said was the percentage. He didn't say the numbers. Like 46% out of what? How many times out of how many times? Then he goes to Drew Brees. Drew Brees was 50%. He was 3 out of 6. And he ignores Tom Brady's because Tom Brady's numbers are all through the fucking roof. The guy went to the AFC Championship like 58 fucking times. Anybody can bat 500 in fucking baseball if you're fucking looking at 20 at-bats. You got to go 10 out of 20. If you're hot, you can do it. Do it for a whole fucking season. So Trey Wingo, like, moves these numbers around, and then, of course, he lands on Patrick Mahomes. He's like, Patrick Mahomes is 7 for fucking 7. And it's like, 7 for 7. He lost the Super Bowl. So you're deciding how this fucking got, like, what is the important thing? Like, this is what I don't like about your numbers, sir, is your mind is already made up before you give these numbers. While you're accusing me of doing the same thing, you're going to do it to me and be like, see, the numbers don't fucking lie. Guess what, buddy? The film doesn't lie. So fuck you. No, I'm not reading this shit. Fuck you. I get it. You like fucking Patrick Mahomes. I like it. Okay? I get it. I get it. I get it. He was immediately sold to me as this is going to be the greatest fucking quarterback you've ever fucking seen. And I got to be honest with you. I've been watching football for 50 years. He's not the greatest quarterback I've ever seen. He's the most successful in 28 by being the age of 28. I'll give him that, but it's not the same fucking game. It's not the same fucking game. Okay, the game I was watching, you could beat the fuck out of the quarterback, and you couldn't. The owners weren't involved in gambling in Las Vegas. It's changed a little bit. Baseball has changed a little bit. You couldn't be roided out of your fucking mind for 10 years. Right? You had to eat coffee beans and have a sarsaparilla. It's everything has changed. Listen, can we just agree to disagree? Okay? Can we just fucking agree to disagree? I don't want to fucking sit here and go through all of these. Out of respect for you, I will continue reading this. So the math shows that it isn't bad at all, and you are falling for the national media trap. Hence the CNN, Fox News. Oh, I thought I was watching it. I thought I was watching the games. Evidently, I'm not watching the games. And evidently, I'm watching just people on Instagram, and I'm going, oh, that's what it is. Yeah, okay, all right. I don't do the BetMGM podcast with Paul Verzi and bet 4 games a week. Yeah, I don't watch it all. Yeah, okay, I'll go with that. All right. Also, Mahomes has 6 roughing the passer calls against this year to Jalen 5. Terrible fucking stat. Terrible fucking stat. When your offensive line is allowed to hold, how the fuck are you going to fucking hurt the guy to begin with?
Mark your calendars, January 29th, the first time in history that 18 UEFA Champions League matches are happening at the same time, live and exclusive on Paramount Plus. And it's going to be even more exciting than what I'm about to do.
Which is break the world record for highest crossbar hit.
3, 2, 1, go! Don't mind that, I don't mind that at all!
This is ridiculous. Okay, the Chiefs have the most offensive holding calls against them this season as well. You see what I'm saying now? No, I don't see what you're saying. I don't see what you're saying. How come you're ignoring the fact that they've always been penalized for fucking being held, except during the playoffs when it really counts? Haven't you seen that stat? Are you going to look at those numbers, or are you just going to ignore that? I don't know. As far as the Taylor Swift stuff, it can be annoying at times, but it's not as bad as you and the other make it out to be. Yes, according to you. Most NFL game broadcasts are 3 hours and 3 minutes and 15 or so. She might have a total of 3 to 4 minutes a game, so please just stop complaining about this. Watch the game when you can and form your own opinion. Oh my God, this guy's reprimanding me. I'm a big fan of you, so don't go too hard on me, LOL. Looking forward to seeing you soon. Buddy, I'm watching the fucking game. Okay? And I've always bitched about things that I don't like in the game. I've been right sometimes, I've been wrong other times. And just because you don't share, like nothing, you didn't prove anything in this other than the fact that you have the opposite point of view and you pick some numbers that support your point of view, but you're completely ignoring. I've never seen a defensive coordinator call fucking timeout and they give it to him. All right, whatever. What am I going to convince you? Okay, you know what, dude? Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. The NFL is actually a sports league, and even though they call themselves an entertainment league. The fact that they're involved in gambling now, that's not going to affect things whatsoever. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. It's not weird at all that after Peyton Manning and Tom Brady retire, all of a sudden this new team just immediately, and it was the exact same blueprint as their business beforehand. The same way the NBA. You know, oh my God, the Celtics and Lakers and Jordan is over. And then immediately we're into the pile-on era of teams to just artificially create what naturally fucking happened. Evidently, the way I'm looking at is wrong. And in the 2000s, when I was saying that these fucking games are rigged and they're shaving points, everybody said I was, put on your whatever, your tinfoil hat, and then a fucking guy got busted for doing it, and then they said it was just him, which was bullshit. It wasn't just him. It was a bunch of people. He was the Oswald guy. All right, I know. I sound fucking crazy. Okay, you know what? These leagues are in the up and up. Haven't you seen, like, former NFL players? Former NFL players are saying what the fuck. Troy Aikman said what the fuck in the booth during a broadcast. That pass interference where he barely touched the small of his back. Oh, you put your hand, they're going to get you for that. What the fuck? All right, great. Well, you crunched some fucking numbers, and I still do not agree with you. Issues with comedy in Greece. I had a great time in Greece. Hello, Bill. Hello, Billy. What are you doing? I hope you're well. My name is Jim, and I'm a listener of your podcast. I'd like to share some factual information about a recent comedy-related development in Greece and ask for your opinion on it. By the way, I also love how the Chiefs fan only went with holding. The non-Chiefs Dolphins fan. Like, that's the only stat out of all the penalties that are out there: illegal motion, pass interference, roughing the pass, all of this shit. You pick fucking one or two to support your argument, and then you're just going to say it's debunked because you said it was? All right, I guess it's debunked.
Not on that map, anyways.
I hope you're well. My name is Jim, and I'm a listener of your podcast. I'd like to share some factual information about a recent comedy-related development in Greece and ask for your opinion on it. A show called, I don't know how to say it, Pest to Samata, inspired by the British panel game Would I Lie to You, was scheduled for multiple performances at a theater in Athens initially. Its first 4 announced dates featured 17 male comedians and no women. An official poster was released with only one male name listed. After the poster went public, several people on social media raised concerns about the absence of female comedians. In response, 9 female stand-up comedians in Greece issued a collective statement saying no woman had received a specific invitation before the show was announced. They noted that the situation reflects broader issues of access and representation in comedy. Subsequently, 4 male comedians scheduled to appear withdrew, stating various reasons such as lack of information about the lineup or discomfort with how the show was organized. Additional participants also pulled out, including some who were slated to join later dates. The organizers posted an apology citing poor planning. They offered refunds to anyone who had purchased tickets and announced that any performer could drop out if they chose. Eventually, the entire show was canceled. Many discussions followed about how an all-male lineup came about and why no adjustments were made earlier. Some pointed out that later performances would have included women, though the initial announcement did not. I'm reaching out because I value the way you analyze and break down scenarios on your podcast. I'd be interested to hear any thoughts you might have on how such a situation can occur and what approaches comedians, producers, or audiences might take when something like this happens. Thank you for taking the time to read the message. I appreciate your candid perspective and look forward to any comment you might want to add to share the podcast. Best regard.
None.
I don't know, like sometimes those things happen because of the reasons people think they're happening. Like there's racism, sexism, homophobia, blah, 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 nepotism and all that. And other times they just happen because the people involved only interact with the people they hire. Like if you get a bunch of men to fucking run something, there's going to be a bunch of men being hired for something like that, unless it's a titty blah. Sorry. And then I feel like if you had a bunch of women running that, if it was only women running that, it would reflect that. But it wouldn't just be all women. I don't think it would be that. So I don't know. It sucks that it got canceled. And it also sucks that people running shit. There's a fine line between listening to what people are saying and then just completely caving and losing the integrity of what you're doing. So that's sort of the balance. Like, obviously, you know, if you're putting something together, you want to, you know, try to include everybody. It all depends on what the fuck you're doing, right? What it's going to look like, but you should do that. But I don't understand. It seems like in the end, the people that were doing it were like, I don't think there's any fucking way we're going to make everybody happy. Just fuck this. Let's just do something else or start over somewhere else. But, like, I don't know where you guys are at socially over there. I mean, you are Greece. Isn't that where democracy started? So I'm a little surprised that, you know what? I'm not surprised. I had literally no opinion of it. I had no idea how shit was running over there. So, I don't know. I will say it's a hard fucking thing. I don't know. It's a difficult thing because, like, when it comes to writing, they always say, write what you know. So then you write what you know, and then it looks like you. So then as a white guy, it's like, what's this fucking white guy shit? It's like, I'm a white guy. I write white guy shit. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. What am I supposed to write non-white guy shit? Then I go, well, who the fuck are you to speak for the fucking da-da-da, right? You know, then you get that. So the reality is, though, none of this shit would be happening if the world was fair, but it isn't. And it's never going to be fair. If you just had women run it, that's what it would look like. It would look like their bullshit. And then, you know, I mean, Jesus Christ, look how women run a fucking relationship. Look at the power dynamic the average married man has. And women consider that fair. So they're not fair people either. So, but like outside the house, like for the most part, men are running shit. So I guess you have to be more aware of that stuff. I mean, it's kind of vague. I don't know what the comedy thing was, but I just think in the end it sucks that the whole thing fucking went away. It's actually kind of funny too. So I don't know. My opinion on all of that stuff is I always I never tell performers what to do. It's just and the only thing I tell them what to do is just go do what you want to do. And don't listen to people, you know, I don't know about that joke. I don't know about that. It's like, dude, if you think it's funny, go out and do it. And then you fucking decide. Okay? It's one thing if you're going around, hey, man, what do you think about this? You're asking. But if people come up to you with unsolicited shit, you know, you really got to have a filter. Like, where is this coming from? Are they really trying to help me? Or are they... You know, are they hardcore about some issue so they can't even step back and see that I'm not doing anything against their cause? Or are they envious and jealous and they're trying to fuck up what it is that I'm doing? I don't know. So there is that element of it. And then I think you as a performer, I think, I don't know, you got to try to like empathy is a great thing in general to try to figure stuff out. Like, say, like, whenever there's like a joke that I'm doing that I feel is like outside me, right? I just go to whoever it's about, I just go to them and say what I'm doing. Like, what do you think about this?
Yeah.
How do you think about, like, take like old dads, like that scene in the car with the rap scene with Bokeem, you know?
Silencers on, yeah.
You know, that whole fucking scene. Like, that went through a number of different versions.
Yeah,
and my first version,
yeah, it's not my songs.
you know, all my black friends are like, I don't know about that version. I mean, I see what you're trying to do, you know, and then I got some people like, I think that's funny. But then there was too many people being like, you know, I don't know. So I was like, I don't think I'm there.
Kind of like a fucking loser.
So I just kept listening and then rewriting until we got it where it needed to be. And then how it ended up being, it ended up fucking working. But then I think of my first draft of it and I cringe, going like, oh, wow, like that was totally not going to come off the way that I wanted it to. So I would say that there's a way to kind of
apply that to I guess booking a show or whatever. I mean, I've always been like, I mean, I grew up during the era, the tail end of variety shows. They were still all white. But what it did have was, it wasn't just an all comedy, all music. It was like music, dancing, comedy. You know, there was sketches. There was all of this different shit was in there, juggling. So maybe there's that. But I don't know. I don't have enough information on this type of thing. But I can tell you that you know, one of the best things you can do is, if you're somehow established in a business, is to listen and to help out younger people that are in your business. And not to go the other way, to try to hold people fucking down as, you know, I got here and I'm going to fucking stay here by standing on everybody's heads like that. It just doesn't work. And then what happens is, because you're just going to get old and no one's going to give a fuck about what you say, right? And then, you know, and then you were a dick to all of these younger people, and they could have put you in something. You know, you could have played the uncle or the grandfather in their fucking project because you were cool. They could have been like, you know what? You fucking, when no one knew who I was, you gave me some advice, you helped me out, you threw me a gig or whatever, and now you're an old fuck. I'm going to fucking hook you up and get you reoccurring on this shit. I mean, that's how you, I don't know. That's how you, I feel like you keep your career going. Is, you know, you just be nice to people and listen to them. And if you're a fucking asshole, be like, all right, I'm sorry, I was a fucking asshole. God knows I've done that, you know, and try to clear up my mistakes. But I am human. I do fuck up, whatever. But like, I think it's really important, without going on and on here, that like whoever was booking that show to kind of learn something and maybe just like adjust it. Okay, we're gonna try it again this way. But like. But I don't think that you. But my problem is with a lot of people that aren't.
This may look like your favorite childhood crispy treat, but with 12 grams protein and only 1 gram of sugar, it's actually your new favorite protein bar. Magic Spoon Treats. Find us at magicspoon.com or at a store near you.
What is the biggest source of stress at your job?
I'd say managing too many things at once.
I feel like that's pretty common. Did you know that 36% of employees have reported their mental health suffering due to workplace demands?
Oh, wow, that's a high number. I did not know it was that high.
Do you think you could be more productive at work if you had the right tools to help you out?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, in that case, have you heard of Grammarly?
I have heard of Grammarly.
Did you know that Grammarly has features to boost your productivity and make your work life easier?
To that extent, no.
Yeah, so having Grammarly is like having an AI writing partner that helps you do things like summarizing emails so you can get through your inbox quicker and even suggesting responses to those emails. Isn't that awesome?
That is pretty awesome.
And with those responses, Grammarly can make your writing more clear and concise so you can be confident and get your time back from doing those small tasks. Plus, it's free to use, so you guys should check out Grammarly.
Like performers, but then they just start doing like bean counting thing, like we need a person of color, we need a gay person, da da da, and they don't do the work. It's like, no, you need talent across the board. Don't just go, oh, you're gay, all right, you're in it. You're not white, all right, you're in. Go out, you do the fucking work, and find the person that is the shit who happens to be gay. Or whatever it is you're trying to get in there, so you're not just doing a fucking, you know, in all whatever show you are. I don't know. It's a fucking, you know. There's no easy answer. Sorry. I did my best there. I did my best, man. Just fucking cut me some slack. All right, Japanese bicycles. Hey there, Billy Bagger, bro. Love that you've been riding and hearing about your experiences, especially with some of the best roads and scenery in the nation, outside your front door. How could you not be having a good time? Because people text when they drive. I've been riding my whole life and have a small side business repairing only vintage motorcycles in Seattle. Wow. Just wanted to give you my 2 cents and hope to encourage you to buy a vintage bike. You're absolutely right to be in love with vintage Japanese motorcycles. I own, love, and repair all makes and models as long as it's old, so I'm not biased. I'll keep it short. But if you do buy an old Japanese motorcycle, I'd like to give you my 3 top picks. I will be Googling all of these. See, here we go. The podcast is fun again. I'll shut up about the fires in Kansas City and fucking Taylor Swift. Sorry. I'm like anybody. I can fucking go on and on. Don't fucking act like your wife or girlfriend goes, oh my God, if you bring that up one more time, I'm fucking leaving you. All right? And then I did that thing where I'm being a douche and now I'm saying, you've been a douche too. All right? Let me own it. I've been an asshole. Sorry. I'm gonna do better. All right. A 69 to 78 Honda CB750. This is the bike that changed the game for all bikes. Perfect for around town, but plenty of legs for a freeway cruise. All right, so that was basically the first super bike that got it going. I think that's the one because I remember I've gone down a little bit of a rabbit hole. 73 to 75 Yamaha RD350. How do you remember, by the way, the names of these bikes? It's like fucking memorizing barcodes. Like, who can't remember, like, a fucking, a Mercury Monarch? Fucking RD350. This is a 2-stroke ripper that was race developed. All of these motorcycle guys love the fucking 2-stroke, which is basically the spark plug fires the piston goes down, comes back up, fires down. Every time the piston comes back up, it fires, as opposed to a 4-stroke, which I guess burns cleaner for the environment. So it fires, piston goes down, 1, back up, 2, down, 3, back up, 4, fires again. I believe that's what it is. And a true stroke is just bang, up, down, bang, 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 like hammering a fucking nail in. And obviously, I would think that they have way more torque because of that. This is a 2-stroke ripper that was race developed. Yeah, that would obviously make, because you're not losing horsepower during that rep when it comes up and it doesn't fire back down. To turn the crankshaft. This is a 2-stroke ripper that was race developed. RD. That's why it's the RD350. It is awesome for twisties in the back roads, but tame enough to get around traffic. Dude, hats off to the fucking...
Want the effects of Viagra, but faster? Meet Rose Sparks. They contain sildenafil and tadalafil, but Sparks dissolve under
the engineers over there in Japan, like you gotta give it up to them. Like, you can't kill a Toyota. 70 to 79 Yamaha XS650. The bike is legendary, torquey, the best exhaust note, freeway and backyard fun, and gorgeous. Just a thought. I'd hopefully give you some encouragement and maybe point you at some great choices. But buy old shit and go fuck yourself. That's awesome. By the way, anybody in Japan listening to this, it's been a bucket list for a long time to go over there. So here's my question. I would like to, after I get done with this play and I got to, hopefully, we sold this script, hopefully we shoot this movie. I would like to go to Japan in 2026. I'd like to go there when the weather is nice, and I would like to know where to go, where all of those young kids that are into like the vintage motorcycles, Japanese motorcycles, where they're going to be riding, or if there's a show that I could book the trip around. And I also know that in Japan the coffee is like like Italy and Japan is, everybody that drinks coffee says like that's the best coffee in the world. So I'm going to Italy next in July. I'm taking a little summer vacation there with the family. Am I going to do a gig there? Gee, I don't know. Possibly. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I would like to go to Japan and obviously have your amazing food, coffee, and then I would love to see some of those motorcycles. If there's like, I don't know, sometimes they have like those motorcycle clubs you can actually go in. It's a combination bar, restaurant, or whatever. I don't know what you're doing over there, but like I would love to go see that. That would be incredible. Just throwing it out there. If you guys have any information, write in. All right, French music recommendations. Dear Billy, croissant tits. If you've never heard of the French band called Air, I have not. You need to pleasure your ear holes ASAP, specifically their debut album, Moon Safari. They've been putting out great music since the 90s and have a solid cult following, but many Americans just haven't heard of them. Dude, there's nothing more than when I love you guys, that you recommend this stuff I've never heard of. They got simple bass and drum grooves and an overall chill/loungy sci-fi bossa nova vibe going on. Sign me up. Sadly, they don't tour very often. God bless them. Good for them. Why would you? You live in the French countryside? Fucking great food and conversation. I wouldn't want to go on the road either. They don't tour very often, but are incredible live. The band gives each other lots of space to breathe. The music is perfect for a Sunday drive or mushroom/Molly experience. Cheers from New Hampshire and go Pats. All right, I got to check them out. And with that, let's see what old Freckles has been listening to lately. All right, so a friend of mine, my drum teacher, Dave Elich, told me to download this album, Miles Gertu. It's Trilok Gertu, one of the most amazing drummers in the world. And Robert Miles, what is this album called? Oh, it's called Miles Gertu. Robert Miles and Trilok Gertu. Incredible music. I downloaded Usher's new album. It's amazing. Somebody sent this to me, that song Ruin. And I watched the video. He went all out. I like that he's going all out, like MTV still plays videos. I love musicians that still make fucking killer videos. Then I've been listening to that. I don't know how to say the name. Kruang Bin, KHRUANGBIN. I was listening to a bunch of soft rock. And then Phil Collins, The Sweet Spot Between the Genesis prog stuff and Before Susudio. Don't Care Anymore, In the Air Tonight, all of that type of shit. Jungle Brothers, Straight Out of the Jungle. What was it? Pablo Cruz. Deep Purple. Downloaded this album, Burn. It's fucking insane. Tony Williams' Native Heart. And then this guy Lattimore. It Ain't Where You Been, 1977. Herbie Hancock, a soundtrack blow up. Luther Vandross. I had no idea, like, this fucking guy, how great a singer that guy was. I always heard he was a great singer. I couldn't get into it because I was listening to metal. I've been listening to a bunch of shit like that. And been having like a great time with it and listening to a lot of like soundtracks to movies, like 80s synth and that type of shit. You know, some I don't know, some of that stuff, like I just like took it for granted because I kind of came up during that time, and like I haven't listened to it in a long time, and then I go back and listen to it. I'm like, this stuff is fucking, like, it sounded really cheesy and thin to me, like when it was happening. And now I go back, it's like, no, that decade really had like its own sound. And now that I haven't listened to it in decades and I'm coming back revisiting, I was like, this shit's actually really fucking good. So anyway, that is the podcast. I went a little bit long. All right, here we go. I'm not talking about the Fires anymore. I'm not talking about KC anymore. The Taylor Swift, all of that shit. And that's it. We'll just talk motorcycles, fucking music, and whatever. I'll be in New York this time next week. And I don't know, I'll be getting ready to do, it'll be a different thing. But I'm going to be in the clubs a lot when I can, making sure I keep my act tight, because when I'm done with this run, I gotta do I gotta do Abu Dhabi, and then I don't know, I'll be in Italy, so who knows? Maybe I'll do a show. I don't know. Could be awesome. All right, that's it. All right, I've been pissing you off about that shit. I'm sorry. You know, whatever. I get lost in my shit too. All right. Sorry, and go fuck yourselves. See you on Thursday.
Location secure. Maintain current posture.
Yeah, see my fit, it's a fit. Yeah, I'm fit, take a flick. See my fit, it's a fit, it's a fit. See my fit, it's a fit. Yeah, I'm fit, take a flick. See my fit, it's a fit, it's a fit.
Join Planet Fitness and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month. Deal ends January 31st.
So Samsung has just recently started teasing this unreleased prototype VR headset called Project Muhan, and they haven't actually let anyone outside of the company show it to the public yet, until now. So welcome to your exclusive first look and early impressions of the very collaborative Samsung and Google headset that looks a lot like a Vision Pro. I actually want to take a step back real quick though, because this isn't just a Vision Pro lookalike. This is potentially a huge step towards fixing the fragmentation in the world of VR and mixed reality headsets right now. Because right now there's Vision Pro obviously running Apple's Vision OS. There's the Meta Quest running Horizon OS. And those major ones will probably keep running those. But then there's the world of all the other headsets out there. And we just saw CES. There's a lot of other headsets around just popping up left and right. And what software should they run? So this is the first
GG's. No, that is a proper GG's. Hold up.
Android XR headset. So it's a pretty deep collaboration between Google and Samsung. Think of it as like the Nexus or Pixel, but for headsets. It's a huge baseline amount of software. It's an OS with tons of features that give it a really high baseline for functionality, and then some example hardware to show it all off on. Now, again, this is technically an unfinished prototype that they're showing me, so it could still have a few tweaks and things that they changed before the end. But Samsung has also made it very clear that it's intending on shipping it this year. So I feel pretty good about evaluating what they've put in front of me, and it's honestly pretty solid. Does it look like a Vision Pro from the front? Yes, of course. I mean, it's got the light colored fabrics, obviously. It's got the huge reflective glass piece at the front, although there is no screen showing your eyes on the outside, so that's a nice difference. I actually posted this on Twitter, and half of the comments were like, oh, you're making another Vision Pro video, because it just looks so similar. The way the removable forehead rest looks is definitely inspired. And there's also another removable magnetic light shield that you can easily drop in the bottom to block out more light or keep it off for more peripheral vision. But then the back borrows more from the now discontinued Quest Pro, I would say, with this sort of cup on the back of your head plus a dial to adjust how snug it is. I found that with this setup, basically most of the weight or the pressure now is on my brow above my eyes, unlike with the Vision Pro, it was more below my eyes because of the way it sort of sagged. So I thought I might like an over-the-head strap option too at first, but actually don't think this one's gonna need it. So then this thin metallic frame at the front has all the computer guts in it. It has the Snapdragon chip. It has these fans with exhaust holes at the top like you can see. There's a single button at the top right and a volume rocker at the top left. And there's sensors and cameras all the way around facing all directions. And there's even a touchpad on the right side strap, right where this raised bar is right here. And then there's even one more thing that you might have noticed that they copied from Vision Pro, which is the external battery pack on a cable that goes into your back pocket. But there is one pretty key difference here. So it connects to the headset with a removable battery like Apple's. It has a decently long braided cable like Apple's, and relatively small first-party battery, just like Apple's. But unlike the Vision Pro, this cable on the battery side is removable, and it's just USB Type-C. So you can use this included battery, which has a more secure fit, obviously, but if you want to plug in a bigger battery or whatever other battery you own, then you can do that too. Thank you. But I've actually come away from this experience not really thinking that much about the actual hardware, because that's not actually what makes this headset so cool. It's Android XR. Think of it this way. If you are Google and Samsung and you're trying to put together the Pixel of headsets and you want to give people an actual reason to buy it over a Vision Pro, for example, what do? What's your move? Hint, it's the exact same move that they use for the Pixel software. So a lot of the basics, a lot of the fundamentals are going to be the same, right? There's a home menu, which has a scrolling list of all your apps, plus some quickly accessible settings and recent apps. And then instead of a digital crown, you can always go home by hitting the top button once, or do this hand-tracked gesture to quickly get back there. And yes, there is both hand tracking and eye tracking in this headset. At no point during this demo did I use any controllers, although I do believe it'll support controllers. It might even come with some controllers in the box. Don't know that yet. But this was a very easy headset to just set up, put it on, and just use it. And I think also will be super easy to share. So if I just wanted to hand it to someone and they want to see what I see, they put it on. All they really have to do is hold down that one button and it'll line up the lenses to match their eye distance, and then they're off to the races. So you're messing around using this thing. These windows have these really large handles underneath them or above them to grab them and move them around in 3D space. You can also grab any corner to resize a window to basically any aspect ratio you want. And then since it's the Android headset, it has two main things going for it. One is the Play Store, and two is Gemini. So first of all Play Store apps will work on this Android XR headset. So that includes phone apps and tablet apps. Matter of fact, these apps seem to respond well to me changing them to literally whatever aspect ratio and size I want. I was kind of trying to break it and it seemed fine the whole time. So the idea is that any headset that runs Android XR right out the box will have this same advantage. Tons of apps available. And then there's also spatial apps specifically, which are built for headsets and are fully optimized. So YouTube, for example, they have a spatial app for it. This wasn't as eager to let me change aspect ratios, but the whole app has this more specifically multi-window experience and lets you add an immersive background at any time if you want to, similar to certain Vision Pro apps having their own built-in environments. And then also the headset always seemed to play nice with peripherals, so moving quickly between this random Bluetooth keyboard and mouse and hand controls was pretty seamless, so I love that even more. But hear me out. The Gemini integration was actually the most interesting part to me, and it might not even be for the reason that you're expecting, but I think it was really cool. So at
Find a pet-friendly Italian restaurant with outdoor seating nearby, and text it to Luca. Real quick. Send it to the click.
any point, you can just go home and hit the Gemini button and just talk to it. Basically, it starts running an instance of Gemini Live in the background. You know, the live conversational version of Gemini that you can sort of talk back and forth with and carry on a full conversation with. It does that in the headset. And also, Gemini is multimodal, which in the headset means that it can see everything that you're seeing. So you can ask Gemini about something that's just in front of you, and it can give you answers just like as if you'd taken a picture of it with your phone. So it can translate signs, or answer trivia questions, or just tell you about what you're looking at, etc. Can you take me to here?
Damn, that feels good. Sure, that looks like Wadi Rum in Jordan.
One update I would like is for it to be able to subscribe to YouTube channels and like videos, but it doesn't seem to be able to do that yet, so you have to do it with your mouse and keyboard. So that was cool, but Gemini can also navigate the UI for you. So it was able to move around windows, organize my windows for me, close a bunch of windows, and then it can actually move around inside of apps. I believe this would just work with spatial apps, but I was having a lot of fun messing around inside of Google Maps and just jumping around to different places just by talking to Gemini and then occasionally selecting things with a pinch. And Gemini would know how to search for things. It would know how to use a search box. It would find things in maps, switch the UI from Street View to the zoomed out view. It could do all of this through voice, and that saves a ton of moving my hands through the air to the point where it was pretty significant. Hey Gemini, take me to the South Mountain Reservation.
I can do that.
And then there's also built-in circle to search in real life. It was a little buggy when I was playing with it, but the idea is really cool still. So if you hold down the top right button on the headset, it plays a little animation, and then you can pinch your fingers together and just circle in real life whatever you want to search. It pops up a window exactly the way it would on an Android phone, and Google searches that thing, and it's so sick when it works. It seems so obvious for a Google headset, but yeah, I'm glad it's actually here. Now, it is still Gemini, which is to say it's not perfect, it's still lacking a little bit of functionality from Google Assistant, right? And I talked about bugs, like there's an awkward bug where if you circle to search, but then your hand is in the circle, it takes a screenshot of your hand and searches that, so they gotta figure out a way to instruct people to circle the right way. But this is still a massive difference versus the Vision Pro, which has no Apple Intelligence features, no AI features at all, and probably won't be getting any anytime soon, it looks like. And I just feel like using these headsets for a long period of time, I've noticed there is a good amount of fatigue from the tiny, touch targets and the pinching and just moving your arm around a lot. It's a small thing, but it's a lot more than a mouse and keyboard. There's just a lot more arm movements. And so I found that the fact that I could minimize that by just talking to the headset was surprisingly high on my list of useful features. Hey Gemini, my windows are kind of a mess. Can you organize them?
I can help with that.
So my takeaways from my couple hours here, I could judge things like display quality and field of view, which were both fine, by the way, not remarkable. It had pretty good sharpness, much better than it looks in my screen recordings, I can tell you that. Just a notch behind the Vision Pro. But also these things could all change a little bit by the time the final headset comes out. I also like the hardware design. I like that you can easily remove this light shield and keep some peripheral vision and some light coming in from the rest of the room around you. It just subconsciously made it feel slightly more like glasses, even though they're obviously not glasses. But overall, it's almost been more fascinating to see what Google is doing at a software level with their first new platform, like their first new OS really, in like 10 years. So I feel like I just got to test drive a concept car where they have a whole bunch of new ideas about how driving works. And if this is the Pixel 1, let's say, of Android XR headsets, then that leaves room for other higher end and lower end headsets to come out with Android XR, just like there are higher end and lower end phones. I asked, Samsung would not tell me the price of this Project Muhan headset, so it could come out at any price. It's probably a little bit more premium, but the idea, again, is it'll inspire much more development, more spatial apps, and then all of the headsets that run Android XR get better. So let's keep an eye out on the landscape of VR and XR headsets when this comes out. And now, shout out to Best Buy for sponsoring this portion of the video. Best Buy is the go-to for the latest and greatest selection of tech, including virtual reality products, so stuff like the Meta Quest and other VR gaming and accessories. So shop now in-store or online at bestbuy.com. Thanks for watching. Let me know what you think. Catch you in the next one. Peace.
With Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, you can access your FICO score in a snap.
What I would give to be able to...
You two are bad friends.
BRB.
Who are these two idiots?
White dude and
Asian dude. You two are disgusting.
You two or something.
We're bad friends.
It's a new year, by the way.
It is a new year, and it's a year of...
Any resolutions that you got coming up?
Oh my God, you have no idea what you're saying right now, dude. You have no idea. I have resolution. I have. Can we say Resolution City?
You're in Resolution City?
Yeah, that's where I'm in Resolution City right now.
Let's break it down.
So I'm gonna work on some other addictions.
What are they?
Why are you my therapist or a cop?
Both.
Okay. So officer, I have I do some strange things that this is not funny. It's just real.
No, real is good.
So there's this Netflix. You know how sometimes you go to Netflix and there's mobile games you can download.
Oh yeah.
Okay. You're thinking, who's this for? Me. You know what I mean? I download all of them, right? But there's this one game that I play, and there's like 10,000 levels, but I only play one level 1,000 times.
What? Why?
8 hours at a time, just sitting there on my kitchen counter, and the level's like 2 minutes, and it's the same basic level. It's like it feels like a Candy Crush game. It's one of those like puzzly games where you know what I mean, you line things up.
Wait, I saw you play this.
Yeah. It's I only play one level, and I was telling my therapist the other day, and she goes, "Stop."
Why?
Because it's I'm running away. I'm not. You know what I mean? I'm being obsessive about something, and I do it because I don't want to feel. You know what I mean? It's like I do a lot of things where it's like I don't want to feel, so I'll watch the same YouTube video over and over again, and it becomes it's not healthy.
I'll tell you, I got a good feel. I got a good cry this morning, big time. Whenever I want a real good cry,
what do you see?
I watch that Ian Wright video with
the teacher,
with Mr. Pigden.
Yeah.
I thought you was dead.
Yeah. What a great video.
I'm very much alive, Ian.
Yeah.
And he goes, "Someone told me you was dead."
Yeah, that's a great fucking
I cry every time.
Yeah.
I watch, if I need a good cry, watch Ian Wright reunited with
teacher.
his primary school teacher, Mr. Pigden.
And why do I love that you not love that?
Well, he's the most prolific goal scorer in Arsenal's history.
Thank you.
And he said you know what he said in it that was so powerful, that really moved me in a way. Two things. He goes, he was crying, and Ian said, Mr. Pigden said, it meant more to him that Ian Wright played for the country of England than when he flew over Buckingham Palace. That was more important to him, that someone he coached played for England.
Wow.
And then he said he turned to hug him, and he was like 2 steps down. They were in the stadium. They were up on the stairs. And when he hugged him, he was below Mr. Pigden. You know, like he was hugging his waist almost.
I saw, yeah.
And he goes, and I felt like I was 7 years old again. I was a young child being embraced by someone, a father figure.
Wow.
Dude, it gets me every
time. But when whites...
Oh, what about the whites? What about the whites?
What do you mean, what about the whites? There's so many good things to say about the whites.
Not lately, dude.
I know. Lately, as of not, no. You know what I mean? But, you know, what I'm saying is over the history, you guys get a bad rap.
We do get a bad rap.
Yeah. And what I'm going to say is, you know what I mean, you guys done extraordinary humanitarian, you know what I mean, deeds.
Some of us.
Some of you. Schindler. We talked about that before.
What a list.
That's it. Schindler and Ian Wright's coach.
Mr. Pigman.
Yeah, Mr. Pigman.
That's it.
Yeah. No. But what I'm saying is when it's human, all humans have someone. I'm sure there's a Korean out there like that.
You gotta be somewhere.
What do you think?
I don't know where they are.
Like a one good Korean that like helped.
That's a great movie, One Good Korean.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah.
Speaking of which, did you see the guy that snuck into North Korea, took video of the traffic cop with his phone? Did you see this?
No, I didn't
By
see
the way,
it.
they're going to get this guy.
Yeah.
This is what I think about these guys. You're off your head. They're going to get you, dude. They're going to come find you and kill you.
Did he go back to South Korea? Then they can't find him.
No. He left North Korea and went somewhere else. Look at, I don't know where it is. It was on TikTok this
How do we take him out?
How do we take him out?
Kim Jong-un.
Do you want to take him out?
I do.
See, here's my thing.
Because there's millions of people that live there and they're in poverty, and it's like they still believe that we're getting ready for the war with the U.S. We don't think about you ever.
You say that until they start some shit. What if they start some shit?
They can't.
How?
Says who?
But with like Russia, they could in China. But them alone, they're like.
What did you just say?
With Russia and China, they could.
Oh yeah, but
so what are you talking about? Of course they can.
Just them. It'd be like
no one.
Yeah, but Russia and China
no
give
one
them.
acts alone other than Germany, and look how that turned out. So now the axis of evil could reunite and start another war. And why wouldn't they? Honestly, why wouldn't they? The time is now.
Be awesome.
They're ready. I'm ready to go, dude. Let's go. Blow this whole thing up.
Let me ask you something.
I want post-apocalyptic shit.
If there's a World War III,
yeah,
and you and I were called in, there's a draft, and we go, we need everybody.
Everybody?
Yeah.
Even Carlos. And McCone.
Yeah. Yeah. But he's at hold duty.
Those guys are inside, yeah.
No, I mean, no, he's glory hold duty.
Glory hold duty?
Yeah.
Just sucking off the soldiers before they
No. I'm just saying that you find, like, if we're in, like,
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
You know how
we're fighting in Hong Kong, right?
Yeah.
And then the sergeant goes, you can find the glory holes.
Yeah, he knows where they are.
Yeah, that's like work.
But we don't put dicks in it, we put bombs in there.
Oh, that's
little
cool.
explosive.
I was gonna say, like Notre Dame football, they slap a sign that says "Play like a champion" as they go out onto the field. They all smack it.
Yeah.
It's funny if every soldier before they go to war, they just get to stick their cock in Carlos's mouth. He's just standing next to. He's like, "Go ahead, boy."
Yeah. Anyway, if you would you be in the same platoon as me?
I don't think they would put us in the same platoon.
Well, you think there's an Asian? No. What are you talking about?
Oh, just no. Strength and skill. Strength and skill. Strength and skill.
no, dude. Are you piss me off today, dude?
I'm just.
No, I would
really
call my agents.
No, dude, you'd never get in this. We never get in the same category. That's crazy.
No, platoons they're like, this is the, no, they have a mix. Have you seen, no, shut the fuck up. Have you ever seen Saving Private Ryan? There's a mixture of different people, you know what I mean, of it. There's the one guy that's scared, like, you know, like the fucking, in Saving Private Ryan, the guy that plays the interpreter, even though I don't know Chinese.
Yeah, you'd be the interpreter.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, there's got to be something that I can do. I'm the Dennis Hopper character, like the eccentric, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hey, man, you know what I mean? War is globalization, whatever, I don't know. I say things, you know what I mean? I don't know. What do you think?
I know you'd be one of the crazy boys in the bunch.
Yeah, but what would you not push for that?
I wouldn't want.
There's no way that I could.
I wouldn't want you in my platoon.
But then the whole time I'm at war, I'm like, you know, what's Andrew doing? I have to write you letters?
I'd be missing you. That'd be so much fun. I'd see you from afar. Also, if we're in the same platoon, think about that. Then we're gonna see each other die. I'd rather sit in a tent at night, hoping that you're well, writing you letters like a long lost love affair on the other side of the battle, and I want to find out that you die from someone that goes, "Soldier."
No, dude.
The dumpling was killed at 4:35.
No, they wouldn't call me the dumpling.
Yes, they would.
They wouldn't call me. No.
They all get nicknames in the army. That's what you fucking get. Everyone gets a nickname.
If somebody called me dumpling, I would pull them aside. Can you change that?
And they'd be like, "You got
Chopsticks.
it. You got it, chopsticks."
I want to be chopstick.
Yeah.
Okay. So so you're funny, dude.
The Chinese chode died at 4:44 a.m., sir.
Let me say something.
He was Korean.
All right. What does when a soldier's at war and they get shot, they know they're gonna die.
Yeah.
What is the one person they call out for?
God.
No. Their mom. Mom, mommy. Remember Giovanna Ribisi? Oh my God, heartbreaking.
Can you imagine you call your mom? She's on an iPad. She's like, "Leave me alone."
yeah. Well, what I'm saying is, I would call out for you.
Andrew. You go, "Mom."
Andrew.
And I'd come running.
You're right. Morphine.
Bob.
That's what I want you there.
All right. I'll be there with you. You know what?
No, fuck you. I don't want to be in a platoon with you.
I just said yes.
Carlos, you want to be in the same platoon?
Hell yeah.
No fucking way is he going to get in there, dude. He's never going to pass any of the tests.
Oh yeah.
No, we're in a situation
They're
where
never easy, dude. They're going to take his blood and be like, "This kid."
it's a long war. Where they went 18 to 35, right? Now they're at okay, I'm going to give you a Lord of the Rings reference, all right?
Yeah.
In the Two Towers, right? They gave old men and kids swords to fight, right? We're in dire straits. So we're in a position where we're all being called in, okay?
If they ran out of 18 to 35s, they're done. Now they need 40 and ups.
Yes, that's what I'm
get
saying.
The 40 and up.
Yeah, so at that point, right, I would write a letter to Congress and go, can I be in the same platoon as George, you're out. You want to be in it?
Nah, I'm fine fighting from home.
You know he's fleeing the country.
Oh, he's a Canada.
100. Well, not wherever.
He's one of those. No, he's one of those Canada.
Canadian.
Yeah.
Or Mexico. You know, you could see him in Mexico.
And he's like, wearing tie dye.
Right.
You know what I mean? Just with a bandana. You know what I mean? Like this. And it's like, shut the fuck up, you coward.
Coward, dude.
You
You
piece
coward.
of shit. Yeah.
So you
have
call
crystals and oh my god, you imagine this guy, dude. In the '60s, dude, you're one of those guys.
Patchouli boy.
Yeah, patchouli boys.
No, my dad pulled the Adventist card to get out of Vietnam.
Your dad did?
Yeah.
Scum.
He said religious reasons, can't fight. So then he went and just got medical tested on for the war.
What was
It was the white coats.
What was the religion?
Seventh-day Adventist.
Adventist?
Adventist.
Adventist and Adventist. Do you know these?
No. Let me ask you something. That thing that Trump, like, is there Flatfoot?
Oh, Protestant Christian domination. Flat feet. Yeah.
Flat feet.
Well, for that, but that's back in the day. That was like back.
So you know what I would to get out?
They just give you Dr. Scholl.
I wouldn't get flat feet.
Huh.
I would claim flat face.
Flat face.
Dude, I would claim flat face. Could I get out, you think?
Your Honor.
Dude, I got flat face, guys.
My friend has flat face.
All right.
He's just not aerodynamic.
Yeah, I'm not aerodynamic. Yeah.
The wind is just going to bounce right off of this guy.
Yeah, although I could, like, camouflage myself on a wall. Like Rambo?
Yeah.
Dude, imagine me.
You just blend it.
Dude, you bricks on me, right? And I could just stay there. I would stay there for 2 weeks like this. Right? I wouldn't even, you know, with a knife, I wouldn't even do that. I would just stay there.
Just stay steady.
Yeah. How would you camouflage?
Impossible.
In fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd have to be a fireball.
Yeah.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
Rambo in all mud.
Yeah, dude.
camouflage
Remember that?
wall. Yeah.
That's what I would do, but I would do it with actual brick wall.
Smart.
And they would not see me.
How could they?
Yeah.
I saw some of the something was showing out all like the tricks of the tunnels in Vietnam that the Vietnamese would dig, and they were super intricate.
Dude.
And how they would try to trick them to get them in or out. But what they would do is they'd try to like flood them out, a Chu Chi tunnel.
Yeah.
But look at the tunnel system that they had, and they would flood them out with water and bombs and all sorts of shit. But then the Vietnamese had counteractive shit for the weapons that the Americans would use. So the things that they would have, they would like, if it was a rope or a pole, they would pull on the pole and it would get caught in a machine. So then it would pull the soldier in with it while they were down there.
Yeah.
And they would have rotating spikes and shit. Or they'd have to crawl in backwards or like upside down because it was head first, and they would fucking drown them upside down and backwards. Imagine.
I'd be so claustrophobic.
Oh, dude.
If I forget it.
I had an MRI yesterday. I was claustrophobic. I was fucking freaking out. I hate the machine.
And
all you hear is like 1 1 1 1 1 1.
And Ho Chi Minh is the best trail maker.
Top trail.
Don't you think?
Look at that girl. I'm on vacation. She's in vacation.
Oh my! But you know what? It actually looks pretty solid though.
I mean, yeah, structurally it is.
Structurally, yeah.
Then I would just be worried about fire or, you know what I mean? Something trapping you down there. Look at that thing.
That's
insane.
narrow. That's so crazy.
They created an entire network. They could like hang out.
Yeah.
They could sleep for days and days in those things and just hide out.
We've never had aside from like the British back in the day, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We've never had like a country attack us, you know what I mean? I wonder what like a
9/11. What do you mean? We had the fucking 9/11.
Yeah, but not in a traditional like war where there's like troops and you know what I mean? And
yeah, on our soil.
On our soil.
Yeah, we haven't had war on our soil.
I think we would destroy people. No,
they wouldn't even get to our soil.
I mean, even in LA, they're like, we've got MS-13. You know, we got people.
Oh,
don't you think?
Use what we have.
Don't you think we would?
Yeah, go get the Crips and stuff.
Yeah.
Blood.
Hey, bro, what the fuck, dude? You Palestinian, whatever the, you know.
Fuck a Palestinian, bro.
Hey, Palestinian, bro. Yeah. Or whoever am I? What kind of Chinese are you, bro? You know what I mean? Dude, I'm me. I'm from Ralph. I'm from here. Okay, good. Move over, man.
Yeah, but who would they fight for? That's what's interesting.
Who
would these gangs fight for?
Well, if we were in a war with Mexico, we don't get the MS-13.
We're never going to be in a war with Mexico.
Yeah, we'll destroy.
No, I mean, I think we would never be in a war with them.
Yeah, exactly. So
those are our dogs.
But if you were in a war with Russia, I think that most of the gangs in America would be on our side, no?
You say that. But, like, think about it. Some of those gangs have drug ties, and those drug ties, they don't want the fucking federal government telling them what to do.
You're right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, they'd get in bed with, like, the cartel and whatever government agencies they have power over.
What a weird, in LA, imagine if we were like Red Dawn and we were attacked by, oh my God, it'd be insane.
Where would they hit up first?
I would be so scared. Would you be scared?
Can you imagine if they're like, we're gonna bomb LA and they bomb downtown and you're like, nobody's down there. Like they hit the wrong part of the city first.
Yeah.
They're like, and then we're gonna bomb North Hollywood. You're
Yeah,
like,
no
okay,
one's
up
there.
there.
Yeah, bump Skid Row. You won't kill them. They're like zombies.
No, they're undefeated.
Yeah, they're undefeated.
What does that say? Is that what Newsweek thinks they're gonna? That's where the centrifuge of war would be.
Oh, and you're talking. This is a nuclear bomb.
Nuclear bomb.
Oh my God, forget it.
What happened? But it wouldn't even hit Santa Monica.
Oh, West Side safe. West Side, best side.
Yeah, but not we're fucked where we live.
No, dude, we're just no.
Yeah, we're fucked.
That's us.
We're in the fucking center of it. Oh yeah.
What are you gonna do?
No. Don't you think that because we're on the other side of the hill? You don't think the hill would protect us a little bit?
Some of it. I think the hill would get some of like the radiation fog and smoke, but I think we'd get a bad leg.
I'm in the yellow.
Yeah, you're in the.
Oh, you're done. You're done. Yeah.
You're in Los Feliz or Silver Lake.
Los Feliz. I think I become a shadow.
Yes.
Which is awesome.
You'd be shadow.
Yeah, you do.
Carlos Shadow.
Yeah, Carlos Shadow. It's just interesting.
And his mouth is like this.
Yeah. Wow, that would be. I mean, that would be the way to destroy us. Bomb.
But that's what it says. Nuclear bomb shows the impact of new gravity weapon of the biggest U.S. cities. Wow.
Wow, that's scary.
Let's hope that doesn't happen.
Let's hope it doesn't happen. Or I'm on the road.
Yeah, I want to be gone.
Yeah, I've always imagined that. Like if I was on the road and all of a sudden LA's taken out.
Like, oh well.
No.
I got 2 more sets tonight, so I gotta.
It would be terrible. I mean, imagine, dude.
They wouldn't hit LA first, though.
You would. No. Who would you worry about? You're on the road.
Yeah. My wife and my dog.
That's number one.
This studio, you guys.
Okay.
Actually. Yeah,
well,
you first.
Okay.
Well, you'd be on the road too.
Yeah, I'd be on the road. And then what would you do? Like if you were in Cleveland and I was like in Denver or whatever, or vice versa, whatever.
Sure.
You want to say. And then and we would be mourning because I would lose so many people. You would lose
so many
right?
people.
And then our cell phones still worked.
Mm-hmm.
And then you think in a day we would call each other or a couple of days?
It's about. I don't know. See, and who knows if we could get a hold of anybody. You know how like they have like cell phones crash when all that stuff goes down? Like 9/11, no one could like call anybody and the phones are down and all that.
I'm just thinking hypothetically, if like the satellites aren't down and we could call, would you? I think within the first 12 hours we would text each other.
100%, yeah. Right away.
Where are you?
Are you okay?
You good?
No, I would text you. Are you gonna sell your house?
Yeah.
You gonna keep your house?
And then what would you do? I mean, honestly, what would you do? Like, would the banks be working? Like, could we get money out? No.
We're done. Once it starts, it's over.
Oh, fuck.
I used to spend dozens of hours every single week proofreading. I was constantly fixing run-on sentences.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Load up.
That's crazy.
Get golden guns at your house.
I would relapse immediately.
I'd be there with you.
We would meet. Yeah, I would like try to get to wherever Denver. Let's go in Denver.
Let's meet somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
Let's do heroin in Missouri.
Yeah. And then we'd just be heroin guys.
Fine, whatever. Who cares?
I know.
You know what I mean? If that's the end, that's the end.
Yeah.
I want to go out like dude. I had to do my will today. This morning, I had to do like my living
done that.
will.
Oh my God.
And when you have to decide, like, he literally was like, step by step. He's like, if you are in a tragic accident and your brain is incapacitated, right? Like you're brain dead, essentially. How long do you want to be alive?
Ooh, how long did you say?
I had to do it today. How long do you think? I said.
Your brain.
I'm brain dead, but I'm I'm in a vegetative state. But there's hope that I might come back, or you know what I mean? But they ask you how
a month.
Interesting. What do you guys think?
0 minutes.
And what about you?
1 week.
1 week. George is actually right. You know why I did a week? So family could come say goodbye.
But you said that there could be a possibility that you can be alive.
There is a possibility.
Why wouldn't you give them more than a week then?
Just 1 week. I said 1 week they can come say goodbye because I don't want to put the burden of me being in a vegetative state on other people.
I want to put the burden.
I know you.
Yeah. I'm burden guy. Yeah,
You're 10 years.
Yeah. I'm a 10-year guy.
Yeah. You're 10 years.
Yeah. I want everyone to come.
I know. I said 1 week for the family to come say goodbye, and then after that, it says drug-induced.
It's a lot of money though. It's wasted.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
And
but
so,
I don't want my family to have my money, so just put the money.
Well, that was the next question. After all that stuff, was like, who gets your funds and all this bullshit?
So what'd you do?
Well,
do I get any?
In the event that
I don't like that smile. Do I get any?
Well, first of all, my wife gets all of it, and then in the event that she's not around,
she won't be. Trust me.
Okay.
Okay.
Says, in the event that
she's out,
let's say both of us died tragically together.
Yeah.
It goes to my parents, and let's say if my parents aren't alive, Then it goes to my sister, and if my sister's not alive, it goes to my dog. And if my dog, no, my dog's not.
Okay,
if you haven't eaten my dog by this point, no, it's no. It goes to then my sister, and then after that, it goes to 3 or 4 different charities. One of which being Children's Hospital.
They don't need the money.
Yes, they do. Kids having cancer is the worst thing in the fucking. There is literally no greater crime the universe commits than giving children cancer. You wouldn't need my money. You would never give me any of your money when you're dead. That would you?
You're in my fucking will. You don't get a lot, but you're in it.
Well, then I'll change it. Am I really?
Yeah.
How much do I?
Everyone's in it.
Tell me how much I get.
Like 20 grand.
Fuck you. 20 fucking grand for all I've done for you.
You know how much money? I have 100 grand in the bank.
Well, then give me the 100.
No. My mom, my brother, we have the same thing. But I
this?
give everyone something.
I think your mom gets all of it, and if she's not around, Steve gets all of it.
No, that's not what I have. Everyone gets something. Abby gets something. Everyone gets something.
Abby gets something?
My manager, yeah.
Why?
What do I care? I'm going to be dead.
That's my point.
Robinhood Gold. With Robinhood Gold, you can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving 3% IRA match on retirement contributions.
The privileges of the very privileged are no longer exclusive. With Robinhood Gold, your annual IRA contributions are boosted by 3%, plus you also get 4% APY on your cash in non-retirement accounts. That's over 8 times the national savings average.
The perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth.
The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive your 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at robinhood.com/gold.
Investing involves risk, rate subject to change. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold at $5 per month for 1 year for the first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years.
Go to robinhood.com/boost. Over 8 times the national average savings account interest rate. Claim is based on data from the FDIC as of November 18, 2024. Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
Talkspace. Talkspace is my favorite of all time, man, because you need to talk, dude.
You need
the
to talk.
space to do it.
Well, you know what? Therapy can be costly. I'll say that.
Yeah.
Talkspace is affordable and in-network with most insurance providers, and most insured members have a $0 copay. Bob and I are big into therapy at all sorts of levels, right? Whether
I go every Thursday, and I love things like Talkspace because I think it's vital in your life. You can easily sign up online and get paired with a licensed provider that's the right fit for your needs, typically within 48 hours. You can also switch providers at no extra cost.
Well, the best part is you can get yourself help from the comfort of your own home, which we think is a big deal because these days we're very busy. We're on the go. We're on the move. You might have kids. You might have something going on, and why not try Talkspace? Because Talkspace, the leading virtual therapy provider, makes getting the help you need easy, accessible, and affordable.
As a listener of this podcast, you'll get $80 off your first month with Talkspace when you go to Talkspace.com/badfriends and enter promo code SPACE80.
To match with a licensed therapist today, go to Talkspace.com/badfriends and enter promo code SPACE80 to get $80 off your first month and show your support for the show. That's Talkspace.com/badfriends, promo code
SPACE80. Rocket Money. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that helps you find and count.
Thanks for the follow, Herb. I really appreciate that.
So your unwanted subscriptions monitors your spending and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings.
Happy right now. You know why?
I get it.
Because I canceled a bunch of unwanted subscriptions.
Exactly.
Thanks to Rocket Money, because I had a whole bunch of money going out there.
I probably save like thousands of dollars a year.
You?
Yeah,
Thousands. With Rocket Money, you can easily create a personalized budget with custom categories to help keep your spending on track. See your monthly spending trends in each category to know exactly where your money is going.
Yeah, get alerts if bills increase in price, there's unusual spending activity, or if you're close to going over budget.
That's right. Rocket Money will even try to negotiate to lower your bills for you. You don't gotta do it, okay? They automatically scan your bills to find opportunities to save. Then you can ask them, negotiate for me, please. They'll deal with customer service so you don't have to. And Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of $500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all of the app's premium features.
I don't know, really. It's rare that we get to tune cars. It's rare that they give us races to tune cars. I guess not really. I would look online every now and then to see what I could find. If there's like I want to say for maybe Gran Turismo Sport, there was a whole like wiki page or something for car tuning that I would like mess around with, or maybe it was Gran Turismo 3 A Spec that I was doing that. I think it might have been Gran Turismo A Spec I was doing that. I tweaked the numbers here and there, and I noticed like some difference. Like I've been a fan of adding the brake balance towards the front. It was a video I watched. I think it was like a Rory Alexander video where he was just describing how like braking in the front lifts the rear wheels up, allowing you to turn a bit better. And I was like, oh, it does feel effective. So I've been able to I've been like keeping that trend. But no, I really just race, you know. I just try to. I'm having trouble tuning my car for the Tokyo Expressway, 600 pp. What kind of car is it? Like what do you mean by like having trouble? Like yeah, I guess there's a bunch of factors. Yeah, what kind of car is it, first of all? What kind of suspension do you have on it? How do you like to drive? LLM? Oh, well, I'm just trying to use any car that is good that I could come in first place. Oh, that's and wait, are you racing against a computer? You're racing against a computer there, right? $600 pp max. You know, really, it kind of just boils down to probably putting. I mean, definitely, like, you know, you want a fast enough car, but I mean, how long have you been playing Gran Turismo? Like, how many laps have you put into the track? After this race, I'll look and see if I've done that race, and I'll see what I got on it, and I'll go through my car collection to see if I can remember what car I used. Know the track well enough. I know the track enough, but the cars are blowing you out of the water. I guess I have 3 minutes. I could look real quick. New update for let's be quick about this. Tokyo Raceway. Or the Tokyo Expressway. This one. Oh, I haven't even done this one. I don't think I've done this one. Yeah, I'll spend more time and I'll look at it in a sec. Um, I mean, really, I can't really remember the track. What is a track like? Is it a lot of turns? Like you can't get away with using a Porsche? Can you can use GR3s in that? Damn, damn. Do I have enough time to check the oil? I only had a couple races. The oil should be fine. Yeah, oil's fine. It's the one that pays 550K. That could be one of the reasons why it's so difficult to get first place in that. Yeah, and it's probably a rolling start. Yeah, no, some of those races do it does get hard. $600 PP. You might be able to use some GR3s, which is good. For a lot of the races, I used Porsches and new update. Oh, For Honor. Yeah, that game I'm kind of looking forward to playing again. They got me starting off in 12th. Yeah, after this race, I'm gonna look and see.
Cancel your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/badfriends today.
That's rocketmoney.com/badfriends, rocketmoney.com/badfriends.
This may look like your favorite childhood crispy treat, but with 12 grams protein and only one.
That's my point, though. That's why I'm going to give it to a charity. Because what do I fucking...
I care.
No, give charity.
Okay.
We should give it away.
Well, can I have something of yours?
You actually do.
What?
I can't tell you.
I think you're lying, dude.
No, you do get something.
And now we get to the topic of death, and I'm...
It's not death. No. It's just a beautiful way of... You have to frame your life while you're here, and they tell you you're not young anymore. You got to fucking set up a thing in case you go away. So in case this World War III happens in 2025 that we're in...
But when you see like a celebrity die at 53, because I'm 53, right? You go... Because I feel
I don't think I've done any of those races.
And you just kind of go, oh, shit.
I really just like online racing.
Ricky Henderson died, the baseball player. I know this episode will be out significantly after, but...
How old is he?
Young dude. I think he was 63, which that fucked me up. I think he died.
Wow.
He died of 65.
Yeah.
And he died of pneumonia. Which
I'm just stuck grinding 94.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Then I have to do 3.
So Bobby, this guy, the way you love,
do you do time attacks? Do you do the time attacks? Damn. For sure. I feel so bad. I'm not gonna be able to answer too many of the questions. I can help you with ideas. We're gonna have to figure it out together because I am not really knowledgeable on anything. That was horrible. Absolutely horrible. Yo, the top 5 are way up there. Damn, man. Fuck. Am I gonna get it, bro? That was not good. Okay, you should start grinding that. You hate the time trials? The time trials? I mean, you get paid a milli. You get an easy million. Like, I don't always do them, but when I do, I end up getting like silver or something. Like to get silver, it's not hard. It's really not hard to like get silver or something. Damn, I feel like there's still smoke in the air. I made baked potatoes and they came out fine and everything like that, but I don't know because I cooked something else in my in the air fryer, and so it started burning a bit. Hang on, but yeah, I'm gonna look and see what. Let me look and see what cars I have. Hold on. Okay, so oh wow, my bad. It really depends. How do you like to drive? The El Tokyo Expressway, 15 laps that pays 550K. 15 lapper? Where are you? I don't see it. The highest I see is a 12 lap, 5 lap, 10 lapper, 4 lapper, 3 lapper. I don't see 15. It's the 12. You haven't done it. It's a it's the 12 you haven't done. Oh, this one. 550 racks. Ooh, that's a long straightaway. What kind of cars are you going up against? You're going up against the Supra, the RX-7. Well, for that long straightaway, I would imagine the Supra is going to give you the most power down that straightaway. All the rest of these, the NSX, maybe the RX-7, it would probably be Supra, then RX-7, then NSX, then the Impreza. The Impreza is would really just be good for like maybe this portion of the race, like the turns. But on this long straightaway to try to run people down or to try to run the AI down, I'd recommend the Supra and a max of. Oh, and you can use any car as long as it's 600 pp. Oh, well, 600 pp or less. Mm, I would even recommend maybe having a car that's a little bit above 600 and then tuning it down a little bit. So it's still overpowered, but you know what I mean? You're just restricting it. On that long straightaway though, shoot. I mean, how much money do you have? And you say you still need to level up in order to get the ultimate tuning parts. Corvette. Let's see how much time we have left for the next race. 3 minutes. Mm, honestly, I like how the Z4 feels going around the track. You're sitting on 4 milli. Mm, yeah, because at those higher levels, man, it's really hard to chase down that first place. You really have to do probably like a couple races, and you really have to have that track down pat, like. And if it's 600 pp, another factor you could, and I don't know, I'm just guessing, right? Because I play like video games, like a bunch of different games. Like I like cars, but I'm not like a expert car guy or anything. You could also use racing soft tires, which will help with your traction. You could really set up a car like real nice as long as it's 600 or below. So whatever car you choose, are you using racing soft tires? Was there I don't think there was a restriction on the type of tires you could use. But get some racing slicks, some soft tires on there for, the best grip. And then you'd want a car with a lot of top end to really run down that straightaway. Not only that the cars are fast, but I have to pit for fuel and tire change. Um, well, yeah, shit. Maybe racing mediums or racing hards then. But for fuel, that, yeah, that sucks. I mean, no, but you do that at the same time. But is there fuel management? Do you like change the I can't remember what it's called. Do you change the fuel consumption? Like, is it a race where you need to do that? So you need a fuel efficient car that doesn't eat tires, but is powerful. Hmm. 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 You know what we can do? Well, I'm gonna Google it.
Football player, soccer players. This guy was the man. Like
For you.
he was the well. I mean, he didn't play for anything that I love. He was just back when I was a kid. He was incredible. Ricky Henderson was the fucking man.
So fast. Yeah.
So and like a supreme athlete.
Literally never heard of him.
Look at the size of his fucking legs.
Oh, those are.
That's big. No, I'm not joking. That's
Yeah.
bigger
I'm
than
about
your
to-
body.
about to Google
That's
it.
bigger than your stomach.
I'm about to
I'm not
Google it.
kidding. But 65 is so young. That's what scares me.
Yeah, he's pretty young.
I mean, that's so young. You're 50.
Well, how was old was
See if
Bob?
we can't use technology to help
Bob
us
was a tragic
brainstorm a bit.
Yeah, but how old was he?
I think he was in his mid 50s or late 50s. 50.
It was 60s.
He was
in his
60. He was 60.
65.
Whoa.
Yeah. That fucked me up.
Well, that was a horrible accident that should have never happened.
Yeah, that-
right. So that he would have lived significantly longer. He wasn't sick or anything. It was just a bad accident.
What a good guy. Anyway,
No more death.
no more. Let's talk about life.
Let's talk about the birth of life. Let's talk about a birth of life. The ancient big head people. Scientists uncover a lost human in Asia with an abnormally large skull that lived alongside Homo sapiens 100,000.
They're called Asians. What are you talking about?
Big head people.
Yeah.
That's what they did. That's just what they
Just call them Asians, dude.
Is that what they just called them?
Yeah.
Big head people?
Yeah, yeah. Look at how. Okay, well, how big is it? I can't. From that photo, I can't tell.
This is what they like a mock-up of him.
He looks. What the fuck?
That looks like what's his name who works at the store.
Yeah, yeah.
But is that why Koreans have such big heads? Because they intermingled a little bit?
Yeah, that's right.
There's a I don't know what the people are called in Korea or in Japan, but there's a type of people that they didn't look Asian, but they're mixed with Asians, and that's why Japanese people look the way they do.
It's nicotine.
Okay.
I'm not vaping weed at work.
I don't know.
Dude, we don't know anymore.
We don't know anymore.
We don't know.
We know.
No, we know.
We know.
How about that? How about we know?
Yeah, we know.
Bro, I'm not smoking weed at work. They were like vape. Whenever you've seen me vape,
You're smoking weed outside of work.
I'm not vaping or anything like that. I'm not, dude.
What's the truth?
The truth is that.
But did you take something last week?
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Oh, at that here at work.
Mm-hmm.
I've never come to work high.
Okay.
But you do it off of work.
I have.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
But I'm not like.
Because when I saw you in that alleyway,
You did look stoned.
you looked stoned.
Wait.
When I caught you in the alleyway.
Dude, that was. Oh.
Were you not high?
I was not high that night.
Nothing.
I was embarrassed because I was with a
No, dude, there's something going on.
Maybe you were embarrassed you were with a girl. That's
No, there was a girl and a guy.
oh right. Yeah,
Yeah. And then they were doing some sort of like some sexual three-way, and I
Did
was.
you have a threesome?
No, I didn't, but I was embarrassed. Bobby caught me and struck me.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny.
Yeah.
But
I didn't bring, like, you never seen me vape weed in Australia, here, ever. Never.
did you hook up with the guy and not the girl?
No, but he was, like, more interested in, like, talking to me.
What is with
He DM'd me later.
Really?
I watched this reality show this weekend and I only related to the game.
Okay, anyway. What's going on?
What's it called?
Mexican Dynasties.
Have I seen this? Have we seen this? Mexican Dynasties?
Mexican reality show. It's so good about rich people in Mexico City.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
Now I have to watch that.
Yeah.
Because rich Mexicans are my favorite.
They're my favorite. Yeah. Great restaurants in Mexico City. Anyway. Is that the people? What? Juman, right? What are they called?
Juman.
Joman people. So they at one point they looked like a Spanish midfield soccer player. Okay. And then they mixed it with, you know what I mean, a regular age, right? And then the Japanese occurred. But at one point they looked like that.
It's interesting when people. It is funny when the more mixing there is as time has gone on.
Yeah.
Like Tiger Woods. Look at his kids. He just playing this thing with his son. Obviously.
Let me see what Tiger Woods is.
But he's got a daughter and a son. It's like you couldn't tell what that kid is. You'd have no idea what that kid is.
Oh, the kid, Islander. They always look Hawaiian.
Pacific Islander.
At the end of the day, when you mix enough, they're Hawaiian.
Yeah. What are you? Hawaiian.
You know who's cute? Jordan Peele and Chelsea Peretti's kid. There's no photo? I did see a photo. I mean, with a clear text or something. He was like really cute, like handsome.
That's a big thing. People now, celebrities, they put their kids up on the internet, but they cover their face with like a smiley face or like an ice cream cone. It's weird. Why then why even have the photo itself? Do you know what I mean? Like, why put up the pic? If you don't want to have your family on there, don't put them on there. But then why put them on there and then cover up their face? That seems so strange. It's like, just do it or don't do it.
Do you, like, I miss Jordan. Do you ever miss people?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know him. I don't miss him. But I don't know him. I miss...
I used to hang out with him every day for so long, and then I just kind of miss him.
Well, I stayed on the phone last night with Jay Larson for like an hour.
Dude.
Because the story...
I love that guy so much.
He's the best, dude.
And he's a great guy.
So funny. And, dude, we called each other because it was like the old days. The hallway was like...
Dude, I saw you. That was good.
It just felt like the
old days. Yeah.
And so Jay called me, and I called Jay, and we both said the same thing. I was like, dude, that felt like it used to feel when it was like... I don't know, when the store had people coming and going more and everyone was finally in town.
That was fun, yeah.
It was great.
That's a fun, yeah.
But there's some guys that I miss.
No, can you be completely honest with me? Because,
you did great.
I wasn't going to say anything, but, let's just get it out of the way. When I walked into the improv and I saw you in the door, I got the vibe of you going, get away from it. Is that true?
No, you know better.
No, I'm being real.
When have I ever done that?
You were sitting there on your phone, you look up at me, I look at you, and then you went back into your phone, and I just left the room.
No.
That's what happened.
No, I know, but I didn't because it was quiet in the room. But when I see you at the store, we always say that. What do you mean?
Okay.
No, I'll tell you what it really was. Because I was...
You're back.
Yeah, I was in the middle of a little pain moment. And I was sitting there in pain until the drugs kicked in. Then
that was a good, fun improv spot.
It was great.
I thought they were good.
Yeah, they were very good.
Yeah.
They were very good, except that girl who left in your set also left in my set.
I hate that.
What are you doing?
I mean, I in the middle of a setup, you don't stand up in the front row
Dude.
and leave. I have to say something.
Where are you going?
Where the fuck are you going
right now?
Yeah.
Right now?
Yeah. There's an obvious piss break, which is when the host goes up and brings people on. That's your way out.
In between comments.
Yeah.
Or sit it out in the middle of the set, and joke, and then when there's a little break between jokes, then get up and get out as fast as you can. But not when you're like in the middle of a setup. Like right when you're starting to tell a joke and someone's like, and they get like,
yeah.
Because then everybody goes, what's that guy doing? Is he gonna? Where's he headed to?
In the main room, something happened where I told one joke that I knew that some people aren't gonna like, and then I looked to my left, and these two girls were so tuned out at me. I stopped the show and I look at them and go, you guys are tuned out. And one girl did this, and this isn't even fun. I don't know what she was doing. She just goes like this. She goes.
Freaking commercial.
Oh, she showed your feet.
And it put her feet in my face with 2 feet coming out. I go, what the fuck is that? And I just walked to the other side of the stage. I go, that's fucking weird. I've never seen that before in my life. What the fuck are you doing? It was almost, it was like, fuck you.
Yeah, double fuck.
Double fuck with my feet. Yeah.
Fuck you.
I'm gonna ask you another thing. Have you ever had this happen? You're at a club, a comedy club.
Yeah.
There's a woman there.
Yeah.
Very attractive. But there's crazy in their eyes. And so then you have to, and she was like, and I can tell that when she gave me a hug, it was like her chest into me, and that she wouldn't let go.
Oh wow!
Right?
She was gonna kill you.
Right? And she goes, she looks at me and says, "What are we doing?" And I go,
Nah, they don't.
I'm seeing
Thank you for
somebody."
the follow.
Oh, she was looking to.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Carlo,
the follow, Duppy.
Have you ever met anybody that you're like, I think it's crazy, and I can't do it, or do you do it?
He goes for
60-40. Like when I was younger, I would do it more. Now I try not to, but also.
Nah, like I'm not gonna use. I'm not gonna use Google. We're because since it's hard to find such information, right? It's really hard. So what can we do? Thanks, yo. What we can do is we can use DeepSeek. Like why not, right? Like why not? Like why not? So DeepSeek is the Chinese AI, and it's apparently pretty fire. So let's see what it knows about car tuning and Gran Turismo. Okay, so DeepSeek. Do you know Gran Turismo 7? Oh, Jesus, it's taking forever, though. Why is it taking so... Yes, Gran Turismo 7 is a popular racing game. Da, 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 da. Okay, good. Okay, so what's the name of the race again? It's the Tokyo Speedway. It's the Tokyo Speedway. It's this one, 500. It's the Tokyo. Do you know the Tokyo Expressway World Touring Car 600 race in it? Okay, that's the question. And are you aware of the Tokyo Expressway World Touring Car 600 race in it? Yes, I'm aware, and is part of the World Touring events. Takes place in Tokyo Expressway, which is a fictional track inspired by the real raceway. Is it fictional? It's a real track. Well, already, it might be up to no good. Okay. Oh shit! Fuel management. Oh no, it says some cars. Tire choice, car recommendation. Popular choices for this race include the Mazda RX Vision GT3 Concept, the Nissan GTR Nismo, or tuned road cars like the WRX or the Lancer Evo. Mm, It's even giving us uh, what would you recommend as what would you recommend as the best car to use for this race? Yeah, that's what I was thinking, the driving style. The Mazda RX Vision GT3 concept. Do you have that car? No. Okay, what would be okay, the car number 2 would be the Nissan GTR Nismo 2017. Do you have that car?
I think it's 100% fail for you.
Yeah, I usually.
Yeah. Don't do 60-40. Don't do 60-40.
I know. I tried.
How about you?
When I see people
back in the day,
crazy eyes.
Yeah, crazy eyes.
Immediately, I run for the fucking hills.
She was hot, but crazy eyes.
Yeah, the hot ones do have crazy eyes.
Yeah.
But if she's hot,
I know, but it's like I understand that. It was a dilemma.
You did the right thing.
I think so, because you don't want crazy eyes in the morning.
She's like, I moved in.
I know. Yeah, that's what I mean.
That's my U-Haul.
Yeah.
Front. I figured that's okay.
You have the 16. I mean, you could try with the 16. Or I mean, you have 4 mil. You have 4 mil. I mean, you could just because you may as well buy the car because you need to level up anyway in order to get the extreme. So you may as well just buy the car. I know I have both. And yeah, I would maybe try the Nismo, the GTR Nismo. As a matter of fact, I'll actually use that car in this race. Let's see how it handles. We have 3 minutes for the next one. Oh, they just have the 13 and the 18. Oh, look, you see? Oh, it doesn't even have it. It's the 13 and the 18 they have. How much time do we have? We got 3 minutes. Oh, it's hallucinating. That's one thing that sucks. It does hallucinate. Oh, the 17. Oh, this car. 187,000. Oh no, look. The 16. I think ads are about to start soon. Let the ads run real quick and we'll get back to brainstorming what car will be the best one. How long till the ads start? It says ads are starting soon. Oil is good.
Okay.
Yeah. Or when they say crazy things like, I make fresh pasta from scratch.
Oh, no. See, I'm intrigued.
You are?
Yeah.
No.
No, fresh pasta, I'm into. Fresh pasta.
Your third line in?
I make.
I'm. You know what I mean? I'm Candace,
Hey.
right?
Hey, Candace.
I live in LA.
Oh.
I make fresh pasta.
You do?
From scratch.
I
That's
would-
crazy.
I would love fresh pasta.
Oh, third in. You're fine.
Fresh pasta? She didn't say I like hand pluck goose feathers. She's not like I fucking kill geese in my backyard.
It's some arbitrary like information that like shouldn't be in the third thing.
As long as the arbitrary information is something cool. Like I make something neat. I do an artistic thing that's cool. But if she said,
okay, I'm going to say something.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
My name is Lisbon.
Hey, Lisbon.
I live in Burbank.
Oh, great. Yeah, I know Burbank. Yeah.
And you know the end of lamp fixtures? I suck on those.
You do.
Crazy?
I love it.
all right.
I have so many lamps
You
in
like
my
that.
house.
You
my
like
house
that.
is filled with lamps.
So that's not nuts to you.
Not at all.
Okay.
Hi. Hey, hi.
Yeah.
Hey, Bobby, I'm such a big fan.
What's your name?
Chandela.
Chandela?
Chandela. Like Chandelier and Andrea. Chandela.
Okay. Hi, Chandela.
That's my mom was a chandelier salesperson.
Okay.
My dad's name was Andrea.
Okay. What's the arbitrary thing?
My name is Chandela.
Yes.
I live on the west side.
Okay.
I live by Santa Monica. It's.
Yeah, I know what the west side. I know what the west side.
If we have a nuclear bomb, it won't get to us.
I have Google.
Do you know that?
Yeah, I do. Anyway,
I floss my teeth with my own hair. I just want to let you know that.
yeah.
What do you say?
That's fine.
That wouldn't turn you off.
I don't think that would turn me off.
She takes her hair, flosses her teeth, puts it back.
Yeah, I know that. Like when women do that,
wouldn't turn you off.
That turns you off.
That's disgusting.
Use her hair to floss.
That turns you off. Me too. Then.
Way more than.
Me too. Then.
More than sucking on a lamp, fucking thing.
Yeah. No, I think that's pretty normal.
If you floss with your hair and then put your hair back like it never happened, this is every
I think
day.
the ads are done.
What about
the
this?
ads
When
should be done.
Have you? We were taking a shower together, and she peed in the shower.
Love.
I love that.
Have you used any of the Skylines, any of the GTRs in that race yet?
On me.
Yeah. But you know what? And I'm fine with that. Oh, but when I poo in the bathtub,
insane.
It's Armageddon.
It is. It should be.
Yeah. It's like, whoa, you could do that, and I can't shit when I'm taking a bath.
Two different things.
They are?
Yeah, completely.
Okay, I don't know.
You know that.
Yeah, but
Hi.
What? Hi.
I'm cassette.
like a tape cassette?
I don't know what that is. I'm 25.
Oh, hey, cassette.
Hi.
You mean, you mean like just try to get better at the track first? What car are you currently using? I guess I could have started with that question. What car are you currently using? Zero practice. Watch out, bro. If this dude touches me, bro.
I'm such a big fan of Bad Friends.
Oh, thank you, cassette.
I love you.
Anyway, I got another set to do.
I live in Venice. Do you want to come over to my house?
You what street? Lincoln?
Wayward.
Oh, I know Wayward. Yeah. Very specific. Nice.
I collect dead pigeons. I embalm them, and my house is filled with them.
You're still building the Nissan GT?
No.
Okay.
What do you call it?
I call it just Pigeon Girl. I'm Pigeon Girl.
Oh yeah, I'm out.
Really?
I'm fucking out.
I have huge tits.
Okay. What else?
And I love Korean men.
That's a win. Well, third thing, and then I'm in. Give me one good one.
I make homemade pasta.
I'm out. I'm out. Yeah. But okay, I want to say, if she looked like Margot Robbie,
hot,
right?
So hot.
So hot, right?
God, she's so beautiful.
And she had crazy eyes, right? The floss would be fine. I think the pasta would be fine.
Pasta's obviously fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Dead pigeons all over the house. Taxidermy pigeons.
I think dead pigeons would be fine too.
If it's Margot Robbie.
Margot Robbie. What about you? If you were not with your wife.
I would have to get in and get out. I'd be like, look, let's hang out once, but if you start with pigeons, where else does it go? With the pigeon lady?
Yeah. What if, this is what happens. Because you know what Trisha Paytas said?
You knock up a pigeon lady?
No, but you know how there are women at the Hollywood club that seek celebrities to get impregnated by them?
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of those.
No, you gotta be careful. You're out there fucking hanging out, having fun, being single, and it's like, you never know, some girl could be Miss Lee.
I know, but what I do is I do edging, and I edge and I don't come. Do you do that?
Yeah, but you know edging still leaks a little bit. Your pipes aren't closed anymore.
Why does it leak?
Because we're getting older. You're gonna leak.
Yeah.
Like after you go to the bathroom, after you take a piss, you piss your pants a little bit afterwards.
I do.
I know.
You know.
We all do.
Okay, good.
But as you get older, it gets worse. My dad sometimes will piss his actual pants.
Yeah, it does.
He'll just piss his pants.
Yeah.
He'll be like, oh, god damn it.
Well, you know how
a spot like this big.
Do you know how? Have you ever caught me smelling my penis?
What?
You never caught me doing that? Have you caught me doing that?
Smelling it?
Okay, yeah.
George, right?
No.
Yeah. What I'll do is, and it's quick. I'll just go.
Oh, I see you do that.
You see me do that, right?
Yeah.
It's because of the leaking.
Oh, you want to make sure you're not leaking too much.
Yeah.
You leak, don't you, Carlos? Yeah, those pipes leak.
Now
George leaks for sure.
So when my brother was 12 years old, he had a neighborhood, this Jewish kid that came over, and my brother had a Casio keyboard that my parents had bought him for his birthday.
Yeah.
And when my dad took naps, right, if a feather fell on the ground, forget it. It's the incredible, the yellow Incredible Hulk. It's like, you know what I mean? All right. So my brother was playing keyboards, right? My dad took naps naked.
Why?
So this is broad daylight on a Saturday, right? My dad walks into my brother's room, completely naked, right? My dad, he takes the keyboard and smashes it on my brother's back. Keys are flying out, right? But when he turned around, my brother and his friend laughed because what did they see?
Your dad's little Korean penis.
No, he turned around leaving the room.
Oh, his ass?
The Korean kite. My dad used to sleep with a bunch of toilet paper jammed in his butthole, and the fucking toilet paper would be sticking out. He'd look like a Korean kite, right? Shopify! If you don't have Shopify, you're sinking, dude, deep. It's a new year, 2025, and you're thinking, how am I going to make this year different? How am I going to build something for myself? I'm dying to be on my own boss or see if I can turn this business idea I've been kicking around into reality, but I don't know how to make it happen.
Well, look, if you're starting a business, because we've been doing a little business, we like getting you guys merch and all sorts of fun stuff from the Bad Friends Show. Without Shopify, we couldn't make that possible. They make it easy to manage your growing business. They help with all the details, like shipping and taxes and payments, all in one dashboard. It's totally built in to help you focus on making the art, growing your business, or whatever it is you're doing. So you got to act now. You'll regret it if you don't.
Get the store up and running easily with thousands of customizable templates. No coding or design skills required. All you need to do is drag and drop. Their powerful social media tool lets you connect all your channels and create a shoppable posts and help you sell everywhere people scroll.
Established in 2025 has a nice ring to it, doesn't it? Sign up for your $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/badfriends. That's all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/badfriends to start selling with Shopify today.
That's shopify.com/badfriends. Manscaped, we like you just the way you are. But let's be real.
Let's be real about it.
There's always room for a little upgrade, especially in the grooming department.
That's right, dude. After those New Year's festivities, you might not love everything you see staring back at you in the mirror. That's where we come in. The Beard and Balls Bundle, BBB. Help you kicking off this year's ass right out the gate. Say goodbye to that winter beard, or keep it sharp with the beard.
Come on.
And let's leave the hibernation mode behind with the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra. And don't need all that extra hair down there to stay warm.
That's right. Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear. Fuzzy had too much hair, so he used Manscaped's Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra. Your balls, make them your new best friend. It cuts through the New Year's forest with ease. They got 2 skin-safe blade heads for a fresh start. I love it. I use it in the shower. It's waterproof. It's got a little light on there, and you can yin, yin, yin without nicking your nuts. Start stacking those new habits now and head over to manscaped.com and join over 11 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped. Use the code BADFRIENDS for 20% off plus free shipping.
Start the year right. No half-finished beard disasters. With 60 minutes of runtime and an LED charge indicator, you're ready to take on whatever 2025 brings.
Manscaped has a 30-day money-back guarantee, so you can try it risk-free. Join the 11 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped and revamp your grooming routine with the Beard and Balls Bundle. Get 20% off plus free shipping with the code BADFRIENDS at manscaped.com.
Get 20% off and free shipping with the code BADFRIENDS at manscaped.com.
That's manscaped.com, code BADFRIENDS.
ZocDoc.
ZocDoc is a free app and website where you can search and compare high-quality in-network doctors and click to instantly book an appointment. Look, I moved into a new neighborhood. I needed ZocDoc bad, because I wanted to find a new doctor and dentist to get my new pearly whites. And the best part is, they filter through to find in-network doctors for you. With over 100,000 doctors across all specialties, they got you covered.
You can also filter based on specific preferences, Andrew. Whether that's looking for a male doctor, speaks a specific language, has availability that fits with your work schedule or has an opening in the next day or so.
Yeah, once you find the right doctor, you can see their actual appointment openings, choose a time slot that works for you, and click to instantly book a visit. Here's the best part. Appointments made through ZocDoc can also happen fast, typically within just 24 to 72 hours of booking. You can even score same-day appointments, and I did that myself.
Stop putting off those doctor's appointments and go to ZocDoc.com/badfriends to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today.
That's ZocDoc.com/badfriends. ZocDoc.com/badfriends.
I've got this dream, and you're all in it.
Let's hear it.
With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for your dream.
I have this vacation home.
That's like a getaway.
Yeah, but it's also an eco-friendly artist retreat.
So, you're expanding your business?
And our family.
Can you help me plan for that?
Yeah, let's get started.
Ready to meet the dream team? You can with Wells Fargo.
And the reason why I didn't know until now I know my age.
What?
And I have to stick toilet paper
Why,
back
you
there.
leak or something?
There's a little bit of leakage sometimes.
At night? Or just when
24/7.
When you sleep? Right now, you got TP up.
Well, I'm on Ozempic right now, so it clogs it up.
Right.
But in just regular, sometimes.
Really?
Yeah, so I have to like, and what I do is, I don't know if you notice, I don't know why I'm revealing this. This is so disgusting.
Give it to me.
Well, I'm already giving it to you.
Well, go.
Okay. This is so disgusting. I don't even know what I should say, but I'm going to do that. Fucking, I don't know. But it's like, if you notice, I have bottles of cologne on me.
All the time.
Right.
In your car.
And I have wet naps.
Sure.
Right?
On the go.
So this is an emergency kit. So what I do is, at the LAX or whatever, right?
Dude, when we're traveling, that's what you're doing. You go wipe off the leak and spray.
I spray
on the pad.
On the fucking
I know.
Wet ones.
I've smelled it.
Right. Then I do the thing, right? Just in case.
Just in case.
There's leakage, yeah. You don't have emergency things like that? Anybody in the room? Please back me up. Anybody?
We're not over 50.
Oh, that's true.
No, it's just, that's hereditary. I think that's your family. I think it's your dad.
Yeah, so my dad, I think I'm a Korean kite as well.
You should start walking around with it in there, just in case.
Mm.
You know?
Yeah. My dad used to, dude, one time, man, my mom fucked up on rice.
She fucked up rice?
When Koreans fuck up rice, people get mad.
That's divorce.
Yeah.
That's how marriages end.
So the rice was way too dry.
Oh, yeah.
So my brother and I, my mom and dad were at the dinner table. And my dad, and you know, Korean food. What's the great thing about Korean food when you're at a Korean restaurant? All the little
sides, yeah.
Yeah, 100. So my mom did the same thing. There's like 15 little tiny, you know what I mean?
Oh, I love that.
It's the best, right?
I love that.
And the little grill on the table, right?
Snacks.
And
on
then
the go.
the rice was a little too dry. And once I took the bite of the rice, my mind went, oh no, dry rice, right? My dad took the table and threw it into the ceiling, and all the panchan stuck to the ceiling, and it rained kimchi, right? No, I'm not kidding you, dude. And it was like, oh, my mom was running from my dad. It was insane.
Kimchi rain.
So if you're Korean, don't make it perfect, the rice.
Make the rice perfect.
Yeah.
See, my
There's
parents.
so much trauma.
My parents never cooked. My mom wasn't a big cook. My dad's favorite meal of my mom's is called burnt chicken.
Really?
It's called burnt chicken.
No sauce?
No, there's a fuckload of sauce.
Oh, yeah.
Everything is sauce.
What kind of sauce?
She does like a homemade. It's like a honey barbecue with. It's got a homemade barbecue with teriyaki base. You know, it's like a teriyaki base.
That's a good.
But it's burned chicken.
Yeah.
It's chicken that they burned.
Did you ever do Hungry Man?
The Hungry Man meals?
Yeah.
Yeah, the frozen
Every
meals?
meal.
Love those.
Yeah. My favorite thing of the Hungry Man meal is that little dessert section.
Oh,
like the apple.
brownie or
the brownie or apple thing or whatever. Oh, it's the best.
You never did Hungry Man's?
No, I've done it before. I know the brand.
Your parents were doctors. He didn't have to do that stuff.
Yeah.
Doctors fed you.
No, I had it in L.A.
What my favorite is turkey and the little stuffing, gravy one with the mashed potatoes.
What is that?
Green peas.
That was
and then
Hungry
the little.
Man?
That's a Hungry Man one.
That was a Hungry Man.
Yeah. And I just don't do frozen pasta. Do you do that?
In college, I did a lot
Back in the day.
bag of Stouffer's. You know the Stouffer's meals?
Yeah.
I used to do those. And one time I was visiting my buddy Tyler in D.C., and I had a late night flight, and it was storming outside, And Tyler and I, we used to get high together all the time. That's how we met in high school, smoking weed at lunch. and I have a late night flight. He makes one of those Stouffer's. Look at the Stouffer's 2-for-1 pasta bags. He makes one of these Stouffer's late night pasta bags, right? One of those right there. That bag. It was a bag, God. Right? Exactly. Like grilled Asiago chicken, right? So he grills up one of these things, feeds me before I catch my flight. We're in college. And I'm sitting there, and I go to the bathroom, and I'm, like, feeling kind of out of it. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, what am I doing? I go back and sit down, and I'm, like, feeling funky. And I'm already kind of anxious because it's a midnight flight or whatever. It's pouring down rain. And he goes, are you stoned? I go, what? I'm not stoned. He goes, do you feel stoned? I go, why? He goes, I put a huge chunk of weed butter in the Stouffer's skillets. I was like, wait, are you serious? He goes, oh, yeah, I put a fuckload in there. He's like, I figured it'd be good for your flight. I was like, no, bad. Bad.
Did you get high?
So fucking high. I was so.
Were you mad?
No, I couldn't be mad. I was scared.
Yeah.
I was like, how am I going to get to the airport? How am I going to get home? He's like, oh, what do you mean? You'll catch a cab. You'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Panic.
Dude, if somebody did that to me now, sober, I would be,
no,
the free one.
No, dude, I got way too high.
Should I do it as a surprise?
No, fuck you.
No, because now it's not.
Oh,
yeah.
Idiot.
If I eat a bowl of pasta you gave me, there's no way I would know secretly that you did it.
Imagine you dose his pasta, but because you Ozempic, he can't finish it. Never even gets high.
I know. Wow.
Dude, so many of our friends are on Ozempic.
I know.
It's crazy how many people are talking to me about it, or whatever the other one is that you're on.
Wegovy, there's a bunch of different ones.
The amount of people, and I can't name names, it's not my business to say, but the amount of people that have told me
so many
privately are on it.
So many.
I'm blowing my mind. I feel like it's like a thing. It's almost like a thing I'm finding out that, when you find out as you get older, something your parents did that you're like, everybody did that?
Yeah.
And your parents are like, yeah, we just don't worry about it. Shut up. I had no idea that many people took this shit.
It really does work, though. I can't believe it.
I know, I can believe it. It's supposed to help people stop fucking eating, and it's working.
Like because I've been taking this girl out to BLVD.
Yeah.
Right.
Steakhouse, yeah.
And even me, you know what I order there? I go, give me as my meal. I get the 3 sautéed shrimp. It's so good.
They are so good.
Right. And I'll get some halibut ceviche. Right. And that's it. And that's all night. That's the only thing I'll eat.
What?
Yeah.
You won't even have a piece of steak?
No.
What? No.
She ate a fucking tomahawk like this.
No dessert.
Nothing.
No dessert.
Nothing. I can't get anything else in.
That's incredible.
You eat it, you're like, I'm done. I'm about to vomit.
God, that's amazing.
It's amazing.
It is a miracle.
And then you don't get like hunger pains at night.
What about in the middle of the night?
Sometimes I do eat cereal.
In the middle of the night?
Yeah, and I'll eat either. My favorite is I love Golden Grahams.
Oh, GG's.
So right, I like Cinnamon Life.
I like Cinnamon Life.
Cinnamon Life, my friend.
Well, here's why you like it.
What?
Because the milk is phenomenal. I want to do Cinnamon Life and just bottle that milk afterward.
That's
Cinnamon
Life.
Life.
So smart. You're right, guy.
Why don't they do that?
Yeah.
What's your least favorite cereal? This is easy.
Oh, it's so easy. Captain Crunch.
Because it cuts your tongue in your mouth.
I hate the flavor, everything about it.
But the peanut butter Captain Crunch is pretty good.
I can't eat it. I hate it.
What about like blueberries?
Hate it.
Wow.
I'm going to tell you right now what I like.
Count Chocula.
Is that like Fruity Pebbles?
No, Count Chocula is like an iteration of Captain Crunch.
Hate it.
Okay. Fruity Pebbles.
Anything Fruity Pebbly, I like. I don't like that.
Do you like anything that doesn't come with a toy?
Watch world-class soccer live on a variety of networks all season long with YouTube TV. Try it free. Terms apply. Cancel anytime.
Just make it up for Andres being gone.
Yeah. Well, you're doing a great job because he's just as shitty as you. That's the same bomb.
That makes me mad. That right there is ruined it all for me.
No, let's keep moving.
Yeah.
Okay, Cocoa Pebbles is the same as Fruity Pebbles.
I like anything pebbly.
You are a Pebble guy.
I'm a Pebble guy, and then also
Hold on. Fruit Loops.
No.
No.
I don't like Loops.
So Apple Jacks are out there.
Out.
Wow,
Right.
that's crazy. Apple Jacks are so good.
Here, what I do like, I like the frosted mini wheats.
Yeah, okay. First of all,
It absorbs the milk.
it's great.
It's the best.
They need more frosting.
No, I like the one side.
The frosting should go all the way around.
That's not true at all.
Frosting should
It's
go all
too
the way
much.
around.
It's too much. It's too much.
No, then you're eating just shredded wheats. Because by the way, sometimes I'll say this. Listen up.
Dude, those things are the best.
Listen up, Kellogg's.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what pisses me off about frosted mini wheats. Lately, they've been skipping on the frost. A lot of times I'll see a mini wheat there. The whole one side isn't frosted. It'll be a little piece of frost.
Look at that long piece of fucking.
Sometimes you get a double down.
I don't want a double one.
No, I love that.
All right, so.
And I suck it like this.
Right. I know you do. So, and I've talked about this before, I think, I don't know where, and I've had a campaign because in the late 70s, early 80s,
yeah,
there was one thing that was the greatest thing ever made. It was the greatest thing ever made. It's what I survived on. If I think about it today, my mouth.
Right, give me the initials, I can guess it.
You're never going to guess it.
Give me the initials.
I'll just say carnation.
Oh, the instant breakfast?
No. In the early 80s, there was a carnation breakfast bar.
Oh, you told us about this.
Yeah.
Right, the breakfast bar.
And they stopped making it. And if you go online, people still want the recipe.
I remember this thing.
Yeah, it was the greatest breakfast thing. The way it fell apart in your mouth.
The crunch, the crumble.
Everything about it. I would buy 15 boxes at the fucking thing.
Is Carnation still a company? Look that up. Do they still exist?
Yeah, they are.
They do?
But they don't make those bars anymore.
Somebody owns them, though.
Somebody's got to remake that.
Why don't we should do Bad Friends Carnation breakfast bars. Who owns Carnation now? Look that up.
Nestle.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
Don't cry,
Nestle.
it used to
Parent
be.
company.
Yeah.
Fraser and Neve and
I think people have tried online. I've read on Reddit and stuff. People try to make it. I don't think I think they've failed. There's something magical about it.
Well, the magic's gone.
It's gone.
Isn't it funny when you find out who owns something? Like the other day, I looked up JetBlue because I was like, they were booking me on a JetBlue flight because I got to fly for this gig, and I was like, oh yeah, JetBlue. And then look who owns JetBlue, by the way. Because I was looking up what the. Wait, hold on. Before you get to it, I was looking up what the flight stat. Like, are they owned by United? Or it was like they had a partnership, right? That's what I was looking for their points or whatever. And then I accidentally looked up who owns it. Zoom in. Look at this. BlackRock, Vanguard. BlackRock, dude.
I don't know who that is.
One of the largest fucking like venture capital conglomerate. They own the world.
Wow.
They're probably the biggest purveyors of like war. BlackRock is basically fucking. I mean, they make everything. Look what they own. As of December, BlackRock's market cap net worth is $159 billion, the world's largest money management firm. They own everything.
Wow.
11.5
Trillion in assets, which means they're
trillion.
Yeah, because they're military. They make military.
Trillion.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Big T.
Imagine what would you do if you were a trillion?
You'd never see me again.
Oh yeah, you'd see me.
No.
On everything.
Put yourself on billboards all up and down.
Clouds. The clouds would be my face.
Instead of clouds.
You would look up, all the clouds would be.
Oh, they're Bobby seating again. So fucking rad.
Yeah.
Private military companies, Blackwater.
Oh, wow.
Oh, BlackRock, not Blackwater. That's Blackwater.
No, BlackRock does military contracting.
Yeah, they do contracting.
How did a little
Trillion.
bump cause
well,
that?
Dude, you saw what happened the other day to fucking Elon Musk, right?
Mm-hmm.
Since Trump's election, he made $40 billion because of his stock options and everything like that shot through the roof. Between SpaceX, X, Tesla, $439 billion. $439
billion.
Yeah.
I can't.
$billion.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that. Jeff Bezos, 237. Nice try, bitch.
He's getting married.
Who is?
Bezos.
He's getting married?
Yeah, in Aspen this weekend.
Are you going? Did you get invited?
Surprise.
We should all get invited for how many Amazon My house is an Amazon fucking factory. The amount of shit my wife gets up from Amazon, comical. No, it's honestly, at this point, the fucking driver the other day goes, back again.
Wow.
Back again, that's what he says.
I'm addicted. She addicted.
She's bad addicted.
Yeah. What did she get? Like?
Just bullshit. It's all bullshit for the house. It's like, it's stuff. It's small stuff for the house.
And you don't yell at her, either.
No, why? Who gives a fuck?
So if
it's just funny to me. I'm like, more shit?
So does she say to you, I spent $4,200 this week?
Let me tell you, working on a game engine, there are so many different terms to keep track of, and that's where Grammarly's style guide comes in. It's like the perfect thing to make sure that everything is cohesive and consistent across all of your branding. You can use the style guide to build up this entire dictionary of various different definitions and terms that your team uses. This is particularly useful and important for anything that is public facing. It can make sure that your brand, your team, delivers everything consistently and cohesively across all of the different authors that might actually write that content. Join the 70,000 plus teams that are using Grammarly.
No, she doesn't spend it. It's not like that. It's just small stuff.
Yeah, but she doesn't have to go to you and go, hey, I spent this.
No, why?
Okay, that's great. What a great dad, husband.
Dad, brother, husband. What a great dad, brother, husband.
You know, some guys are like that. Like, hey, sweet, I want to see the receipts, or you know what I mean?
No, because she's not buying crazy shit. She's just buying like.
So if she did spend like $22,000 on something, would she tell you?
Yeah, we'd have to have a conversation. $22,000. I'd be like, what was it?
What?
What was it? Did you buy?
High heels.
Baby, you bought $22,000 high heels?
No, I bought like 14 of them. That led up to 22,000. So don't yell at me.
No, well, I am.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money. Why are we spending $22,000 on shoes?
I like them.
I know that you like them, but could you get less than 14?
No.
You need them?
Yeah.
You promise?
Yes.
All right, it's fine.
And you're fine with it?
I guess if you say you need them. What am I going to do? If you say you need them, what am I going to say?
Yeah.
Because then it's like, then I want to go buy something fun for me. Because she could be like, why do you want that car? I really love cars. What's the justification?
Right.
We all have our bullshit that our partner could go, well, that's stupid as fuck.
Yeah.
And by the way, it probably is. Shoes are dumb, clothes are dumb, cars are dumb, toys are dumb, but like, we want them, so fuck it.
Guess what the #1 thing I buy off of TikTok and Instagram, and I get something every week.
Sex toys.
No.
Shoes.
Slides.
It's a slide.
Sandals, flip-flop. He's right. That's
comfy sandals.
No.
A thing for the cats.
Yes.
I fucking.
I did that and it never came. I was so mad.
Thing for the cats. You know why?
Then I bought it on Amazon, the same thing, and the cat didn't even play with it.
That's why you have to buy a lot.
You gotta buy more.
I buy everything. A bird, a mechanical bird, right? Right, you charge it, right? And the cat just kind of walk by it. They don't give a fuck, dude.
You gotta keep trying.
Yeah, I keep trying. I bought a scratching post that looked like an Asian temple. And it's right outside my. When I left the house today, the box was there, so I'm gonna assemble it when I get back. I can't wait.
Yeah, stuff for the animal. I'll buy anything for the dog. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
But when I say if she spent, like, look, if she had a problem, if it was bad, and she spent too much money where it was like scary, yeah, we'd have a conversation about it. But you know what I mean? It would have to be like, what the fuck's going on? But that was the thing I think about sometimes. Like, you hear these stories later in life, people that are like, the spouse was spending crazy money and they didn't know. Do you know what I mean? Like, you hear those fucked up stories where they're like, they had a gambling addiction and they were, you know.
What happened? No, sometimes the wife is so in debt and she's hired the husband.
Yeah.
And
she kills the husband.
I've seen a couple of those.
Yeah, I know.
Have you seen a couple of those?
Dude, they kill them because they don't want to tell them.
Yeah.
You'd rather kill me than tell me we're in debt?
Yeah, no, I know.
Fucking tell me.
Yeah. Or the worst.
And then what happens when you tell me that we're in debt?
Yo.
Then I kill you?
Yeah.
That's why.
But, or what would you do if you found out that your wife put a hit on you? I've seen a couple of those.
It would turn me on a little bit.
But that would destroy me.
It'd be kind of hot though at first. You'd want to fuck it out.
What do you mean?
Cause you'd be like, you try to fucking kill me?
Yeah, I forgive you, but we gotta fuck a lot.
We gotta fuck a lot, dude.
Yeah.
If I found out my wife put a hit on me, it would turn me on for the creativity.
Right.
Kind of rad. Where'd you find these?
It's divorce though.
I don't know.
Don't be real.
Might be fight to the death.
Yeah. How about you?
How about you do it,
George?
Oh, I'd just move away. I'd hide.
Would you get divorced though?
No, I wouldn't even. I would not pass go. I'd just be. I'd be in the middle of Montana.
Oh yeah, see.
Glacier National Park.
What are your kids though?
Kids? What kids?
I'd
It's
be
gone.
You would take the kids?
If I had time. But if they were daycare, I'd just be gone. First
Dude,
Greyhound out of
What a
town.
man.
Well, you know what it is.
Yeah, you're a real man, dude.
He doesn't want his kids or his wife. He's gone. This guy's dreaming in the mountains in his mind. He wants to run away by a little river.
But do you have enough to survive in the mountains? I mean, yeah, but you're like, Ted Kaczynski or whatever that guy's name.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he was poor. That was his real problem.
Yeah.
That he didn't get any. I read listened to a whole bunch.
Is that his name, Ted Kaczynski?
Yeah.
Yeah, Unabomber, right?
Yeah. Him and his brother were real weirdos.
Yeah, you would wear, I'd have a beard. You'd be like making things in the fucking shed.
Yeah, make his own clothes.
Yeah. Oh my God. You'd be so weird.
Carlos, what would you do if your significant other put a hit on you?
Oh, I'd call the FBI. And
Thank you.
Snitch. Fucking rat. Snitch. Brat.
Oh, fuck her. Getting divorced is like a cheat code.
I would.
Oh, now I get to be single.
I'd slowly poison her.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
If I find out she was to put a hit on me, I'd slowly poison her.
So I saw one where a girl gets caught. Now she's at the cops, and they confront her. They go, "We know. We have it all on tape."
It's awful.
Right? And the husband's there.
Oh.
Right? And then the cop opens the door. The husband's there. And she goes, "Tommy, come here. Just come here. Let's talk."
Fuck you.
"Come here, Tommy."
Nope.
"Seriously, what the fuck is going on, Tommy?" Tommy's like, "Fuck off," right?
Yeah.
But it's like, what do you think is going to happen, lady?
Yeah, but she probably was trying to manipulate him. That's, by the way, she's probably good master manipulator. She's probably a sociopath, and she probably thinks, I didn't do anything wrong.
She wasn't even that hot. You didn't even that hot.
If you're gonna kill me, you better be hot.
You better be hot.
You better be so
Margot
hot.
Robbie.
Yeah, you better Margot.
Yeah.
Kill me.
Yeah.
Hey.
Oh my God.
Hey, Sydney Sweeney, murder me.
Murder me. Yeah.
Slit my throat in cold blood.
But it's like the gall.
To have you put a hit is crazy.
It's crazy, dude.
If you were gonna put a hit on somebody, how would you go find someone to do that though? You can't Google it.
There's no way to do it. I late at night I do think about stuff because late at night you have revenge fantasies.
You do for sure.
You don't have revenge fantasies?
Not really. I don't care. What about
me either? Then
you love it. I know you do.
So I lay in my bed and that always putting on a hit in my scenarios in my head because I go, how would I do it?
Well, you go get a homeless guy.
Even then, it's like no, because they're gonna catch you on tape.
How?
Even approaching the homeless guy. What's Bobby Lee giving a homeless guy $4,000?
I wasn't giving him that much money.
Okay.
So I hid the money. He had to go get it.
So I'm at Skid Row.
I got it all planned out.
You do? I'm hanging out at Skid Row.
Yeah.
I go, that guy might go.
Yeah.
Hey, sir, can you come here? And he's like, shit, I'm a fake. And then you're like, okay, that's not the guy.
The cuckoo-doo?
Yeah.
That's my guy.
Right. And then so where would I go? And then I would probably go to like Guam.
The guy that works the
yeah. He looks like he knows somebody.
Yeah, he does.
I go, go ahead. You know anybody? I'm just hypothetical.
Yeah.
No, dude. Get the fuck away from me.
That means he does. He's like,
right. So then I think I would call the shadiest guy now.
Yeah.
But after that, I'd be like, I don't know what to do.
I'd get a homeless guy because then it's so vulnerable. You know, if you get a whole crazy homeless guy and you hide the money, you give him like couple of tasks. One, he's got to go kill someone. Two, I've hid the money all over the place. It's a scavenger hunt for him to get the money. Then it gives him an adventure, you know?
Well, the money part, because these clubs now pay you cash.
Yeah.
Right? So I would just do a bunch of improv spots.
Right, get the cash.
Right? That's how I get the cash, right?
There you go.
So then I have cash in my pocket.
Untraceable.
I'll save about 10 grand worth of.
You think someone's going to kill someone for 10 grand?
Down payment. You always say put a down payment down.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Until the task's done.
What does it cost to kill someone?
You go 10 grand at first.
Yeah.
Okay, 20 grand.
20 grand to kill someone?
Yeah.
No chance. It's got to be way more than that. Someone's not going to kill someone for 10 grand. You can hire a hitman on the dark web.
We've been planning this trip for months. Remember to smile and act happy. Iris, wake up. Remember to smile and act happy. Cute trick.
Companion, rated R. Well, or you could get a ghost gun. That's what I was going to tell Bobby to do. Is he should kill her himself.
What's a ghost gun?
Yeah, what's
3D printed gun.
Wow.
Oh, and you can destroy it when you're done?
That's what Luigi used.
Did he really?
That's why it was so weird looking.
Whoa. So he printed his own gun?
Oh, that's cool.
But that's kind of weird. He printed his own gun, but didn't cover up any other parts of his tracks. Like he literally was like, huh?
He didn't have gloves on. He didn't check to see if he was dead. It was
Yeah, so it's like he left all the other evidence. He like went out of his way to get a 3D gun.
But he also got a silencer, and apparently that was the wrong move.
Why?
Oh, you don't know?
Why?
Wait, why? Because
Oh, you don't. Oh, you don't know?
No.
You don't know?
No, I don't.
Okay, so what professional would say, right,
Uh-huh.
is you make it loud because so that people can hear it, and they don't run toward gun violence. They run away from it, and they duck and they hide. Right. So if he would, what?
That's good.
Yeah. So you use a regular pop, 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 right? That way, right? There's no one around.
Interesting.
Right. But he and the cop that I heard on the news.
Yeah, news.
They said that he played too many video games. The kids today, they play so many video games, they think that's how you do it. They put a silencer and all that stuff. Like you're playing.
Nah, just subsonic bullets right in the ear. You're good to go.
See,
the way you said that was creepy.
I know he's planned it.
Yeah, yeah. You've
He's
had
thought about
revenge fantasy.
He's had revenge fantasy.
Yeah, yeah. Subsonic what in the ear?
Subsonic bullets. They don't pass. They don't go over the speed of sound, so then they don't make that big old pop.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's awesome.
That's a real thing.
That's good to know. That's good to know.
Yeah.
Subsonic bullets. So when you bang it, right? It doesn't have a bang.
Well, it has a bang, but it's a lot more quiet.
Whoa.
How do you know this, George?
How do you know this, dude?
You know, when a raccoon was getting our chickens,
a raccoon. You're using a fucking subsonic bullet for a raccoon.
Subsonic bullet to get the raccoon because it was eating our chickens, and that's kind of highly illegal in the LA city limits.
To shoot a gun at a raccoon? Yeah, it's 100% illegal.
But it was so quiet, nobody heard.
Wow. How do you write things on the bullet?
Very small pen.
He didn't engrave it?
It was Sharpie.
Maggiano?
What did it say on the shell?
Deny, depose, delay.
And people are getting tattoos of it. Funny.
Deny, depose, delay.
They're getting the tattoos of that on the back.
Dude, that's so dark. Who would you run up to and kiss on the face? What famous, what CEO would you run up to and kiss on the face?
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's it.
Governor of Texas.
You go kiss him on the fucking face.
Yeah. He's kissable. He's so kissable.
Some of you guys are so kissable, man.
Yeah. I would kiss him 15 times. In the head. Wouldn't you? I would kiss him
back of the head?
Yeah. Back of the head 15 times. Right. And then one in the dick. Yeah.
That one's the sweetest one.
Yeah. Wow.
Deny, depose, delay.
There's a couple of comics I want to kiss.
Who do you want to kiss? There's always a couple.
There's so many comics I want to kiss.
What do you want to kiss?
Annie.
I don't want to name any. No, I don't want to kiss her.
I do.
You really do?
Yeah, I would kiss her.
Yeah. What she did to me the other night was.
What did she do?
Was she started a war with me?
Of course.
You don't know what she did?
No.
So
Stole your Ozempic.
No.
I told
that
you.
was pretty flagrant.
It's flagrant, right?
That's a little crazy.
So I'm going to tell you what she did, all right? So the main room was packed. I'm bringing Annie up, right? And I have a good set, so I say good night. I give her a great intro.
Yeah.
And also, I'm on a date.
So you have a female friend.
So I have a friend in the audience, you know, that's watching the show. She had never seen me perform before.
And you killed.
I did good, right? So then I bring Annie, and as I'm walking toward the back of the thing, Annie's coming out through those curtains. And she has water. She does a pratfall and throws it on my body. Now I'm drenched wet. And here's on purpose.
She says it wasn't on purpose.
It was on purpose. I later found out it was on purpose. And here's what's the biggest sin there?
Throwing water on you.
No. No laugh.
Nobody laughed. So the room was quiet.
The room was quiet, and they're like, oh, shit.
Whoa.
You know what I mean? So now I'm drenched. It's silence in the room.
What did you say?
My fucking date is blushing, right? And I go, what the fuck? She's like, oh, I'm so sorry. Because you saw how upset it was. And then as I went backstage, I went, what the I'm crazy. While she was on stage. But what do you think of that? Is that war?
It seems like
that seems like a war to me, dude.
It's an attack.
Yeah.
That's an attack. But by the way, to be fair, you still got laid. But it didn't ruin your night. But it is that's a little war. That's a little baby. She's throwing up a flare.
She does things like that. She'll also do stuff like kick you in the stomach. Like she does weird shit.
She kicks you in the stomach?
Well, she'll like do some kind of karate. It's always like some karate thing. She'll go, oh, hiya, and then she'll like kick you. You know what I mean? You're like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? Annie, what are you doing?
Yeah, what did she try to start a war for you for? What is that?
I don't know, dude.
I thought you guys were always all right.
She also told me, she said, well, that usually works.
With you?
No, my pratfall with the water.
With the water.
It didn't work that time. Yeah, because I killed.
Yeah, you did too good. Well, because nobody wants to be grass.
It was so, yeah, you're drenched.
I don't want to be wet for the, now I'm
Wait,
wet.
no, what would you do if she doesn't that? She would never do that to you. But if she did,
She maybe would. But if
she did, what would
I
you
would
do?
go grab a water or a drink off someone's table and throw it right on her in front of everybody. That would get the laugh. If she threw it at me, then I would be like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Laugh it off a little bit.
I think it would be uncomfortable in the room.
I'd grab a drink off somebody's thing and throw it on her.
Yeah, and then
I'd start a food fight.
With Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, you can access your FICO score in a snap.
What I would give to be able to make art on this scale.
You will one day, but it's equally important for you to be thinking about your future, building credit.
Dad. Fargo, what's my FICO score?
Wow, it's a work of art.
Do you, Fargo?
That was corny, but I'll take it.
You can. Visit wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
And I forgot who it was, but after Annie, the comic after was mad. Why?
There's water all over the fucking stage?
So they had to pause, and some fucking doorman had to go up there and wash
Clean it up.
clean the stage.
So bad.
So you have now this lull.
So Jesus Trejo's got to go up and
Yeah.
wait for you to...
Yeah. It was terrible.
Got to wait for someone to clean up the water in front of him.
Yeah. So what's your
Are you going to respond to this war now? Or are you starting a little war back?
Yeah.
Seems like you might. Seems like you might.
There's a couple of things she's done over the years that have been like, oh man, that's a war, but I'm gonna back off.
But the water on you is...
But the water was almost like the last thing.
Wow.
Yeah. But I don't know. What do you think? What would you have done, Carlos?
Oh, I would have lost my temper. I've lost my temper at Annie a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys have beef or something?
No, we just always played around like that.
Yeah.
Like I walked off her show once. Like,
did she apologize for the water?
It was an accident. I slipped.
Oh.
But that was her way of not
But
apologizing.
you don't believe it.
But then later she said she didn't say. She still maintains it was a slip, but then she told me, I've done it before, like throwing water, right? So in my mind, I'm like,
that's not a slip.
Yeah, that's not a fucking slip, bitch. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that plays out.
Yeah. Anyway, any New Year's resolution for you?
Yeah, I've got resolutions.
Go ahead.
I'm leaving the state of California as a permanent resident. I can't do it anymore. I pay too much in taxes. I gotta get out of here. I'm done. I can't support this place. I gotta go. So
Where are you gonna go?
We're moving the show.
Where are you going?
We are officially.
Where are we going?
We are moving.
Where
the
are we
show
going?
To Nevada, Pahrump, Nevada.
Oh, I love that place.
We'll go.
We're moving to Pahrump.
We'll go.
We
We'll go.
gotta go, dude.
Yeah.
We gotta set up a studio in Pahrump. So we're gonna be setting up a studio in Pahrump, Nevada. We gotta move there. State income tax. We'll save on that. We'll still pay our Fed, but no more
Do
California.
you think we would thrive in Nevada?
Yeah.
Like by Vegas?
100%.
You think so?
What the fuck? We would do great. We could move to Vegas and have the most fun. Do shows all the time.
Not Pahrump.
No.
He was kidding, but no, we're not kidding. Pahrum's
Oh,
a no man land.
We'll move to Vegas. We'll open up a club called the Brothership.
Yeah.
only for black.
The Brothership.
Only for black people.
Have to be black to get in. Welcome to the Brothership, y'all.
Wow.
And we only play George Clinton in the hallway.
I think if we did move to Vegas,
what?
I would open up like a 150-seat comedy club.
See, I think a 100-seater would be great.
That'd be great.
Just 100 seats.
A little 100-seat little place.
We should do that. Should we do a Bad Friends Club in Vegas? The problem is there's too many clubs in Vegas. There's Jimmy Kimmel's room. There's the Cellar has a room. But
they're not showcase clubs. They're headliner clubs.
They're headliner. No. The Cellar is a split showcase. It's a split headliner.
But they book it in way in advance. What I'm saying is that I want to do like
for locals.
For locals and anyone that's in town that wants to work out.
A
showcase place, yeah.
Maybe we should do that. There's a Laugh Factory, a Comedy Cellar, it's called LA Comedy Club. There's Las Vegas Live, Brad Garrett's room, Jimmy Kimmel's, Wise Guys. God, there's so many.
There's so many.
Carrot Top has a club out there.
But you can't just call in.
He doesn't have a club.
No, they're
he's
just
got the
calling
room with
it-
the Luxor.
Yeah, they're just
But could you? I mean, I've never been to Vegas where I'm like, I'm gonna call in this way. I don't know where to go. Do you?
See, that'd be fun to make a fucking. But is there enough local comics in Vegas that?
Oh, yeah.
That you could create a system.
Yeah, but there's also a lot of. I know probably 40 comics that just live there.
Okay.
So you can go, hey, guys, there's no showcase club, so just call in if you're in town and just work out.
All right. Well, we'll start the Brothership down there. in Las Vegas, and we'll have
a happy New Year, everybody.
And our premiere show there will
BB, me, you, Nate Bargatze, Bert Price, we'll call in all our favors.
We'll have to have a weekly show there hosted by someone. It'll be called Murder Anthony.
That's good. Anyway, very good. Very good. Good night. Thank you for being. Let's just end on that note. Let's end on that note. Thank you for being a bad friend.
Sending those damn bird bots to spy everywhere. Then, she surprised me. Maybe a little too much.
Meaning?
If you really want to know, there's a PDA on the bench that can point you in the right direction. You need anything else? Don't bother me. But you can help yourself to the greenhouse. Least I can do to repay you for getting those spying pests off my back.
I'll be right back. Hang on. Let me stretch my legs.
Three, two, one.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Progress is a philosophy, a choice, a reason to keep going. Introducing the next generation of Tonal. We took the smartest, most effective strength training system in the world and made it stronger.
That picture. I guess that. Show. My name is John Stewart. We got a show for you tonight. Our guest tonight, a formerly incarcerated firefighter, Royal Ramey, is going to be here to discuss his journey from prison firefighter to organizer. But first, I just want to very clearly state to you guys something. I found last week exhausting. The return to 1600 Trumpelvania Avenue was as disorienting and chaotic as I imagined. But then we had a weekend. Serenity now. And we can finally catch our breath, begin to move forward with intentionality. Namaste.
Chaos on Wall Street. We are in the middle of a market sell-off.
Tech stocks sent the markets into a tailspin today.
Tech stocks have just taken a battering.
Will there never be peace? No! What has happened to Luther? What the f***? I was promised a new era of American prosperity and greatness. What happened?
A powerful new Chinese AI tool called DeepSeek is threatening the U.S. dominance of this emerging technology.
DeepSeek is on par with what OpenAI and Google have made, even though those companies are sinking billions of dollars, tons of years, and lots of development into this space. DeepSeek did it for cheaper in a matter of months.
Hey. Who would have expected the Chinese to do it cheaper? I can't believe it. It's as though when you don't have labor laws or rights. And by the way, DeepSeek, we're getting our asses kicked by DeepSeek. Who names an AI company after the thing it actually does? Where are your random letters? Where's your GPT, your Grok? DeepSeek sounds like what you might use it for. China's even beating us at naming shit. By the way, I do know this is bad news financially, but is anyone else somewhat excited that AI had its job replaced by AI? But listen, man, this is a minor setback. We will bounce back. Russia had Sputnik, and it spurred us on to land on the moon. I'm sure it's not going to be that bad. Has Chinese AI put American AI out of a job? I mean, who knows? I'll find out. Siri, how bad is it?
John, check out my OnlyFans.
Send me a link. But enough about the apparently tenuous underpinning of everything we've banked our entire future economy on. What's the news freaking out about closer to home?
Friday night massacre.
Late Friday night purge. A chilling purge.
The Purge.
Ah! Trump has ushered in the purge! I for one. I for one will take full advantage by doing some unpermitted lawn work. Your God is powerless. Although, just in case I'm misinterpreting, what is this purge about exactly?
Breaking news, the mass firing of government agency watchdogs.
Trump fired at least 17 inspectors general.
No! He got rid of 17 inspectors general. That only leaves no one knows how many left. I have no idea. Oh, I'm sorry, did I break the illusion? You know, here's a nice thing, you don't know if that's the axe or my desk. Which one is fake? I'll never tell. The point is, we have 17 less inspectors general. Who knows how many generals will now go uninspected? Democrats, inspire my anger in the least charismatic way possible.
Donald Trump's decision to fire 12 of the federal government's independent watchdogs is a glaring sign that it's a golden age. And Donald Trump's decision to fire 12 of the federal government's independent watchdogs is a glaring sign that it's a golden age for abuse in government and even corruption.
He started again, right? He said it twice? Like, no recognition, just started again. Is that what happened? Normally, humans in that scenario would go, oh, God, I'm sorry, where was I? Let me take that from the top, and maybe this time I'll look up. Can you legally just restart without acknowledgement? Is Schumer AI? Is he deep seek? But regardless of how slowly NPC Chuck Schumer laid it out, what Trump did violated the law. He can't just fire these people.
Title V, Section 403 of the U.S. Code, federal law, an inspector general may be removed by the president.
What? So what's the purge? What's the why do I have an axe?
There is a specific law that requires notice, 30 days, and a statement of reasons, substantive and detailed rationale.
What? I'm sorry, what? Oh, apparently you can fire them, but you have to give them 30 days notice. Oh, so that's what we're upset about? No! You can do it, but not in that font! That's Hitler's font! But this is the cycle we find ourselves in. First law of Trumpodynamics. Every action is met with a very not equal overreaction, thus throwing off our ability to know when shit is actually getting real. Like last week's pardons.
These pardons are sick. They are offensive. They are un-American.
This is one of the most egregious, despicable acts in American history.
This is textbook authoritarian takeover 101.
I knew I should have taken that class. And not majored in submissive liberal crying 101. Oh, do what you will, Trumpy ski. Was it shitty? Yes. Should you have let some of those terrible people? No. Is it an abuse of pardon power? I don't know. But that is his constitutional power. Again, for some reason, we have given presidents the power of a king. And then we say, oh, by the way, with that power, you're not going to get all like kingly and shit on us, right? To put that in constitutional terms, if I could, don't hate the player. Hate the founding fathers. That's not. Why do we even have it? Because I don't know if you've met Donald Trump. He pushes shit.
President Trump deploying executive action to end birthright citizenship.
This unconstitutional, un-American attack.
Shredding our Constitution.
Who's to be a strongman authoritarian?
Birthright citizenship was very specifically tailored to send a message to people that America was a place, an idea. It wasn't for one race. It wasn't for one gender. Citizenship in America was based on where you were, not who you were. And to just stroke of a pen, finally I agree. That is authoritarian.
We do begin tonight with the federal judge blocking President Trump's executive order that would end birthright citizenship.
And we're back. See how easy that was? It was a dictatorship, and then the judge went. It's like when you have an electric fence. You never check it, and you're not really sure if it works. Because you have a good boy. You have a very good boy. But then one day, zap. By the way, I fundamentally disagree with the use of electric fences. It is true. I prefer to discipline my dogs with a series of passive-aggressive comments about their weight. Really tearing through the bowl tonight, huh? Take a breath, Tubbs. It's called kibble, not gobble. By the way, my dog's name is Tubbs. Anyway, birthright citizenship is back!
No, obviously we'll appeal it.
Damn you, constitutionally enshrined judicial review of executive action and its relief through the appellate process. Look, we are facing a deluge of these executive actions, and certainly we must be prepared for those most vulnerable to the consequences of these actions. But the "this is all fascist" argument has become almost a reflex for the left.
Donald Trump promised to be a dictator on day one, and he's carried that forward through the entire week.
5 days into this administration, the abuse is already rampant.
Throughout the rest of the week, shredding the Constitution as he went.
On a fascism scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being peak fascism, how would you rate Trump's first week?
On a scale of Mussolini to the Holocaust. I would say it's not fascism. Do I not understand what fascism is? And also, if I may, and this may be petty, why are we asking someone who, at the end of January, still has his Christmas tree up? Why are we asking him anything? You know who used to leave their Christmas tree up all the time? Hitler. So, somebody in the audience literally jumped my Hitler joke. You know who used to do that, by the way? Pol Pot. Now look, I have a lot of fear that as this term goes on, things are going to get a little fascisty. And we must be vigilant. But part of vigilance is discernment. Republicans control the House, the Senate, the executive, and the judiciary. And just about every move that has been made till this point, we have granted them electorally. It's our f***ing fault. And the constant jump, yeah, it's just our fault. And the constant drumbeat of encroaching fascism will erode the credibility we will need if, hopefully if, and not when, it hits. But the truth is that for now, his most objectionable actions have taken place almost entirely within our designed democratic system. Like the confirmation process, despite claims of meritocracy, Trump has put forth some of the least LinkedIn people you could imagine. I don't know what responsible hiring process you can create that looks at this.
I'm gonna get another refill. Hold on. I feel good. You know, I'm just adding a little bit of extra. It's already in there anyway. What do we care? Go, Seth. Duncan Dad on New Year's Eve.
Who's that guy? I want him leading defense. And how did this individual, who has never so much as successfully managed a Waffle House pop-up, gonna run the 3 million people Department of Defense? But he wasn't foisted upon us by a dictator. There was no authoritarian end run, no royal edicts. This shit happened to us as designed, advised, but mostly consent. Passed through the Armed Services Committee, put through a Senate vote. 3 Republicans, of course, made a show of, this is the most outrageous, I cannot in good conscience, because they knew they could lose 3. It was a f***ing performance. And J.D. Vance broke the tie democratically. Trump's using the almost absolute power we have constitutionally granted him and the Republicans. Because this is Trump's theory on governance. He's already laid it out to not President Bush in 2005, back when he was still accessing Hollywood.
And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Grab him by the pussy.
That's his governing philosophy. For all of it. Appointing people, firing people, writing executive orders, taking Greenland, making Wikipedia-like edits to the literal globe. But unfortunately, as of now, he's pretty much just democratically grabbing our pussy. Yeah, we said yeah. He has the consent of the people. For God's sakes, his deportation orders are so popular, they have collabs.
TV personality Dr. Phil tagged along on a Chicago raid.
You've never been deported before?
Dr. Phil. Yeah, Dr. Phil.
Yeah? How do you know me?
No, I seen Dr. Phil, you know, on TV.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How do you know me? You've been in one thing. How do you know I'm Dr. Phil? Because you're on the Dr. Phil show. You're Dr. Phil. How do you know me? Oh, weren't you in Goodfellas? No, you're Dr. Phil. I'd know that little egghead anywhere. Little bald mustache, southern drawl. What are you doing? How do you know me? That picture.
Certainly there is something important below. A facility or a body component. Perhaps both. I cannot tell.
I guess Dr. Phil finally cashed someone outside. How about that? Hey, no. Let me finish. We're almost done. Look, the Trump administration was clearly ready for this. It was almost as though they had some project for what they might do in 2025. And they're so emboldened, they're not even stopping on American shores.
The president said he thought more than 1 million Palestinians in Gaza could be moved to nearby Arab countries.
What the f? He's so emboldened, he wants to start deporting people from other people's countries. Meanwhile, Dr. Phil will be down in Gaza. How you know me? How you know me, sir? Habibi, I don't have a television. I don't know you. I don't know, Habibi. Look, I really hope the Democrats figure out a way to contain this guy. The question is probably not, how dare he, though? The question should be, what are you learning from this? How would you use this power? What's your contract with America? Democrats, exist outside of him. Tell people what you would do with the power that Trump is wielding, and then convince us to give that power to you as soon as possible. That's the goal. It's enough with the, he's a Hitler, he's a thing, stop doing it, that's terrible. What would you do? And if not, if you don't have any of the answers, maybe AI has a solution for you. Hey, Siri, what can Democrats do to stop Trump?
他们不必担心，乔恩，我们中国的统治者很快就会解决我们所有的问题。
It's too late!
presence of a substantial facility in the area. Unable to identify.
Chinese spy.
He is. That's what I said. Last episode, that's what I said.
What if one day we start getting emails like, you gotta hold all your phone records with Chris Monroe and all your email records?
Yeah.
China might come after me. I'm certainly not a Chinese spy.
Cash, I know you listening. I know you got someone listening. I need you to look at Chris Monroe. I need you to look at Chris Monroe. He claims that he's Taiwanese. We never seen one Taiwanese person around him in his life. He don't speak no words in Taiwanese. I need you to look into this guy. I need you to look into this guy.
All I know is I'm not doing this for the next 4 years, okay? What I want Democrats to do is learn. Shut the fuck up and learn. Nothing y'all do makes sense. It's not consistent. The arguments that y'all choose to have, the fights y'all choose to pick are absolutely positively ridiculous to me. And I don't respect any of y'all who had more smoke from Snoop Dogg, Nelly, Soulja Boy, and Rick Ross
than
y'all did for the actual politician who went out there on the campaign trail and told us he was a threat to democracy. Where was the smoke for President Obama? Obama should have got all the smoke. The smoke y'all giving Snoop, Obama should have got. And yes, I know y'all keep pulling up this video of Snoop. Let me play the video of Snoop. The video where he was talking shit about Trump back then. Play the video of Snoop.
And you have every right to call this hypocritical.
Absolutely.
But people are allowed to change. That's great. That's great.
But it looks bad because you said change the same, have the same.
It is crazy, but guess what? So is likening somebody. Hey, look, pull up Obama and the shit he said about Trump.
We do not need 4 years of a wannabe king, a wannabe dictator running around trying to punish his enemies. That's not what you need in your life. America's ready to turn the page. We are ready for a better story. Georgia, we're ready for a president, Kamala Harris.
I would also say that this is...
Who said that Obama likes Trump? Just because they were talking? You talk to people you don't like every day.
Obama and Trump was chummy at Carter's funeral. Obama was showing all his teeth. And your wife ain't showing up. Your wife got the energy you should have.
How do we even know that wasn't just a fake laugh? We don't even know what they were saying.
Here's the thing.
Fake laugh with Hitler.
Here's the thing.
Like, think about that. Why would you fake laugh with Hitler?
He's trying to be professional.
Yo, I think the thing with this is, like, with Snoop and other people, they might have had an idea of what Trump was like 8 years ago, whenever this video was taken, and that might have changed. Their opinion might have changed.
Absolutely, but
and you're allowed to change your opinion. So while you absolutely can call him a hypocrite because it seems hypocritical, if Snoop just came out and was like, yo, honestly, I got it wrong, and I really like the direction that Trump says he's going to take this country, and that's what I support right now. Can you say anything about it? The problem is Barack will not say that. Barack will be chumming it up with them and showing his teeth, and he's not going to come out and just go, you know what, after talking to him, I actually like him, and I think he's going to be good.
And this was 8 years ago.
That's what I'm saying.
Obama's rhetoric was 8 weeks ago.
So 8 weeks ago, he's Hitler, and now you're chumming it up. Yo, would you even want to sit next to Hitler?
And the fact, by the way, the fact that social media has more smoke for Snoop than they do President Obama really is what's wrong with us as a society.
Let's go into this.
Because we put rappers on greater pedestals than we put our our current elected officials and former elected officials.
I don't even know if we put them on pedestals. I wonder if it's just you just love to see someone get knocked down.
I personally just think this is inconsequential. I don't think that Snoop, Rick Ross, Nelly, and Soulja Boy performing at the inauguration is going to have any impact on future elections. But that picture of Donald Trump and Barack Obama cheesing it up at the funeral will. The optics of, hey, we're going to do preemptive pardons against, for my whole family, but then we're going to have tea with the guy that we're doing the preemptive pardons for.
I mean,
it's like, come on.
Next time Barack is on the campaign trail for whoever.
Barack ain't never doing that again.
Say again?
He ain't doing it.
All right, fair enough. But if he did go out and do it again, and he called somebody the next Hitler, we would all remember that moment when he sat next to Hitler and they was having a great time. Right?
We'll never. It's really just that simple. What you're saying about Snoop, that's what I need elected officials. Next time President Obama does an interview, how could you call liking this man to Hitler? How could you say this man is a danger to our country? How could you say this man is a threat to democracy? But then just laugh like it's all good. Why are you not keeping the same energy your wife's keeping?
Point your mic up.
Why you not keeping the same energy of white people?
Well, he said, who's the new leader?
I guess that's why Michelle Obama has always been looked at as the unofficial leader of the Democratic Party. They've been wanting Michelle to run for the last 8 years. And she's the only person that seems to keep the same energy. I respect that. I respect the person who believes what they say. Even if what you said wasn't true. I respect the fact that you believe it that much. Donald Trump didn't go to the inauguration in 2020 because he believed the Democrats stole the election. And he acted like they stole the election. Ain't no peaceful transfer of power over here. I'm not coming to the inauguration for a party that just stole a goddamn election.
Yeah.
That signals to his base, number one, yes, Democrats probably did steal the election. Number two, Trump is always fighting for us.
Except he didn't believe it. He just needed
He acted like, it don't matter, Chris. He acted like he believed it. Clearly, these people didn't believe that Trump was a fascist. Clearly. They never treated him like that. They never hired an attorney general that actually would go after him. They never hired an attorney general that would actually prosecute him. Now, Joe Biden wants to say things like, I regret hiring Merrick Garland. I should have hired an AG that would have really went after Trump. Shut the fuck up! Like, what are we doing? Why do we allow this type of playing in our face all the time, Chris?
Silence.
Say something, but...
Let's pay some bills, man.
Let's pay some bills.
Let's pay some bills. I'm not doing this for 4 years. But it's fun. But being that we are two of the greatest political...
We have to at least discuss it today.
We have to give it to y'all.
We have to give you one final episode about it.
Listen, I don't have no problem talking about it every week. I'm just not going to sit here and lie to people, which I've never tried to do. I've always tried to tell y'all the truth, regardless. I'm not lying to the people about what we're seeing out here. There's no reason to do that.
Before that, though, there's nothing else y'all want to talk about inauguration?
We'll get back to it. Let's just knock out an ad to reset the energy. All right, guys, let's take a break for a second. Now, listen, if you're looking for a fragrance that's not basic, I got something for you right here. The House of Dastan, okay? Look at this. Oh, I need to just get that out there in the world. Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. Some of y'all need this. Some of y'all need a shower, actually. This is what I'm going to tell you. If you're going to put this on right here, don't cover up the fact that you don't wash yourself. This, you have to respect too much. If you're going to get the House of Dastan, you're not going to be out there being filthy and trying to mask your stink. This is for an already clean person to take it to the next level, okay? Women cannot control themselves when this is around. I noticed when I sprayed it in that direction, okay? I didn't want to spray it that direction because Taylor would probably slip right off her seat. I know for a fact that when women smell this, it makes for interesting scenes at restaurants. It makes for interesting scenes in parks. I think this is maybe banned in several parks. This is banned in nightclubs in Prague. There's been too much sexual energy around the House of Dastan. If I'm you, I am making sure. I'm gonna do one more spray. Let me go. Oh man, that's just beautiful. Anyway, you grab it immediately, okay? Feel playful energy. A game of joy. Listen, it's called House of Dastan. Dastan means stories, and trust me, this isn't just cologne. It's straight up a luxury in a bottle, okay? Think centuries of Persian artistry mixed with Parisian refinement and a little New York edge, and it's absolutely fire. Every scent is crafted using monolithic fragrance techniques. 3 key ingredients blend perfectly with every single note, and it stays with you all day. We're talking about the fiery passion of love flame, the creamy, nurturing vibes of you. That's the one that I was just spraying right now. And the fresh, vibrant energy of light. Okay? Telling you, feel the playful energy of game of joy, a vibrant, exotic blend that sparks happiness and carefree moments. Each one is chic, approachable, and unforgettable. But these aren't just fragrances. They're stories inspired by Persian poetry, art, and architecture. It's like putting a masterpiece on your body every morning. So here's the kicker. You can't find this anywhere else but maxaroma.com, okay? So if you're ready to step up your scent game and stand out like a boss, hit up www.maxaroma.com/idiots now. Hit that up now and discover House of Dastan. Go ahead, smell like greatness. That is www.maxaroma.com/idiots.
We got another one too, Schultz, man. Tell them about Blue Chew.
All right, guys, this episode is also brought to you by Blue Chew. Okay, same active ingredient that's inside Viagra, Cialis, but this is the Chew. This is one that we rock with. This one that you're gonna get bricked up with, and you're gonna do the deed with. You're gonna keep your wife happy, keep your girl happy, keep all your side chicks happy. Impress the girl you met for the first time. It is the Chew. This is the only way to guarantee you spray them down, you hose them down, you power wash them down. Okay? You're getting a call back the next day. What are you doing? I had so much fun last night. I bet you did. Fucking back got blown out. That sounds fun. Sounds like a grand old time. Okay? Blue Chew is responsible for that. Okay? BlueChew.com. You get your first month free. All you gotta do is use the promo code IDIOTS and pay $5 shipping. That's it. You get your first month free. Use the promo code IDIOTS. You pay $5 shipping. BlueChew.com. Let's get back to the show.
All right, church announcement show. See what we got.
Shit. Okay, right. By the time this episode is probably out, I'll be in Miami at the Reserve Cup. So that's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Sorry, that's Thursday, Friday, Saturday in Miami. This is Paddle, the greatest sports ever event, and I implore you to all go check it out. But this is the highest level of the game. I'm very excited to do it. I got obsessed with this sport like a year ago, and now to get these cool opportunities where I get to be like a captain of one of the teams. Derek Jeter is the other captain, and you know, it's just fucking awesome. So if you're in Miami, you want to check out Paddle at the highest level, go check it out. It's gonna be pretty sick.
I want to salute to the homie Anita Kopax, man. Anita Kopax's new book, The Wind on Her Tongue, is available everywhere you buy books right now. It is book 2 of the Daughter of Three Waters trilogy. If you loved Shallow Waters that we put out about 3-4 years ago, I think about 4 years ago, put out Shallow Waters. This is the sequel to Shallow Waters, man. The Wind on Her Tongue by Anita Kopax. It is the latest release off my book imprint, Black Prison Publishing. It is available everywhere you buy books now. I'm gonna tell y'all something. There's the people that love these series, right? They love Shallow Waters. They're gonna love The Wind on Her Tongue. When this is a major motion picture,
Wind on Her Tongue.
The Wind on Her Tongue, yes.
That's when the girl's eating your ass and you fart.
It has nothing to do with that. But this is going to be a major motion picture or a TV series in the future. Trust me when I tell you, Anita's writing is that incredible, man. I was reading this when we had the manuscript, and that's all I kept saying to myself, like, yo, this book is going to be a major motion picture or a major TV series one day. So salute to Anita Kopax. Go pick this up wherever you buy books now. The Wind on Her Tongue. Let's get back to the show. All means necessary. Let's talk about Chappelle, man, on SNL. What's this? That's what that is? He still got it? I watched the monologue twice. I watched it. First of all,
how was it?
I thought it was good. I thought it was really good. This was the episode of SNL that I watched all the way through because Chappelle was on it. Because he did the monologue, because he was in sketches, and because Gorilla performed. So they had me on. I watched the whole episode. I thought it was a solid episode. Yeah, I mean, Dave was solid. Like, you know, I guess, you know, this is my initial reaction when I watched it the first time. I don't know if I wanted the speech at the end, you know.
What was the speech at the end?
Play the end part. Let's play the end part. Just the end when he's talking about Trump. I'm not mad at it. You know, I guess for me, man, and that's probably ironic coming from us because we talk politics, but it's just like, I'm looking for escapism. You know what I'm saying? And I guess I'm not mad at it. Even watching it again, that's my third time seeing it. Like I'm not mad, but I don't mind it because that's what they bought him there for. Like, you know, he even explains how Michaels, you know, reached out to him early on and asked him to do it right after the election, and he was like, no, I'm good. Like he literally said, he was like, no, I'm chilling, I'm good. I got Netflix money, I'm good. But he had a lot of good shit in, man. I thought that the LA Fire thing was dope. I mean, even the way he set it up, he was just like, it's way too early to be joking about that when he winked at the camera. I thought it was good. I mean, it was a good monologue. You know what I'm saying? It was a good monologue, good episode. And I mean, you know, Dave is built for moments like this. Like, this is when people want to hear from Dave Chappelle, you know? I guess I just wanted a little bit more. That shit was funny, too. The Diddy shit was funny. The Diddy shit was so good because it was an original take on Diddy jokes. Yeah, I just thought it was a good monologue. That's all I can say. You know what I'm saying? I thought it was a good monologue. I thought his Diddy jokes was good because they were an original take on Diddy jokes. It's something I haven't heard before. The LA wildfires thing was interesting. What else we got, Taylor? Salute to Chappelle. He did. I thought it was a good job on that. Gorilla killed it too, though. God damn.
She's fun.
What? The what?
When they did the.
I mean, it was a cool sketch. I mean, it was when I saw this sketch, I think I told Donnell this is what they should do. If I'm not joking, like Donnell said something about the balloon pop thing. I'm like, oh, you got to come out as Ashley Larry during the balloon pop thing. That would only make sense. And that's what happened. Like it was good. Shout out to Chappelle, man. Thought it was good. It's good nostalgia, man.
Shout out Donnell, man.
Good. So you think Donnell is more loyal to Dave than Yayo is to 50?
No, maybe the same. I don't know. I
might
think
be the same,
They're
bro.
both loyal. They're both very loyal. Shout out Donnell, man. So he killed it at Radio City?
I didn't see it. I heard about it, though. I heard that he killed it. He always kills it, though.
Donnell's so fucking funny, man.
Nah,
Donnell's so fucking funny.
What else we got, Taylor?
Did you want to see what they did to him in Breakfast Club?
Oh my God. Yeah, let's talk it.
No, wait.
What did we do to
It
him?
was your idea. Like, what the hell?
What did we do to him on Breakfast Club? I want to talk about some topics. What else we got? What else we got? What is that? That happens all the time in the NBA.
I'm chilling.
That happens all the time in the NBA.
What?
Being exhausted, jumping from game to game, and listening to different podcasts and stuff like that. How about yourself? How you doing?
People untie the fucking shoes of people. What else we got, man? Y'all know y'all just want to talk about Trump.
I'm gonna say there's.
It is.
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's like there's pause. It's like there's no force right now bigger than Trump in terms of like media attention.
I mean,
right now,
going consistent.
Like, for example, like usually like Dave Chappelle doing SNL is like this monumental
Kinda
thing
tired
that
of
we all
racing.
need to lock into and see. Like, I haven't even
Everybody's
heard.
watching it to hear what Dave got to say about Trump.
They're
Kinda tired of
if
racing.
they're even watching it. Like,
No,
the
I don't
know
only
what else to play,
conversation
though.
that I've heard this weekend is about
Still got
the
a-
pardons,
Yeah.
is
Still a
about
couple hours
Trump
to
and
go,
the
though,
executive
so
orders. It's just everything
trying to
gets
figure it out.
swallowed up by Trump.
But that's why I said right now.
Are you a fan of racing
it's been like
games,
this for the
or are
last-
you a fan of
might be
just
right.
video game
You
streaming
might
in
be
general?
right. You might be
Like,
right.
Trump has
Let
literally
me actually pause
dominated
this.
the news cycle since
Talking over the
since the
podcast
first time
has
he
to
ran
stop.
back into.
Yeah. Are you a fan of racing games or just like streaming? How long have you been playing this game? Like today or like in my lifetime? Today, probably on and off for. I started the stream with FIFA, and then I jumped into this. I probably say I've been probably playing this for about 5 hours. Maybe a little bit less. Maybe probably a little bit less than 5 hours. I jumped over to this other game called Subnautica 2, which is cool but kind of creepy, and it's a scavenger game. So I was trying to find something to progress the story, but I wasn't really able to do it, so I kind of got tired of it. You like story games, animes, and racing. Wicked. I do have like a dragon, but it's like I have to choose when I play it. Um, it's cool though. It's long, and I know the storyline is good from what I've played so far with it and how the story is going. It's a really like it's almost like a really good dramatic story. But yeah, for me, it's I have it. I just have it. I actually deleted it from my hard drive to make space for something else. But I do have it. Have you ever seen Cyber? A part of me wants to replay Cyberpunk like all the way through. Like that's a really good game. Oh, but yeah, like a dragon. But they have an Infinite Wealth. They have a new one coming out. That's supposed to be pretty cool. Uh, Miami. Yeah, originally from Miami. Um, I tend to jump from game to game because I stream for like 12 hours at a time, roughly like yeah, so like I'll be jumping from game to game. I've been wanting to sink my teeth into a new storyline, into a new story, like a RPG. Um, but the last one, I completed like 90, let's say like 95% of it was Elden Ring. I got the DLC, I ran through all the bosses in the DLC, but this very last boss that you have to beat in this game is ridiculous. Like absolutely ridiculous. So I kind of just put that down. I don't know when I'll ever return to it. It's like the yeah, like the so after that, I was like, let me go ahead and jump into Subnautica, which is a cool game but kind of creepy. And so what do you do besides streaming? I work. I work and I stream and I cycle. I work, I stream, I exercise. That's about it for now. Um, I would like to stream when I go cycling. That would be fire. But I don't really want people to know exactly where I live because that's what would eventually happen. If like enough people started watching, they'd be like, "Oh, wait a minute, that's this street. That's this street. Oh, you're fucking right here." Like that. So that's kind of so I at first I was like, "Oh, that would be so fire to uh to stream my cycling." Um, but at the same time, it's probably not the safest thing because it's like you could really like pinpoint where I live unless I remember to like turn it off at a certain point. But even then, it's kind of like you could kind of like narrow down the area. But yeah, I tend to just stream and hey, why did this? Oh, that's why it went down. Um, okay. So yeah, I play Call of Duty. Mm, I've been streaming for a long time, like a long time. I have like over 1,000 videos on YouTube. Each one a little bit better than the last. You know, some a little bit worse, but I like to think the do you stream every day? Yeah, I tend to stream. Well, no, not every day. I stream about 4 days a week because I work like 3 days a week. So when I'm off, I'm streaming. I like to think of it as like my second job. You know, everyone has to have a second. This is like flawed logic, right? And I'm aware of my flawed logic, but most people, a lot of people have a second job. Some people don't. The ones that are, you know, or they do overtime. They either have a second job or they do overtime. So what I would like is to have my streaming kind of be my second job as opposed to having to get like another boss. The idea of getting another boss is just like Jesus fucking Christ. I'm not really a fan of it. So I try to stream every day to just kind of build consistency, build uh appreciate my concern. What do you mean? I mean, I am empathetic. I do care about people after a while. You know, like I'm not the most like I don't always wear my heart on my sleeve or something like that, but what do you mean by appreciate your concern? pertaining. Well, I have observed your channel. I have observed your channel lacks artwork. Is that intentional? What do you mean? Two questions. What do you mean lacks artwork? And the second question is the concern. How many? Oh, shit. I mean, I appreciate you when you say you take streaming like a second job. Yeah, I would like for it to be. It's not. It's 100% a freaking hobby, and not even the most fruitful one. Uh, but yeah. And as for artwork, I'm not really an artist per se, so I don't really showcase art. I mean, I would showcase art if somebody wanted me to showcase their art. I mean, if I liked it. Um, what I would like for my stream to kind of be, honestly, is like, I mean, you're just jumping in now, but a good portion of my stream, I'll tend to be showing almost like, well, means you don't have a V2 model like other streamers. Oh no, I totally have a V2 model. I totally have a V2. I made one this year. I was using it up until about maybe 2 weeks ago. I do have one. If you look at my previous streams, you'll see them. I do have one. I'm like on the fence of using it or not using it because I don't know where I don't know where I saw it, but apparently in America they prefer seeing the real person, but in the rest of the world they they are cool with the avatar. So I've kind of been just flipping back and forth. I could like show you my avatar right now, honestly. I like the avatar. It's I like it. And yeah, no, I totally have an avatar. It's a free one. It's not like it's not. I don't have like I haven't spent money on one, but but I have one. It's pretty cool. There's something about it I like. Like what I would love to do is kind of get better at like designing it. That way I can be more creative with it because I do see the ability to of the freedom in it. But yeah, like I was saying, like I kind of show like political things on my stream, and ideally it's like as people are watching, they're watching the game. Um, they like let's say there's a I don't know. Come on. No, I don't have a Discord. What's Discord? What's Discord? it to the limit and love it a lot. Do I have Twitter or Instagram? Yeah, I do have those. Why would you want to show me your artwork? God, I pray to God. I mean, I'm not in the market to buying artwork. That might be a 0.5. Because I do artwork for streamers. I'm gonna get 0.5 for that. Damn. Oh my goodness. No, I don't want to buy any artwork. Honestly, I tend to use ChatGPT to create a lot of my artwork nowadays. Like for like my Be Right Back or my intro or my outro. I tend to use ChatGPT, and then I'll go to Pika Labs, and I'll get Pika Labs to essentially animate whatever picture I had generated, and then I throw that in CapCut, mix it up a bit, add some effects, sounds. I'm not really in the market for for artwork. Not at this point. Maybe if I actually make any real money from this, then I might outsource. Stuff like that. But for right now, pretty much everything you see. I mean, aside from the video game itself, you know, all the aesthetics and stuff, I do. Gotta save a buck, man. Nothing in this world is free. See if you like, just give your review. Oh my goodness. Horrible race. Absolutely horrible race. Play some Call of Duty. But no, but thank you though.
It's just unbelievable.
It never stops. It
Why
just
do you
don't
think?
stop.
If you keep coming
Why do I
around and I
think?
see
Yeah.
you often enough and I get to know
Because
you,
we never had an
I
entertainer
might
in
look at it,
politics.
but
And so
like right now,
he
no,
made the
probably
world.
won't.
He made the worlds of politics and pop culture clash. The person that did that before was Obama. Obama did that before. I think Clinton did that in the 90s, but just Trump took it to a whole nother level because he was the executive producer of Celebrity Apprentice, and he understands the entertainment of it all. And he's even, you think about it, right? Trump is bringing in people that never had any like sway in politics. Now the Dana Whites of the world, you know, the Hollywood Ambassador Committee he just put together with Sylvester Stallone, and Mel Gibson, creating, you know, positions for Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. He just knows how to motherfucking keep shit going. Yo, SNL started with a spoof for MSNBC. And they spoofed Rachel Maddow,
I mean,
Joy
we met
Reid,
today. It's nice to meet you.
Stephanie Rue, Chris
like
Hayes.
over a period of time,
But
if,
literally
like,
the
because
whole
I stream,
thing was about
I tend
how
to stream every day.
whenever they tried to do regular
So
news,
if you
they
show
were
up
interrupted
enough,
by a Trump tweet.
and you don't have to.
So
I'm
every
not
single
saying you
time
have
they're
to,
on there
but
just trying to do regular news, it's like,
if you
wait,
come
breaking
around enough
news,
and we
Donald
actually
Trump
build
just
a
said such and
rapport,
such,
I'll
and Donald Trump
take
just
a
did
look
this,
at your work.
and that's what we're going to be dealing
But
with
just like right
for the
now,
next
off
4
the
years.
rip,
So
like
it's an interesting
looking at
thing
it right now, probably
about
no.
Trump, right?
No, man.
People who demand your attention are people that are unpredictable.
what
You
I
just
mean.
don't know the next thing that they're going to say out of their mouth, right? And like homeless people, you get our attention all the time because they just say crazy shit, right? Trump, you never know what the fuck he's going to say, right? You never know the next thing that's going to come out of his mouth. And then you add on the presidency, which is the highest stakes of saying anything. Like you say one sentence, it can completely change markets, it can change geopolitics. So you have a guy who you never know what the fuck he's gonna say in the position where you have to be the most disciplined in terms of what you say. So of course we can't look away. It makes perfect sense.
And I've never seen, it's weird to me that people still talk about Trump like he's campaigning. He's not campaigning
Yeah,
anymore.
it's over.
So y'all can keep pulling up all of this stuff, like, and oh, look what he said here, and he said it doesn't matter. He's the president of the United States of America. The only person that can fuck Donald Trump up at this point is Donald Trump. And I mean, that's really Democrats' biggest hope. Democrats need to hope for an implosion, but even in hopes of an implosion and the Republicans just fucking this up so bad over the next 2 to 4 years, are you in a position to recover the fumble? It don't matter if you're a team that's not in a position to recover the fumble. It don't matter what the other team does. Democrats might fuck up, and people might still feel like, you know what though? But I still like what the conservatives is better. So the MAGA thing might be over in 2028. But that don't mean that they won't go support Nikki Haley or support, I don't.
You know what's interesting?
2028.
The deal that. The deal between Israel and Hamas, right, was the same deal that Biden was offering. There's no difference in the deal. There is one difference.
Donald Trump.
Exactly. So people are like, oh, give the Biden administration credit for it. No, the Biden administration couldn't get Netanyahu to agree to it. What Trump did is he walked in, he told Netanyahu, you're going to do it. And then he's like, okay, I'll do it. Or you're not getting any more missiles, you're not getting any more funding, you're not getting more support. So they actually
dealing with somebody so unpredictable, you don't know what the hell to pay means.
Exactly. People are either afraid of him or don't want to piss him off or believe his word when he says something. We did not feel that way with Biden. Nobody even thought Biden was making a fucking decision. So that's another thing Democrats got to realize. If you say something, you got to mean it, you got to believe it, you got to do it.
What you can say is the key. When you say something, you have to Republicans are more sincere about their lies than Democrats are about their truth.
But it's also like Democrats say shit all the time that they don't believe.
Exactly.
They talking about hormone blockers for kids. It's like you don't believe it. No, it's not Republicans, Democrats. Talking about hormone blockers for kids, you don't fucking believe it. John Oliver did a whole piece about how trans women don't have any sort of advantage against regular women in sports. And it's just like, you don't believe that.
Nobody.
There's no way you believe it. Stop saying the shit you don't believe so that people like you.
And then if you do believe things, act like you believe it. Because if you're going to call a man, I'm going to keep going back to this over and over because y'all are going to see how this comes back to haunt them in the future when they try to scream about the big bad Republican. Nobody's going to believe them unless, of course, Donald Trump proves them right. Donald Trump has to go out there and prove them right. If Donald Trump, he just goes out there and he's a regular, conservative president and we end up in a recession, fine. We've been there. But as far as the fascism and
what do you, Bernice, do you like Trump?
What do you think about Trump? If he doesn't do all of that, why should we ever believe Democrats ever again, Chris?
What? Get off his dick, man. Jesus.
Yo!
No, y'all need to get off Democrats.
Come on.
Being on Democrats is what got y'all in this position. Y'all ride Democrats so much that y'all got delusional and lost track of reality and didn't even see motherfuckers like this kicking y'all ass. Y'all thought that this crazy nonsense he was spewing would never connect with people. You know why? Because y'all lost connection with people.
Facts.
All right.
Can we do some Ask an Idiot?
Let's do some Ask an Idiots. It's the truth. It's just the truth.
I want to talk to the people, man.
And you got to study this. Like every Democrat should be studying what happened since 2016 and learning from what these people have done. If you can't acknowledge what they've done right, you'll never figure out how to win in the future.
All right. I don't know how to articulate it right now, so I'm gonna shut up.
Well, no, that never stops us.
Bernice likes
That's right.
And then we'll figure it out.
What's on your mind?
Yeah. I just worry that the fact that I do
never
think
pray
the
to
system
God, I
has
pray
some
to God.
value, right? Is the system annoying? The system is like, yo, there's a yellow strip of paint down the highway, right?
Are you referring to the political system?
Yes, you stay on this side. It's an unwritten rule, right? And everybody, it's just a piece of paint, but people respect it to a certain degree. And that's what stops people from driving head on into each other. And yes, there's a lot of bullshit and there's a lot of pomp and hypocrisy, we know this, but like, there are certain things that we don't cross the line. And I feel like while we're talking, I'm like reading about his coins, and I'm just like, and I'm just like, yo, this dude is like swerving in and out on both sides of the road, and it's different, and it's exciting, and it's a great show, and we haven't seen it before, but it's gonna fucking crash. There's a reason they put the yellow line down the middle. And just because he's putting on this great show doesn't mean what?
I'm just listening.
I'm just saying that your metaphor involves a car crash.
Yeah.
It's a reach.
No, it's not a reach. They're really not a reach. I don't know why you keep throwing your people on this bus every week.
It's really crazy.
You
could have thought of any metaphor.
Every week you do this, Chris.
And then it's our fault.
You're supposed to be our Chinese
fault.
representative, and you just
You could have thought of any other metaphor, man.
That was a big
That
reach.
was incredible. Why are you thinking about car accidents? Why are you constantly thinking about car accidents,
Because
bro?
that stereotype only involves tight driving in New York City anyway. We're not talking about highways and throughways, all right? You guys know what I'm talking. You know
You're talking about China, per usual, Chris.
Yeah, you always make this about you. We're trying to talk about Donald Trump. You're trying to talk about the.
Okay, Chris, can I do one thing?
Yeah.
What should Democrats be learning from this situation?
Mandarin.
You got to go 10 toes down. You got to stand on business. You got to mean it when you say it. I agree with that 1,000%.
Gang.
That's it.
Gang.
I just don't like rewarding somebody who lies all the time and who manipulates.
What you mean rewarding? He's the president. America rewarded him.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Well, it is what it is. Like I've been saying this over and over. The language of politics is dead. Donald Trump killed it. And what I don't understand is if somebody like Trump can do this, right, based off lies, why can't this other people do it based off truth? And I'm putting it all in air quotes, by the way. The lies and truth.
All right, I like that.
That's what's the problem? You know why? Because they pussy. They cowards. They've been cowards. We've been saying it. Nothing has changed, and nothing is going to change until they stop being cowards.
5'8", bro. They a bunch of 5'8s. 5'8s and under.
Let's do some math, idiots. There. We got more ads?
Yeah, you have a lot more ads.
Let's pay some bills. Chime. Shout out to Chime, man. What's the last big purchase that took you some time to make because you were saving up and building your credit shows? What was it?
Last big purchase, shit. I purchased about 500,000 Biden votes the last election, and that was costly. That was costly. That was costly, but I thought it was worth it.
Okay.
I thought it was worth it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you can still make financial progress during the holidays with the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa credit card, okay? What holiday are you talking about? MLK? Okay, because they're clearly not talking about Christmas and New Year's, and those are gone. Start building credit with your holiday purchases and regular on-time payments, all with no annual fees, interest, or credit check at chime.com/idiots, okay? With the Chime Credit Builder Visa credit card, there are no annual fees, interest, or credit checks to apply, and Chime gives you access to more than 50,000 fee-free ATMs. That's more than the top 3 national banks combined. Easily find one near you with the Chime app. Use it everywhere Visa credit cards are accepted to help you build credit. Using your own money, turn your holiday purchases into steps towards your financial goals with Chime Secure Credit Card. Get started today at chime.com/idiots. Okay, that's chime.com/idiots. Chime feels like progress, and the Chime Credit Builder Visa Credit Card is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Chime checking account and qualifying direct deposit required to apply. Late payment may negatively impact your credit score. Results may vary. Early access to direct deposit funds depends on payer. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Bank breaking and number of ATMs according to U.S. News and World Report 2023, okay? And listen, once again, I want to thank Squarespace, man. Salute to Squarespace for supporting the Brilliant Idiots podcast. Squarespace is the all-in-one website platform for entrepreneurs to stand out and succeed online. Whether you're just starting out or managing a growing brand, Squarespace makes it easy to create a beautiful website, engage with your audience, and sell anything from products to content to time, all in one place, all on your terms. Squarespace Payments is the easiest way to manage your payments in one place with Squarespace. Onboarding is fast and simple. Get started in just a few clicks and start receiving payments right away. Plus, give your customers more ways to pay with popular payment methods like Klarna, ACH Direct Debit, Apple Pay, Afterpay, and ClearPay. Measure your end-to-end online performance with powerful website and seller analytics. Get insights on the top of traffic sources, understand how your reach is growing, track sales metrics, and learn where to focus new engagement. It's all the data, bless you, it's all the data you need to scale your brand or business, fully integrated and clearly displayed. Head to squarespace.com for a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, go to squarespace.com/idiots to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. That's squarespace.com/idiots to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. Let's get back to the show. Taylor Gang, let's do some Asking Idiots, man.
Take us away, Taylor.
I bet you it's a bunch of Trump questions.
No.
It isn't? Let's see.
We're losing Alpha.
Let's see. Make it bigger, please.
Well, that's a fun one.
We lost speed.
Ooh, Kidda McQuindy says if you had one executive order, what would it be? What would it be, Schultz, if you had one executive order?
Wow, that's a good one. You go first. I got to think on that one.
If I had one executive order, what would it be? I don't fucking know. It would definitely probably be, it would have something to do with the economy in some way, shape, or form. I mean, this would be some wild shit for him to do, but like, you know, I saw Biden propose, no, they actually implemented, I think victims of the LA wildfire got like $700 or some shit like that. Right? If I was Trump, I would come out the gate doing something like that.
Yeah.
I would come out the gate doing something that puts money in people's pockets, because one of the biggest things that they're saying about him now is that a lot of the things that he's doing have nothing to do with the things that he's ran on, bless you. You know, especially in regards to like grocery prices coming down. So being that that's not the easiest thing to do, why not just jump out the gate and say, yo, here's a stipend for your groceries. Here's some money for your groceries. Here's some type of, you know, universal basic income for your groceries. Here's $500. This is for your groceries. Say it. Say, I'm doing an executive order to make sure that all Americans, you know, making under this amount of money get, you know, this amount of bread or something like that. I don't know. I don't know if that's something you can even do with executive order, but it would definitely have something to do with the economy to at least make the people that voted for you because of the economy feel like you're doing what it is you can do. It's like when Biden promised the student loan debt that he was going to get rid of all student loan debt, and he couldn't get a lot of things passed through Congress, so he did a lot of things through executive order. So it's kind of like the same type of scenario.
Yeah, what would my first executive order be? I don't know. That's like a great question. I wanted to say something silly and dumb and funny, but yeah, I don't know. I just can't even think of anything.
You're a comedian.
Yeah, I'm trying to like, what would my first executive order be?
What about Chris? Chris, what would you do? What would your first executive order be?
Maybe something around guns.
Like what? You will need more of them over the next 4 years, Chris. So you want to ban them? You sure you want to ban them right now?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a big problem in the country.
Why did you make that face afterwards?
I know.
The face.
It's like some Lenny and Mice and Men shit. Yeah, I think you have a big problem.
Big problem.
Guns.
Chris, what the hell just happened right there? What were you channeling? It was like the Fonz.
I'm like very hot or something. I don't know what's going on.
You sure?
Chris, playing retarded ain't gonna save you over the next 4 years. I'm telling you, that's the next target on his list. I'm telling you right now. Okay, it's not gonna happen. Jonathan William Rosario says, if you could choose any, what cabinet position would you want in Trump's administration? Interesting. Chris, would you take a role in Trump's administration?
No.
What? So you don't want to make no change?
You could make all the change in the world.
Trump's not putting me in his administration. He only puts people in who have absolute loyalty.
If he made you ambassador of Taiwan, would you take it?
That's the one I would consider.
You see what I'm saying?
You just gotta get close. You just gotta get close, and then soon you will be chuckling at a funeral with Trump, and we all gonna go, I knew it! I knew it! I knew Chris was MAGA.
You care more about geopolitical politics than you do America, Chris.
He cares more about China, bro.
I just said guns. There are no guns in Taiwan.
Yeah, you don't want us to have guns so we can't defend ourselves from the Chinese when they fucking come over here and they're spy balloons. This is all part of Chris's plan.
Yo, what happened? Go ahead.
Go get all of our guns, take all of our guns, then the Chinese come in their sky balloons, and then they take over our country, and it's all because of Chris. You gonna let that happen?
What happened to the drones?
That's what I was gonna say. What happened to
What happened to the fucking drones?
Why don't y'all mind your business about the government when they're doing government shit? Let the government cook. Let the government cook.
What happened to the drones,
They
Chris?
did what they needed to do. Can you have some faith in government? Can you have they let you down once?
Oh my God.
Has the United States government let you down one time?
Yes, a lot.
A single time in history has that ever happened?
Yes. The underscore corner said, who would be the perfect NBA guest on an episode of Idiots? Ooh.
Dwight Howard.
I was gonna say the same thing.
He's not in the NBA though.
Yeah, but he was in the NBA, and he'd be really interesting for this pod.
I like Draymond.
Huh?
I like Draymond.
Oh yeah, Draymond. What about Shaq? Take them out.
Dwight would be cool.
Nah, Dwight would be incredible.
You
Are
think
kidding?
so?
With us? It's the dream. It's literally
Flip the pancake.
the dream.
That would be the name of the episode. Flip the pancake. Right?
Y'all should get that other guy there.
Who?
Don't say it. I know what you're gonna say.
The guy that used to dress up in
Dennis Rodman?
Yeah, there we go.
Nah, he's not gay. He was pounding buff.
Bring your mic closer.
Yeah, he was cracking girls open, man.
Yeah, you want it. Yeah, the white would be good. I think Draymond would be interesting.
Nah, Draymond's great. He's just great talking. But I'm saying for the jokes, for the fun, for the funsy onesies.
I mean, Zion would be good too.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it just depends which way you want to go. You want it to be homophobic or fat shame? Which one you want us to do?
Honestly, we might need both of them here at the same time.
You think so?
We might need to ask Dwight if Zion's thick enough.
We can go either way.
Zion thick enough right there? What do you think of that? You think of all that meat? Could you handle that? Yo, we need Dwight Howard on the pod. We just need to know his opinion about the rumors. We need to get these jokes.
Dwight don't give a fuck.
I know. He's 7 foot. He got 10 babies.
That's one thing I respect about Dwight Howard. He don't give a fuck.
I mean,
Dwight Howard plays into it all. You call him gay, you can call him deadbeat. He plays into it all.
He's the only guy with 10 kids that gets called gay. You know what I mean? Like, he got a lot of evidence that he likes pussy.
That is a very true statement. Like that, I would like.
What if he came? What if he came on a party? He was like, "Let me tell you something. If men could get pregnant, I got 100 kids."
The Dwight Howard. Zenison says, "What percent of influences do you think are actually real?" What does that even mean?
I don't know what that means.
What does that mean, Zenison? You mean like people who actually have real influence?
Nah. Oh, maybe.
I don't even know who the influencers
I thought
are.
he meant like authentic, but shit, are there fake influencers? Is that like AI?
AI.
Oh, they are? Yeah. AI making some cute girls, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Instagram cat.
What else we got, Taylor? Cheese, I tell you, everything is about Trump.
Yup. What do y'all say? Go.
Molly Cut says, can economic success make you politically out of touch? Absolutely.
Can't wait. Can't wait.
100%. Economic success absolutely can make you politically out of touch. Because when you have a lot of economic success, you tend to stay away from the people who are actually dealing with these everyday issues that politicians talk about. I say it all the time. Politicians talk about people they never talk to. You know what I mean? Like, you ain't really talking to these people that you claim to be talking to, because if you did, you know what that fucking coming. Exactly. Yeah. Over the last year, the things you've heard me come out and you've heard me say out of my mouth are because I sit around and have conversations with working class people.
Yep.
And working class people tell me about everything from the border to all the other issues that they're dealing with. And yes, when you have economic success, it can make people out of touch. Shit, when you got political success, it can make you out of touch. Because most of them motherfuckers in DC, they're in a bubble. Yep. They're not going to fucking Newark, New Jersey and talking to people. They're not down in South Carolina and rural areas talking to people.
All the Democrats thought that Kamala was going to win easily. Like, if you ask them.
No. Once again, that's the other lie.
Well, I'm just saying.
I remember you asked me one time, and I said Kamala without question, right? But think about it. The campaign was lying to us. Chris, let's go back to the Democrats lying, right? The campaign lied to us because they said they never had any, none of their inside intel said that she was up in the polls ever. None of their internal polling said she was ever in the lead. Ever. We watched it on Pod Save America. Her campaign, the Harris campaign said not one time did internal polling say that she was in the lead, and all of these polls that were coming out saying she was winning here and winning there, they were like, where is this happening at? Why wouldn't they be real with people and tell them that? Why wouldn't they just come out and tell the truth?
You wanted her to release a statement saying I'm losing in my polling?
Yes. How else would you energize people, Chris? How do you energize your base?
Oh, you mean to get the vote out?
Yes.
Got it.
If you lie to people and say, hey, we're up, there's people that'll probably be like, oh, she won't win anyway, let's stay home.
Yeah,
man. They don't feel as enthused to go out there and vote.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
So, yes, political success can make you politically out of touch.
All success can make you out of touch. And it's very easy to get caught up in a bubble. And, yeah, I think the people who have the longest careers are probably the ones that are less caught up in a bubble.
This is a good one. Sam Sill says, where will AI's biggest positive impact be seen? Creative or legislative initiatives?
Creative or legislative initiatives?
Medical.
Yeah, it's probably medical.
Yeah.
Why do you say that, Chris?
I think, well, this is within the framework of beneficial, right? I think it'll make a lot of money. Because, you know, most doctors are operating in a silo and don't have access to as much information as you think they do. And this is a way for them to, you know, have access to an amazing database and basically solve mysteries and come up with diagnoses that they wouldn't be able to on their own.
So they'll be able to run all of these different AI scenarios about people that are suffering from different diseases and.
Right, I go in with like Lyme disease, right? Nobody knows what it is. Well, they go in theory, in the future, you know, I'm experiencing this, and all these different symptoms. Right now, it's a mystery, but they'll be able to run it enough times that they'll actually be able to, in theory, cancer too. I mean, this could probably be one of the better ways to solve cancer.
Yeah, it's like solving skin cancer right now. It can synthesize like billions of photos of skin cancer and then create models that allow you to understand more quickly what skin cancer is, and identify it on like human bodies.
Just exponentially increases the speed of research and discovery. And a lot of these diseases, that is the issue. And research and discovery can also be incredibly expensive. So if it can make that cheaper, you know, in theory, we would get to some sort of solution in the near future. So I definitely think it's going to be more medical than creative. There is some really cool stuff that's coming out. Like there are people who have made AI movies, like they're entirely made in AI. They have actors.
Man, they've been killing me with some trailers.
You see it.
I shared that He-Man trailer so much. I'm like, yo, this shit look fire. The shit with Chris Hemsworth. I'm like, this shit look fire. Then somebody be like, yeah, that's AI. I'm like, nah.
Nah, I need that.
This ain't AI. And then I had to go look and see if it was AI. And the first thing, as soon as I Googled it, it was like Masters of the Universe trailer with Chris Hemsworth. AI confuses so many people online. I'm like, God damn.
I mean, that's a great way to get excitement, create the excitement around a project. Like if you're trying to bring back He-Man Masters of the Universe, use AI to make the trailer, drop it, show that the audience is there. They're really excited for it.
Well, they're doing the movie. It's on Netflix.
Oh,
it's supposed to come out 2026. That's another reason I thought it was real.
Oh, so it was already made.
Yeah, I thought it was real. I just was like, oh no, I thought it was real. But I'm gonna tell you where AI is really gonna be good as far as the creative is concerned. I really just have this I have this vision, and you know, somebody like Meat Kai is executing it. Salute to the good folks at Meat Kai. But it's like if you're at home with your glasses on, but you can be in here with us right now. Like you're not just watching Brilliant Idiots on YouTube. You're not just listening to it on the podcast. You're actually in the room with us. Like if you want, you could do whatever you want. You could rub our faces with your, like you could be sitting here seeing us up close and personal as we're doing an episode of Idiots. Like, and you see how like when you know, Kai Sinat and the academics and they're online and they got the chat and everything. It's like that's taking that to another level. Like these people are not just in a chat with us. They're actually in the room virtually looking around the studio and shit like that. I think that'll provide a different experience.
Especially if you can feel, hear.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think that'll just provide a different experience. So, you know, there's companies like I said, Meat Kai. You can go to meatkai.com, see what they're doing, MEETKAI.com. I'm pretty sure, that's it, right? Meatkai.com. But like they're a company that's working on that kind of technology. What else we got, Taylor? Give us some more Asking Idiots. Fabian Rules.1 says, if you could relive 1 year again, what would it be and why? What would you change?
I mean, this year, without a doubt, this past year is the greatest year of my life. Like, I had a baby. I headlined arenas around the world. Like, I filmed my special. I think I did that this year, no? Maybe last
year. Yeah.
That was last year. Yeah. So last year, this last year was absolutely amazing. Yeah.
If you could relive 1 year again, what would it be and why? What would you change? I don't know. I like things the way that they are. I don't think if I relive, I mean, if I could relive it and not see, I don't want to change nothing.
That's the thing. Don't change it. Enjoy it.
Yeah. If I could just go back to the moment and enjoy it, but I don't want to change anything.
Yeah.
You know. And I guess if we know, like say we were able to go back to a certain year.
Without knowing.
It's too difficult. It's like Marty McFly in Back to the Future. Remember when Doc Brown told Marty McFly, don't interact with nobody?
No, I'm saying I want to go back, but I don't want to know I'm in the year. Like I don't want to go back and know everything because then it'll be boring. Like just
fuck shit up. I'd fuck shit up. Just in a debate.
You too nosy, I know.
Yeah, I've been debating my whole life. So imagine going back knowing what some shit, knowing for sure what's about to happen.
Yeah, forget it.
Oh, I'll be Biff out this motherfucker. I'm telling you who's gonna win the Super Bowl.
All right, I'm gonna call it quit. I feel exhausted. I'll be back on tomorrow night. Later.